The day of his twin daughter's birthday, his CEO wife brought her first love home. Looking at the two of them always together, Chen Xing finally decided to let go. Qianxue, I don't love you anymore. I'm giving you back your freedom. Chen Xing, can you stop making a scene? I'm not making a scene. From now on, I only want to live for myself. Hashtag Chapter 1, The Birthday Banquet. For her twin daughter's birthday banquet, Qianxue had invited almost all of her friends from Yunzhou's business circle. At the banquet, her eldest daughter, Huan, tightly hugged Liang Zhixin's arm and affectionately called him Daddy Liang. Liang Zhixin smiled, lifted 5-year-old Huan onto his lap, kissed her little cheek, then turned his head toward Chen Xing, who was standing to the side like a servant, his face full of mockery. Huan, you're mistaken. Chen Xing is your daddy. From now on, when there are other people around, you have to call me Uncle Liang. When there's no one else around, you can call me Daddy Liang. As soon as these words came out, the guests at the banquet all burst into laughter. One after another, they cast amused looks at Chen Xing. Qianxue merely glanced at him indifferently, her eyes as cold as ice. In a commanding tone, she said, Chen Xing, what are you still standing there for? Brother Zhixin said he wants to eat the butter egg tarts you made. Why haven't you brought them out yet? Chen Xing slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on his daughter Huan and his wife, Qianxue. Qianxue was the eldest daughter of the Su family, one of Yunzhou's 5 great wealthy families. At only 26 years old, she had already taken charge of the Su group and had a net worth of nearly 10 billion yuan. She was the goddess CEO in the eyes of all the men in Yunzhou. 5 years ago, Qianxue's childhood sweetheart, Liang Zhixin, went abroad and entered a marriage alliance with another woman. After learning the news, she was heartbroken. She spent all day drowning herself in alcohol. During one drunken night at a bar, she was harassed by several thugs. Just as the thugs dragged her into a small alley and prepared to sexually assault her, Chen Xing, who had just finished work and was on his way home, decisively stepped in and heroically rescued the beauty. He beat away the thugs and saved Qianxue from their clutches. That night, whether it was to thank him for saving her life or to get revenge on her childhood sweetheart, they got a hotel room and spent the entire night together. The next day, when he woke up from his sleep, clutching his aching lower back, Qianxue was already awake and fully dressed. She coldly stared at him and gave him 2 choices. First, go with her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage and become the Su family's live-in son-in-law. Second, she would accuse him of forcing himself on her and personally send him to court. He decisively chose the first option. And so, for the next 5 years, he somehow became the Su family's live-in son-in-law. After they got married, Qianxue gave birth to a pair of exquisitely adorable twin daughters. In order to repay Qianxue for giving birth to his children, he willingly stayed in the Su family for the past 5 years, working full-time as a house husband, taking care of both the elderly and the children. For Qianxue and his 2 adorable daughters, he spent the best years of his youth by the kitchen stove, without a single complaint. Half a year ago, Qianxue's childhood sweetheart ended his 4.5-year marriage abroad and chose to return to the country. From then on, Qianxue came home less and less. Just a week ago, Qianxue even used a business trip as an excuse to take Liang Zhixin and her eldest daughter to Phuket for a vacation. That day, Qianxue forgot to block Chen Xing from seeing her moments. She posted a photo of herself and Liang Zhixin holding their eldest daughter, Huan, while vacationing by the seaside in Phuket. The 3 of them hugged each other and took a family photo. That day was also his and Qianxue's wedding anniversary. At the time, when Chen Xing saw those 9 intimate photos, his heart broke with pain. Mommy, I don't want daddy. I don't want daddy. I want Daddy Liang to be my daddy. Daddy is bad at everything. Daddy is just a country bumpkin. At this moment, the voice of his eldest daughter, Huan, rang out. Qianxue looked at Liang Zhixin, her eyes filled with tenderness. She pinched her daughter's delicate little cheek and said dotingly, Okay, let Daddy Liang be your daddy. Mommy promises you okay. After saying this, Qianxue turned her head, and her expression once again became cold and heartless. Chen Xing, why are you just standing there? Aren't you embarrassed enough already? Go to the kitchen and prepare some egg tarts for Brother Zhixin. Chen Xing's heart felt as if it had been cut by a knife. His heart was completely dead. He said nothing and turned around, returning to the kitchen. He personally took the birthday cake he had baked for his 2 daughters out of the oven. This was the last birthday gift he had prepared for his two daughters. After bringing out the birthday cake and celebrating their final birthday together, he would leave this family. At this moment, a tiny hand wrapped around his leg from behind. Daddy! Chen Xing lowered his head. It was his younger daughter, Yaya. Qianxue had given birth to a pair of twin daughters. The elder daughter was named Huan, and the younger daughter was named Yaya. Looking at Yaya's delicate little face and adorable big eyes, Chen Xing forced back his tears and reached out to touch her head. Tell Daddy, what is Yaya's birthday wish? Yaya wants to be with Daddy forever. Daddy, are you going to divorce Mommy? Yaya's adorable big eyes were filled with grievance. Although Yaya was the younger daughter, she was very intelligent. When she was 3, she had already displayed intelligence beyond that of children her age. When she was 4, Chen Xing had already begun trying to teach his younger daughter calligraphy. After a year of practice, Yaya could already recognize many characters. She must have seen the divorce agreement he had hidden inside the drawer of his study. At this moment, Chen Xing could no longer hold back. Tears dripped down from his eyes. He crouched down and hugged Yaya. Then let Daddy ask you. If Daddy really divorces Mommy, would you choose to stay with Daddy or stay with Mommy and your sister? Yaya wants Daddy. Chen Xing smiled. His battered heart finally received a trace of comfort. He took Yaya's little hand. At this moment, he completely made up his mind. Since Qianxue wanted to be with her childhood sweetheart, and his eldest daughter Huan also wanted Liang Zixin to become her daddy, then fine. He would grant their wishes. All he wanted was his younger daughter, Yaya. He pushed open the door, walked into the dining room, and placed the cake on the table. Huan, this is the cake Daddy made for you. You. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want the cake Daddy made. It's so ugly, so ugly. I want the big cream cake Daddy Liang bought for me, and I want big pieces of chocolate on it too. The eldest daughter, Huan, sat in Liang Zixin's arms and kept shaking her little head. Okay. Daddy Liang will buy it for you. I'll buy it for you. Liang Zixin dotingly held Huan in his arms. Qianxue sat beside them with a smile. At this moment, they instead looked more like a family of 3. Sis, you can't eat chocolate cake. Did you forget what Uncle Doctor said? The doctor said that you and I are allergic to chocolate. If you eat chocolate, little red bumps will grow all over your body. Yaya reminded her elder sister in her childish voice. Oh, come on. Just eating a little bit won't cause any problems. Yaya, don't make such a big deal out of it. Liang Zixin held Huan in his arms. But when his gaze fell on Yaya, a trace of disgust flashed through his eyes. Yaya was precociously intelligent. She didn't like Liang Zixin, and Liang Zixin likewise didn't like Yaya. Qianxue's expression was cold. Chen Xing, take the cake away. Brother Zixin has already ordered a cake. It'll be delivered soon. Hearing this, Chen Xing didn't move. He still used the knife to cut the birthday cake in half, then handed one half to his eldest daughter. Huan, listen to Daddy. Your sister is right. You can't eat chocolate cake. You'll have an allergic reaction if you eat it. No, I don't want it. Huan cried. Daddy, the cake you made is so tacky, just like you. I don't want to eat the cake you made. I want to wait for Daddy Liang's big cream and chocolate cake. Chen Xing, can't you understand what I'm saying? Qianxue angrily stood up. Chen Xing, take your lousy cake away. My daughter doesn't like it. If she doesn't like it, then she doesn't have to eat it. Looking at his eldest daughter, Huan, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Chen Xing's lips. Huan, you just said that you want Daddy Liang to become your daddy, right? If that is your birthday wish, then Daddy agrees. From now on, Daddy Liang will be your daddy. Chen Xing raised his head and looked at Qianxue. His gaze was calmer than it had ever been. Qianxue, let's get divorced. From today onward, Huan is yours, and Yaya is mine. Hashtag Chapter 2, Divorce. The entire banquet fell silent. One after another, astonished gazes turned toward Chen Xing. No one had expected that, at his two daughters' birthday banquet, Chen Xing would say something like this. Qianxue obviously hadn't expected it either. During their 5 years of marriage, Chen Xing had always been submissive and cautious in front of her. If she told him to go east, he would never dare go west. If she told him to beat a dog, he wouldn't dare catch a chicken. Yet at this moment, he actually dared to ask for a divorce in front of everyone. Who had given him the courage? Had he gone crazy? Chen Xing, are you throwing a tantrum at me? No, I'm not throwing a tantrum. I mean it sincerely. Chen Xing shook his head. Qianxue, all along, there has only been one man in your heart, and that man isn't me. And Huan has never regarded me as her father either. For these 5 years, you've taken Huan abroad once every year. I know what you went there to do. My existence has been getting in your way. Since that's the case, I'll step aside on my own. Huan, this is the last birthday Daddy will celebrate with you. Daddy wishes you a happy birthday. After saying that, Chen Xing took his younger daughter Yaya's hand and said gently, Yaya, let's go with Daddy. Okay. Yaya nodded her little head firmly. Chen Xing. Qianxue was completely enraged. She abruptly swept the cake off the table. Her originally pale face had turned red with anger. Chen Xing, you're making a scene in front of so many people. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? I'll say this one last time. Get back here right now and take Yaya upstairs. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Holding Yaya's hand, Chen Xing didn't stop or look back. Under the gaze of countless people, he strode toward the door, saying as he walked, Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, I'll see you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. A light drizzle had begun to fall outside. Fortunately, Chen Xing had brought an umbrella in advance. He opened it, picked up his daughter, and headed to the parking lot. He placed his daughter in the child's safety seat in the back. Looking at his well-behaved younger daughter, Yaya, who had been obedient the entire time, Chen Xing felt a pang of heartache. He kissed her forehead. Yaya, Daddy is taking you away. After leaving Mommy and your sister, will you blame Daddy? I won't. Mommy wants to be with Uncle Liang. Mommy doesn't want us anymore. Since she doesn't want us, we don't want her either. Yaya's voice was childish, but her words were incredibly firm. Good. From now on, Daddy will take good care of you. Chen Xing was deeply moved. He started the car and took his daughter back to the Chen family home. The Su family. Qianxue, don't be angry. It seems Chen Xing misunderstood. How about this? I'll go explain it to him right now. Liang Zhixin placed Huan on the chair beside him and pretended to get up, but Su Qianxue stopped him. Brother Zhixin, you don't need to go after him. Don't worry. He wouldn't dare divorce me. Without me, he's nothing. In Su Qianxue's eyes, Chen Xing had always been nothing more than a house husband who was good at doing chores. During these 5 years in the Su family, aside from washing clothes, cooking, taking care of the children, and cleaning the house, he was completely useless in every other respect. She didn't believe that a man who depended on her to support him would actually dare to divorce her. What would he eat after divorcing her? What would he drink? Su Qianxue even believed that if Chen Xing left her, he wouldn't be able to survive in society for even a single day. He'll come back on his own later. As she spoke, Su Qianxue picked up her eldest daughter, Huan, and apologetically bowed to the guests who had come to attend her daughter's birthday banquet. I'm sorry, everyone. I've let you witness something embarrassing. President Su, you're too polite. It's really nothing. Couples inevitably have disagreements. I'm sure your husband will come back soon. If you ask me, President Su has both ability and beauty. Marrying a husband like that is such a waste of President Su. If you ask me, President Su and young Master Liang are the perfect match. Young Master Liang, why not take this opportunity to have a cross-cup toast with President Su? Exactly, a cross-cup toast. A cross-cup toast. A cross-cup toast. Amid the guests cheering and teasing, Liang Zhixin raised his wine glass and gazed affectionately at Su Qianxue. Qianxue, you've suffered these past 5 years. Let me have a drink with you. Thank you, Brother Zhixin, but I'm not feeling very well, so I won't drink. Su Qianxue shook her head. Today was her period, so she couldn't drink. At the same time, she was still furious over Chen Xing's defiance. Chen Xing had actually asked for a divorce in front of everyone, making her lose face. She wished she could drag him back right now, make him kneel at her feet, and apologize to her on his knees in front of all the guests. Why? He was nothing but a useless-kept man who depended on her for everything. A man who couldn't even establish himself in society after leaving her. What right did he have to ask her for a divorce? And he had even been so self-righteous about it. Even if they were going to divorce, it should have been her who brought it up. Looking toward the door, Su Qianxue secretly swore to herself. Chen Xing, you'd better not come back. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. The birthday banquet ended hastily. Su Qianxue refused Liang Zhixin's offer to stay and take care of her and the children. She took her daughter to have a bath and went to bed early. Su Qianxue actually wasn't accustomed to taking care of children. Over the past 5 years, Huan and Yaya had been almost entirely raised by Chen Xing. Even though the 2 children had grown this old, she had never personally changed even a single diaper. After finally coaxing her daughter to sleep, Su Qianxue was exhausted and had just prepared to lie down. "Mommy, my body is itchy." At that moment, Huan curled into her arms like a little kitten, wriggling her way closer. Her little hands kept scratching at her face and body. Qianxue hurriedly turned on the light. She immediately saw that Huan's little face was turning red, and large patches of red rash had appeared from her neck all the way down to her chest. Huan was having an allergic reaction. Just as Chen Xing had said, Huan and Yaya couldn't eat chocolate. Both children had a congenital allergy to chocolate. When Chen Xing was around, he had always been extremely careful. He never allowed the two children to touch any products containing cocoa beans. But the cake Liang Zixin bought for Huan and Yaya today contained a large amount of cocoa. Qianxue held Huan in her arms. Without thinking, she called out, "Chen Xing, Huan is having an allergic reaction." There was no response. Only then did Qianxue remember that Chen Xing had already left home with Yaya. Helpless, Qianxue could only call the nanny. "Miss, what happened to little miss?" The nanny was also frightened when she saw Huan's condition. "She's having an allergic reaction," Qianxue said. "An allergic reaction? How could she have an allergic reaction? Mr. Chun has always been very strict about the young ladies' diets. He never lets them eat any cocoa products." "Oh, enough with all the nonsense. Do you know where the allergy medicine is?" Qianxue was irritated and flustered, and she had no patience to listen to the nanny ramble. I don't know." The nanny shook her head. "The two young ladies have always been taken care of by Mr. Chun. He also keeps the allergy medicine himself. I don't know where he put it." Hashtag Chapter 3. Is he really willing to leave? Ever since they had their two daughters, Chen Xing had treated them like precious treasures, afraid they would melt even if he held them in his mouth. Therefore, when it came to anything related to the children, he was always the one who kept it, and he never allowed anyone else to touch it. Not even the nanny. "All right, I'll call him and ask." Qianxue took out her phone and immediately dialed Chen Xing's number. "The number you have dialed is currently out of service." "How dare he? Chen Xing, you bastard. How dare you block my number?" Qianxue's beautiful eyes flashed with intense anger. That was right. Her phone number had been blocked. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the call to say that the number was out of service. "Bastard. Do you think I can't take care of Huan without you? Go. Search. Search everywhere. I refuse to believe he can hide the allergy medicine in the sky." Hearing this, the nanny immediately rushed into the next room and began rummaging through everything. But after searching everywhere, she still couldn't find it. Seeing that her daughter's condition was getting worse and worse, Qianxue had no choice but to have the nanny carry the child and drive Huan to the children's hospital in the middle of the night. After a round of emergency treatment, Huan's allergic reaction was finally brought under control. Huan's tiny body lay on the hospital bed, her little face looking pitiful. "Mommy, can you not tell Daddy Liang that I'm allergic? That way, he won't buy me chocolate anymore. Actually, Daddy should be blamed. He never lets me eat chocolate. If I had eaten more chocolate before, I wouldn't be allergic now." Qianxue leaned against the head of the hospital bed, her face filled with exhaustion. Listening to her daughter mention her father, she couldn't help thinking of Chen Xing again. It felt as if there were a stone lodged in her chest. "Chen Xing, you bastard. How dare you block my number? Our daughter had an allergic reaction, and you don't even care. Fine, you've got guts. If you have the nerve, then don't ever come back." By the time Huan finished her 4-drip, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Qianxue drove her daughter home. Exhausted, she didn't even have time to take a shower before collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep sleep. At 6 in the morning, Qianxue was awakened by her daughter's noisy cries. Normally, Qianxue slept until 8:30 every morning before getting up on time. After she woke up, Chen Xing would already have prepared her toothpaste and hot water. But today, she was actually awakened at 6. Qianxue felt as though her head were about to explode. "Madam Su, what on earth is going on?" The nanny, Madam Su, hurried in. "Miss, I'm sorry. Little Miss just woke up and started making a fuss. I couldn't do anything about it." Qianxue frantically rubbed her fluffy, messy hair. She looked nothing like the sharp and capable female CEO she usually was. Almost shouting, she said, "Make Huan shut up. Isn't it just taking care of a child? You can't even do that properly. What am I paying you for?" Madam Su felt terribly aggrieved. Normally, the two young ladies had always been taken care of by Chen Xing ever since she came to this household. She had never been involved in taking care of the children. It was normal that she didn't know how to handle them. However, seeing the lady of the house lose her temper, Madam Su didn't dare say anything. She lowered her head and hurried away, carrying Huan downstairs to play. Su Qianxue suffered from mild insomnia. After being awakened by her daughter, she could no longer fall asleep. She simply got up and went downstairs. Madam Su, prepare breakfast for me. I want an egg and ham sandwich. The ham has to be imported from New Zealand, and the fried egg needs to be 6/10 cooked. I want one too. I want a bacon, cheese, and egg burger. Huan also began ordering her breakfast. The moment Madam Su heard this, she was stunned. Cold sweat immediately appeared on her forehead. Normally, the meals for Su Qianxue and her two daughters were all prepared by Mr. Chen. Madam Su had never been involved in anything related to the kitchen. She had no idea how to make the food Su Qianxue and the young miss had ordered. She had never even heard of some of it. Little miss, please wait. I'll call Mr. Chen right now and ask him how to make them. Madam Su said this awkwardly. Su Qianxue slightly furrowed her brows. At this moment, she suddenly realized that without Chen Xing, it seemed as if the entire household had fallen into chaos. She couldn't even get a proper night's sleep, and now she couldn't even have breakfast. But Su Qianxue absolutely refused to admit that he was important. Chen Xing, if you have the guts, then don't ever come back. Isn't it just a divorce? Fine, let's get divorced. When you can't survive out there anymore and come begging me to remarry you, I'll make you kneel in front of me and sing conquer for a whole day and night. Achoo! Far away at the Chen family's old residence, Chen Xing was awakened by his biological clock and let out a heavy sneeze. He glanced at the alarm clock beside the bed and couldn't help smiling bitterly. During his 5 years in the Su family, he had gotten up at exactly this time every day to take care of the children and Su Qianxue. As a result, he had become completely accustomed to it. Even without setting an alarm, he would wake up at this time. Just then, the phone on the bedside table rang. He picked it up and took a look. It was Madam Su. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Xing still answered the call. Hello, Madam Su. Mr. Chen, Miss and Little Miss are already up. They want an egg and ham sandwich. The ham has to be imported from New Zealand, and the fried egg needs to be 6/10 cooked. Little Miss wants a bacon, cheese, and egg burger. I don't know how to make any of these. Madam Su's voice over the phone was almost tearful. Although Chen Xing was the man of the Su household, he had always been easygoing and never made things difficult for the servants. Hearing this, he said, How about this? I'll send you the recipes right now. Just follow the steps exactly as written. Also, I'll send you a list of the children's dietary requirements, daily routines, and things you need to pay attention to. Madam Su, from now on, I'll have to trouble you to take good care of Huan. All right, Mr. Chen. By the way, Mr. Chen, when are you planning to come back? I'm not going back. What? Madam Su thought she had heard him wrong. Chen Xing said, Su Qianxue and I are getting divorced. From now on, I won't concern myself with anything involving the Su family anymore. And don't call this number again. After saying that, before Madam Su could say anything else, Chen Xing hung up. Did you get in touch with Chen Xing? Su Qianxue looked up at Madam Su, her expression indifferent and cold. Madam Su nodded. Yes, I got in touch with him. Did that bastard say when he's coming back? Mr. Chen said, he wants to divorce you, and he's never coming back. Uft. The coffee that had just reached Su Qianxue's lips sprayed out in one breath. Her beautiful phoenix eyes widened as she stared at Madam Su. That bastard said, he said he's not coming back? Yes, that's exactly what Mr. Chen said. Miss, did you have a fight with Mr. Chen? The two young ladies had celebrated their birthday yesterday, and Madam Su happened to have taken the day off, so she had no idea what had happened between the two of them. Mind your own business. Su Qianxue glared at Madam Su impatiently. She tightly gripped the coffee cup in her hand. She almost wanted to crush the cup itself. Not coming back? Humph. I hope you'll stick to your word. Without me, Chen Xing, can you really survive? When they had been together, Chen Xing had held her face in his hands more than once and told her that she was the love of his life, that she was his life itself. And now, this man wanted to leave her. Was he really willing to? Hashtag chapter 4. I have a new daddy now. For breakfast, Chen Xing specially made his daughter Yaya her favorite vegetable and egg noodles. Yaya's tastes were very similar to his. They both liked eating noodles. However, neither Su Qianxue nor Huan liked noodles. When they were at the Su family home, Su Qianxue wouldn't allow him to cook noodles. Once, when Yaya insisted on eating the vegetable and egg noodles he made, he secretly cooked her a bowl. As it happened, Su Qianxue and her mother, Chen Ru, came home at that exact moment. When they saw him cooking noodles for Yaya, both of their expressions became extremely unpleasant. His mother-in-law, Chen, went even further. Ignoring Yaya's crying and fussing, she poured the entire bowl of vegetable and egg noodles into the trash can. She pointed at his nose and cursed him, saying that they were a wealthy family and warning him never to make this kind of cheap street stall garbage again. It would lower the standards of their family. "Daddy, can you make noodles for me every morning from now on? Daddy, can you make noodles for me every morning from now on?" At the table, looking at his daughter wolfing down the noodles, Chen Xing smiled slightly. Of course. From now on, whatever Yaya wants to eat, Daddy will make for you. Okay. Then after school, can Daddy take me to eat fried chicken? Yaya's eyes filled with intense longing. Sure. After breakfast, Chen Xing drove Yaya to kindergarten. At the entrance of the kindergarten, he saw the Land Cruiser driven by the Su family's nanny. It was actually rather laughable. For the convenience of the nanny taking the children to and from school, buying groceries, and so on, Su Qianxue had specially equipped her with a luxury car worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Yet she was extremely strict with him, her own husband. He wasn't even allowed to touch the family car. In the end, it was his own mother who felt sorry for him having to take taxis everywhere and bought him a Range Rover. Huan got out of the Land Cruiser with her little school bag on her back. She hopped over to Yaya and waved the paper lunch bag in her hand. "Look, Daddy Liang prepared honey bread for me. It doesn't just have honey on it. There are also lots of morel mushrooms. It's super delicious." Yaya pouted. "Daddy said that children should eat less sweets, otherwise they'll get cavities." Huan stuck out her tongue at Yaya and made a face. "Oomph. I have a new daddy now. That daddy can't control me anymore. I can eat whatever I want. Nana. Daddy Liang also said that I should learn to share delicious food with other children. So I'm going to give some delicious food to the other kids, except you. Nana. Yaya tightly gripped her school bag, her eyes turning red. Huan, if you keep acting like this, Daddy really won't want you anymore." "Oomph. If he doesn't want me, I don't want him either. Who cares about such a tacky dad? From now on, Daddy Liang is my real daddy." After saying that, Huan carried her school bag and walked proudly into the kindergarten. Yaya angrily picked up a small stone from the roadside and glared at Huan's retreating back through gritted teeth. But in the end, she put the stone down. Daddy had said that no matter what, Huan was still her older sister. So even though Huan was annoying, she couldn't hurt her. Sitting in the car, Chen Xing watched the completely different reactions of his two daughters. He silently sighed. As for Huan's behavior, he felt neither hurt nor disappointed. Instead, he had simply accepted it calmly. "Those who abandoned me belong to yesterday and cannot be held on to." #### Su Group. As soon as Su Qianxue arrived at her office, she saw a heart-shaped lunchbox sitting on her desk. The corners of her lips unconsciously curved into a smug smile. She knew it. Chen Xing was just throwing a little tantrum. Once he got over it, he would still take the initiative to please her. Look, hadn't he prepared a loving lunchbox for her first thing in the morning? It had always been like this before, and it was still like this now. That man simply couldn't live without her. Just then, Su Qianxue's phone rang. It was Liang Zhixin. "Hello, brother Zhixin. Qianxue, I prepared a loving lunchbox for you and left it in your office. Remember to eat it while it's still hot." "You prepared the lunchbox?" Su Qianxue froze. "Of course. I started preparing it as soon as I got up and spent the entire morning working on it. I even cut my finger with the knife. Sigh, cooking really isn't a job for men. I actually admire Chen Xing a little now. He can spend every day around the stove and still live so comfortably and leisurely." Even over the phone, Liang Zhixin didn't forget to take the opportunity to mock Chen Xing. There was no trace of delight on Su Qianxue's pretty face. She merely said indifferently, "I know, brother Xin. I'm going to be busy. I'll call you when I have time." Okay. Take care of yourself." After hanging up, Su Qianxue glanced at the heart-shaped lunchbox in front of her. Unexpectedly, she had no desire to open it at all. She called her secretary. "Secretary Wang, has my husband come by today?" "Oh no, Mr. Chen hasn't come to the company at all." A layer of suppressed anger appeared on Su Qianxue's pretty face. "I see. By the way, take this lunchbox away and eat it. If my husband comes over, tell him I've already eaten and ask him to take the lunchbox back." Hearing this, the secretary picked up the lunchbox and left the office. "I'd like to see how long you're planning to keep this up." Su Qianxue snorted and began another day of work. However, she was so irritated that she couldn't concentrate at all. It was almost lunchtime. With her stomach growling, Su Qianxue called her secretary again. Has my husband come by? The secretary shook her head. President Su, no. Mr. Chun hasn't come to the company. Also, President Su, that lunchbox is still here. Do you want to eat it? I can heat it up for you in the microwave. Throw it away. Su Qianxue waved her hand irritably. After sending the young secretary away, Su Qianxue picked up her phone and dialed Chen Xing's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently out of service. Bastard. Chen Xing, you really are a bastard. You're still blocking my number. Su Qianxue finally couldn't take it anymore. She completely lost her temper. He had blocked her number and hadn't prepared lunch for her. What exactly was this man trying to do? Could he really intend to divorce her? At the thought of this, Su Qianxue inexplicably felt a little panicked. She simply picked up the landline and dialed Chen Xing's number. This time, the call went through. Chen Xing, I've already had lunch. You know what? Brother Xian specially prepared a loving lunchbox for me. So did AU. Before Su Qianxue could finish speaking, Chen Xing's indifferent voice came from the other end. Su Qianxue, I'm already at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Come over. Let's get the divorce done. Su Qianxue froze. Was this bastard Chen Xing serious? He was actually waiting at the Civil Affairs Bureau to go through the divorce with her. Where had this man gotten the courage? Did he really think he could survive in this society after leaving her? Chen Xing, enough. Don't think you can scare me with a divorce. What are you without me? Once you leave me, it won't just be you. Even the entire Chen family will be finished. Don't forget, without me, Su Qianxue, your Chen family is nothing. Hashtag chapter 5, go contact her new daddy. Su Qianxue was completely enraged. Back then, the Chen family had wanted to cling to the Su family's powerful support, so they had arranged a marriage between the Chun and Su families. And over the years, the Su family had indeed taken care of the Chun family quite a lot. It could be said that without the Su family, there would be no Chen family as it was today. Chen Xing, do you know that with just a single word from me, I can push your entire Chen family into the abyss? I'm giving you one last chance. Come here and apologize to me. Considering how hard you've worked for the Su family all these years, I can forgive you this once. Otherwise, Su Qianxue. Before Su Qianxue could finish speaking, Chen Xing coldly interrupted her. You don't need to threaten me with the Chen family. I've already done more than enough for the Chen family over the years. As far as I'm concerned, I don't owe the Chen family anything. If you want to push the Chen family into the abyss, then go ahead. After saying that, Chen Xing hung up the phone. Chen Xing, you bastard. Su Qianxue's hysterical roar echoed through the office. Chen Xing returned to his car. He released the handbrake, shifted into D, and stepped on the accelerator all the way down. The car shot forward like a galloping wild horse, like an arrow released from a bow, speeding into the flow of traffic. At the same time, a red Maserati sports car quietly followed behind. Chen Xing's car was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, its speed shot up to 140 kilometers per hour, and it was still climbing. The scenery on both sides of the road rapidly receded. The black Range Rover was like a black hurricane. Inside the car, Chen Xing remained expressionless. His bright eyes stared straight ahead as his adrenaline surged along with the speed, reaching its peak. It had been a long time since he had driven this fast. At this moment, he vaguely felt as if he had found a trace of the feeling he once had. Holy crap, who the hell is that? He's driving like the car is about to take off. Fuck. Did you see that drift just now? That was insanely cool. Inside a sports car that Chen Xing had just overtaken, several rich second-generation kids stared at the disappearing taillights of the Range Rover and shouted excitedly. Among them, a blonde girl with a nose ring was trembling with excitement. She screamed, Find out who the hell is driving that Range Rover. Damn it, I haven't met someone this cool in years. I want to race him. A voice came through the wireless earphones. No need to look it up. That license plate is too recognizable. That's the car of Chen Yu, the eldest young master of the Chen family. Chen Mo? Fuck, when did Chen Mo get this good at driving? When I raced him on Mount Aquino before, he wasn't nearly this fast. Damn, that kid was hiding his skills. The black Range Rover sped along the winding mountain road, twisting and turning through the bends. Only one red Maserati could barely keep sight of the rear lights of the vehicle ahead. Inside the red Maserati, Li Moyan wore a red trench coat and black sunglasses. With her stunning beauty that could ruin a kingdom, the corners of her lips slowly curled upward. Her golden, wavy hair fluttered in the wind, with a strand even caught between her lips. She looked indescribably alluring and sexy. At this moment, Her eyes were filled with excitement. The Chen Xing she knew had returned. Back then, Chen Xing had been hailed as a genius prodigy. At 12, he entered the juvenile class at the University of Science and Technology of China. For 4 consecutive years, he won the gold medal in the International Mathematical Olympiad. At 18, he obtained an internationally recognized top-level FIA racing license. After that, he participated in the Biambulac World Rally Championship for 3 consecutive years and achieved impressive results. Before the age of 22, Chen Xing's life had been brilliant. He had been surrounded by countless flowers and applause. However, when he was 23, he had originally planned to go abroad to pursue a direct PhD program, but suddenly chose to become the Su family's live-in son-in-law. He not only gave up his studies and his career, but also devoted himself entirely to taking care of his wife and children. From then on, he completely disappeared from the public eye. A rising star had quietly fallen. Screech. The tires violently scraped against the road, and a cloud of white smoke rose into the air as the Range Rover suddenly stopped by the roadside. Li Moyan's Maserati supercar narrowly brushed past the Range Rover. Why had it suddenly stopped? Li Moyan also pulled over. She stopped directly in front of the Range Rover. At the same time, inside the Range Rover. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen? I'm Huan's homeroom teacher from kindergarten." A sweet and gentle voice came from the phone. Chen Xing recognized Teacher Sun. "Hello, Teacher Sunday. Is something wrong?" "Mr. Chen, I'm so glad I was able to reach you. It's like this. Your eldest daughter, Huan, brought a bag of honey bread to school this morning. She shared it with her classmates, and as a result, many of the students suffered food poisoning. They're vomiting and having diarrhea, and now all of their parents have come here demanding an explanation from you." Honey bread? Chen Xing remembered that when he took Yaya to school that morning, he had indeed seen Huan carrying a paper lunch bag. If he wasn't mistaken, it should have been prepared for her by Liang Zhixin. "Teacher's son, it's like this. I've already divorced Huan's mother, and Huan is being raised by her mother. If anything happens to her at school, I have no authority to handle it. You should call her mother, or go contact her new daddy." On the other end of the phone, Huan's homeroom teacher, Sun Fei, was completely stunned. Obviously, she hadn't expected Chen Xing to say something like that. But given the current situation, even if they were divorced, the child's parents still had an obligation to deal with the matter. Mr. Chen, Huan said that the honey cake she brought was prepared by you. So now that something has gone wrong, you should also be responsible." At the same time, a noisy chorus of angry shouting came from the other end of the phone. "Teacher's son, have you contacted the child's parents yet? My child is almost dehydrated from diarrhea. He has to come here and take responsibility." "Exactly. How could the child's parents be so irresponsible? How can you just let children bring garbage food from outside into the kindergarten?" "Teacher's son, get the child's parents here immediately, or I'm calling the police." Teacher's son once again tried to persuade the angry parents, finally managing to suppress the noisy shouting. "Mr. Chen, you can see the situation yourself. Things are extremely complicated right now. If neither of you, as the parents, shows up, I have no way to resolve this." Chen Xing frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Teacher's son, please let me speak to my younger daughter, Yaya." "All right." The next second, Yaya's childish voice came through the phone. "Daddy," Chen Xing spoke gently. "Yaya, did you eat any of the honey bread your sister gave you?" "No. Sister said it was Daddy Liang who prepared it for her to give to the children at kindergarten, and she wouldn't let me eat it." There was still a hint of grievance in Yaya's voice. Chen Xing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yaya was fine, that was all that mattered. "How is Huan now?" "Huan is crying. ## Chapter 6. We're looking forward to seeing you rise again," Yaya said aggrievedly. "She kept insisting that the honey bread was made by you. But it wasn't made by you at all. Uncle Liang made it." "She wronged Daddy." I didn't wrong Daddy. Daddy made it. It wasn't Uncle Liang." Huan's wailing came from the other end of the phone. "Shut up. You wronged Daddy. I'm gonna beat you up." "Ah!" Huan soon let out a miserable scream from the other end of the phone. Obviously, Yaya was disciplining her older sister. Chen Xing was both amused and speechless. Although his younger daughter Yaya had been born only half an hour after Huan, whether it was maturity, intelligence, or even fighting ability, Yaya completely crushed Huan. Since Yaya hadn't been bullied, he was relieved. "Teacher's son, Huan and Yaya's dad, please think of something quickly. I really can't control the situation over here anymore." Teacher Sun's complaining voice came through the phone again. All right. I'll contact someone right now. Someone will come over to handle it shortly. After saying that, Chen Xing hung up and called the nanny, Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue, I just received a call from the kindergarten. Teacher Sun said that the honey bread Huan brought to school was very popular with the children. She hopes you can send some more to the school now. What honey bread? Aunt Sue was completely confused. The lunch bag Huan brought this morning. Aunt Sue, have someone send some more over. Don't keep them waiting. Oh, I understand. I understand. After hanging up, Aunt Sue immediately thought of Liang Zhixin. The young mistress certainly wouldn't have prepared any honey bread for the little miss, and neither would Mr. Chen. So, in all likelihood, it had been prepared by Mr. Liang. Honestly, didn't this man know that the kindergarten attended by the two little misses didn't allow outside food? He really knew how to create trouble for no reason. Thinking of this, Aunt Sue called Liang Zhixin. Mr. Liang, this is Aunt Sue, the Sue family's nanny. Nanny, is something wrong? Liang Zhixin's indifferent voice came through the phone. It's like this. Miss Huan brought a bag of honey bread to school this morning. The teacher just called and said the honey bread was very popular with the children and hoped that we could send some more over. Really? Liang Zhixin was immediately delighted. The honey bread had indeed been prepared by him. His original intention had simply been to win Huan's favor. He hadn't expected the effect to be so remarkable. Not only did Huan like it, even the other children loved it. He could already imagine Huan being happily surrounded and praised by the other children after handing out the bread. Huan must have been very happy, and as long as she was happy, all he had to do was say a few words in front of Su Qianxue. His marriage to Su Qianxue would soon have some hope. All right, I understand. I'll buy some more and send them over right away. Meanwhile, Chen Xing. After hanging up the phone, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He certainly wasn't going to take the blame for this. Since Liang Zhixin was so determined to become Huan's new daddy, then let him handle it himself. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, someone gently knocked on the car window. Chen Xing froze for a moment and turned his head. Outside stood a blonde woman wearing sunglasses. He lowered the window. Hello, can I help you? Chen Xing felt that the woman in front of him looked somewhat familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember who she was. Hi, Mr. Chen. You don't recognize me? Li Moyan gave him a playful smile. You are. Chen Xing still couldn't remember. A clear look of disappointment flashed through Li Moyan's eyes, but she remained composed on the surface. She smiled and said, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Moyan. Li Moyan, the top attorney at Manhua law firm in Shenzhou. Chen Xing finally remembered. No wonder she had looked so familiar. It was her. Manhua law firm in Shenzhou was the largest law firm in the city, and Li Moyan was its star attorney. It was said that ever since she began practicing law, she had never lost a case. Hello, Attorney Li. Mr. Chen, I heard that you're preparing to divorce your wife. If you need any help, you can contact me. Chen Xing couldn't help laughing. I never thought that even a renowned attorney like you would start soliciting clients personally. But your fees are too expensive. I'm afraid I can't afford you right now. Li Moyan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. I can represent you for free. Free? Chen Xing was stunned. Miss Li, did we know each other before? Li Moyan smiled again. Mr. Chen, you really are forgetful. Don't you remember? Back when you were studying for your master's degree at Shenzhou University, your advisor, Professor Li Tai, was my grandfather. I met you at my grandfather's house more than once. It was you. Chen Xing finally remembered. But Li Moyan had changed far too much compared with the past. Back then, for words were enough to describe Li Moyan, an unkempt, disheveled girl. Every time he saw her at his advisor's house, she would be holding a stack of textbooks, looking completely unkempt, with her hair all over the place. He hadn't seen her for several years, and she hadn't simply undergone an ordinary transformation. She had changed beyond recognition. Now you remember? Li Moyan took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of large, beautiful eyes. With the sunglasses on, her beauty hadn't been particularly obvious. But now that she had taken them off, her delicate features came together to create an even more alluring and captivating appearance. My grandfather has retired now and spends his days at home. Whenever he has nothing to do, he talks about how talented you were. His health has been getting worse recently, so I was thinking, if you have time, could you go visit him? If you go visit my grandfather, I'll represent you in your divorce case for free. Chen Xing fell silent. Li Moyan's grandfather, Li Tai, had once been the dean of the School of Mathematics at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. He was a world-class mathematician and, at the same time, a guiding light on Chen Xing's academic journey. He had been an indispensable mentor in Chen Xing's life. Back when Chen Xing entered the university's juvenile class, the old man had been one of his instructors. He still remembered that when he was young and couldn't get used to the food in the university cafeteria, the old man would often take him home and prepare special meals for him. Even now, he could still remember Grandma Li's delicious saliva chicken. Thinking of the old man whom he hadn't seen for so many years, the elderly man's face and smile immediately appeared before his eyes. Chen Xing slowly lowered his head. "I'm sorry. I can't agree to that. I don't have the face to see him." Back then, he had chosen to become the Su family's live-in son-in-law and give up his studies. When he told the old man about his decision, he could still remember the look in his eyes. It had been the kind of grief that came when one's heart was utterly broken. Standing outside the car, Li Moyan looked at Chen Xing with his head lowered and his face filled with shame. Her heart ached as well. "I know some of what happened behind the scenes regarding your marriage back then. I know you didn't want it either. What I want to say is this, Chen Xing, you're free now. If you still have dreams, then go after them boldly. From now on, no one will stand in your way. We're all looking forward to seeing you rise again." Chapter 7. Chen Xing, are you really serious about this? Thank you, Miss Li. Chen Xing let out a long breath, and a confident smile once again appeared on his face. "Miss Li, I promise you. If I have the time, I'll go visit my mentor. Okay, when the time comes, I'll let my grandmother know and have her make your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs." Li Moyan smiled calmly. For a brief moment, Chen Xing actually found himself staring at her. When he came to his senses, he hurriedly looked away. Miss Li, I'm heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. If everything goes smoothly, I should be able to get divorced today. So I probably won't need your help with the divorce case after all. Of course, if anything unexpected happens, I'll give you a call." "Okay, no problem. Then I'll be going first. See you another day." Li Moyan put her sunglasses back on, shook her long golden hair, and returned to her sports car. A faint smile slowly appeared at the corners of her lips. Ever since she learned from a friend that Chen Xing and Su Qianxue were getting divorced, Li Moyan had been silently keeping an eye on him. Now, seeing the man she had secretly admired since childhood finally stand back up again, she was genuinely happy. "Brother Xing, I'm looking forward to seeing you become that genius you once were again, the boy who loved tugging on my ponytail. My boy, put on your armor and stand up again." In the end, Su Qianxue still didn't show up at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chen Xing waited there all afternoon for nothing. Seeing that it was almost time to pick his daughter up from kindergarten, Chen Xing had no choice but to drive to the kindergarten to pick up Yaya. Daddy, do you know? Uncle Leon got beaten up. He was pinned to the ground and beaten by several aunties. After getting into the car, his daughter excitedly began recounting everything that had happened that afternoon in vivid detail. It turned out that after Liang Zhixin learned that the honey bread Huan Huan had brought to kindergarten was extremely popular among the children, he immediately bought several large bags and sent them over. And the result was, once those parents found out that the honey bread had been his doing, they immediately began berating him. They even demanded compensation. When had Liang Zhixin ever suffered such humiliation? He started arguing with the parents. During the argument, several parents physically attacked him and gave him a good beating. Were you and Huan Huan okay? Chen Xing didn't care what kind of beating Liang Zhixin had received. Or rather, after he called Aunt Su, he had already anticipated what would happen to Liang Zhixin. "No, I protected Huan Huan. I didn't let sister get hurt." Yaya answered sensibly. "Yaya is such a good girl." Chen Xing reached over and rubbed her little head before driving his daughter to get some fried chicken. Children naturally love fried food. Of course, they just shouldn't eat too much of it. After eating the fried chicken, Chen Xing took Yaya back to the Su family home. He still had some belongings there. They didn't say a word along the way. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in the parking space in front of the Su family villa. Mr. Chen is back. Aunt Su, who was playing with Huan Huan in the yard, spotted Chen Xing immediately. Looking at Aunt Su's exhausted face and his eldest daughter Huan Huan, who deliberately turned her head away and refused to acknowledge him, Chen Xing simply smiled. "Aunt Su, you've worked hard." "Oh, Mr. Chen, it's good that you're back. These past few days without you, I felt like I had no idea what to do," Aunt Su complained. Chen Xing ignored her grievances and walked into the villa while holding Yaya's little hand. "Oh, Qianxue, be gentle. It hurts." Those crazy women. If I hadn't been reluctant to stoop to their level just because they were women, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Ouch, ouch. Before they even entered the house, Liang Zhixin's pig-like screams came from inside the villa. Yaya covered her mouth and giggled. Chen Xing lightly tapped her little head before entering the house. In the living room, Liang Zhixin was sitting on the sofa while Su Qianxue stood in front of him, using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to carefully treat his wounds. When Liang Zhixin saw Chen Xing, a hint of resentment flashed through his eyes. Then he immediately leaned closer to Su Qianxue, deliberately putting on an intimate appearance. "Oh, Brother Xing, you're back. I knew you couldn't bear to leave our Qianxue. It's good that you're back." "Oh, right, don't misunderstand. I was injured, so Qianxue is just disinfecting my wounds. There's nothing between us." Faced with Liang Zhixin's deliberately coy act, Chen Xing's heart remained completely unmoved. When Su Qianxue saw Chen Xing return with their daughter, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She lifted her chin slightly, her face revealing the smugness of a victor. She had known all along that Chen Xing couldn't leave her. He might throw a tantrum and act stubborn for a while, but eventually, he would obediently come back to her side. "Since you're back, don't just stand there. Go to your room and get a new set of clothes for Brother Xian. His clothes are dirty and he can't wear them anymore." Chen Xing ignored her. He simply held Yaya's hand and walked upstairs. Chen Xing, what kind of attitude is that? Who are you giving that sour face to?" Su Qianxue was furious. "Oh, Qianxue, don't blame Brother Xing. He must be jealous because he saw me by your side. Why don't I leave?" Liang Zhixin deliberately put on an aggrieved expression. Su Qianxue became even angrier. Forget about him. There's nothing going on between us anyway. If he likes being angry, then let him be angry. I really regret marrying such a narrow-minded man." A strange glimmer flashed through Liang Zhixin's eyes. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Back in the bedroom, Chen Xing simply packed his belongings. There really wasn't much. A few changes of clothes, some materials on mathematics and racing that he had collected over the years, and some daily necessities belonging to his younger daughter, Yaya. After putting everything inside, the suitcase still wasn't full. When he carried the suitcase downstairs while holding Yaya's hand, Su Qianxue immediately saw the scene, and intense anger flashed through her eyes. She didn't even bother continuing to apply ointment to Liang Zhixin's wounds. "Chen Xing, what exactly are you trying to do?" "Exactly, Brother Xing, what are you doing?" Liang Zhixin chimed in. "You're a married couple. Couples fight, but they make up in bed. Why are you packing your luggage?" "Nothing." Chen Xing looked at Su Qianxue's face, which was slightly distorted by anger. He had once loved that face desperately. He had loved her to the very depths of his soul. But at this moment, he felt absolutely nothing. "Don't misunderstand. Everything inside is my own personal belongings. I haven't touched a single thing belonging to the Su family, nor anything you bought for me over the years. And me. This Barbie doll was bought for me with Daddy's own savings." Yaya poked her little head out and spoke timidly. Su Qianxue was furious. "Chen Xing, are you seriously doing this? Just because Brother Xian and I are close, you're jealous, aren't you? You're a man. Can't you stop being so petty? If you keep acting like this, you'll only make me look down on you even more." Chen Xing's gaze fell onto the two people's wrists. Matching Longyan's couple watches. ## Chapter 8. A 15% stake. Even wearing matching couples' watches, she was actually accusing him of being petty? Accusing him of being jealous? Su Qianxue noticed Chen Xing's gaze falling on her wrist. Her face immediately flushed, and she instinctively pulled down her sleeve. With a cold expression, she said, "By the way, I bought you a watch at the airport the last time I was on a business trip." As she spoke, Su Qianxue took a gift box out of her bag. She tossed it onto the floor as if she were throwing away a piece of trash. The whole gesture was exactly like she was giving alms to a beggar. Chen Xing lowered his head. Inside the open gift box lay a men's wristwatch. However, it was obviously a fake. From the watch face to the strap, everything screamed cheap and poorly made. Something like this could probably be bought in several pieces for 100 or 200 yuan at some random street stall. "Oh, Qianxue, you're really too good to Brother Xian. You even remembered to bring him a gift while on a business trip. This watch looks much better than mine. Mine is really uncomfortable to wear." Liang Zhixin deliberately raised his wrist, showing off his Rado watch. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Su Qianxue's face, followed by a hint of displeasure as she glanced at Liang Zhixin. Nevertheless, She maintained her cold expression and said, "Take the gift upstairs. I'll pretend what happened before never happened. I'm going out with Brother Xian later. If there's anything you want to say, we can talk about it when we come back tonight." "No, you misunderstood." Chen Xing did not pick up the cheap watch from the floor. Instead, he looked up at Qianxue. "I didn't come back today to reconcile with you. I came back to pack my things, and also." As he spoke, he took out a document and a DR diamond ring. "Qianxue, I've already drafted the divorce agreement. Since you're unwilling to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, then let's get a divorce by agreement." "You?" Qianxue's eyebrows shot upward. She genuinely hadn't expected Chen Xing to be so unreasonable. She had already backed down, yet he was still pushing his luck. "Chen Xing, do you really think I don't dare to divorce you? Then divorce me. Once you sign it, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get the official stamp. Then we'll be officially divorced." "You? Fine, fine, let's get divorced." Qianxue was truly furious now. Chen Xing had repeatedly used divorce to threaten her. Did he really think that she, Qianxue, couldn't live without him? Qianxue reached out and picked up the divorce agreement, casually scanning through it. But the next second, her expression changed dramatically. She slammed the divorce agreement onto the table and shouted angrily, "Xing, what do you mean? Why do you think you're entitled to take so many of these assets? You even want shares in the Su Corporation? Dream on. I built the Su Corporation with my own hands. What right do you have to take my shares?" Chen Xing remained expressionless. "Qianxue, do you really think I've spent all these years doing nothing but standing around the kitchen? As early as when the Su Corporation went public, I bought 300 lots of its shares. Now, I personally own a 15% stake in the Su Corporation. I can give up everything belonging to the Su family, but I must take this 15% stake with me." "What?" His words left not only Qianxue stunned, but even Liang Zhixin was utterly shocked. A 15% personal stake in the Su Corporation. Based on the company's current stock price of 12.8 yuan per share, a 15% stake was already worth 600 million yuan. This useless man was actually that rich. Qianxue obviously refused to believe it. She took out her phone and called her secretary, ordering her to investigate. In the end, the result was, the 15% stake really did belong to Chen Xing. You. At that moment, Qianxue was completely speechless. She was utterly dumbfounded. ## Chapter 9. This time, don't stand me up again. Qianxue simply couldn't understand. How could a house husband who spent every day revolving around the kitchen, the children, and her have such sharp investment instincts? Without making a sound, he had actually become the second largest shareholder of the Su Corporation, right after her. Yet she had forgotten that before their marriage, the man standing before her had once been hailed by countless people as a modern prodigy, someone who could see what had yet to emerge and foresee what others could not. "Daddy is bullying mommy. Daddy is a bad person." Huan ran in like a gust of wind, bracing herself with her little hands behind her as she charged forward and slammed her head into Chen Xing's thigh. Her little cheeks puffed up like two balls. "Daddy, can't you behave yourself? Mommy works so hard, while you don't do anything, and now you even want to take mommy's money. What you're doing is wrong. Daddy is a bad person. I don't want you to be my daddy anymore. Get out of my home." His eldest daughter's childish voice struck Chen Xing's heart like a heavy hammer. His breathing felt painfully hot, but he said nothing. He simply bent down and gently moved Huan aside. Then he reached out and stroked the daughter he had once loved more than anything. "Daddy isn't bullying mommy. Daddy is only taking what belongs to daddy." At that moment, Liang Zhixin stepped behind Qianxue and brazenly wrapped an arm around her waist. "Brother Xing, although you do own 15% of the Su Corporation, you secretly invested in Qianxue's company without telling her. As husband and wife, hiding personal assets from each other is wrong. And besides, even if the shares are registered under your personal name, you bought them after getting married. They're marital property. You can't just take them because you want to, can you, Qianxue?" Qianxue said nothing, but her raised chin and slightly arched brows clearly showed that she agreed with Liang Zhixin. "Chen Xing, that's a huge amount of stock and an enormous amount of money. Do you really think you can handle it yourself?" Chen Xing's gaze swept across the three people in front of him. At this moment, the three of them actually looked more like a real family. How harmonious. "Qianxue." For the first time, Chen Xing addressed her by her full name. "This 15% stake belongs to me. Whether I can handle it or not is none of your concern. And the reason I want this 15% stake is simply to give Yaya some security in the future. That was the truth. Chen Xing had never intended to spend this money. This 15% stake was something he had saved for Yaya. A daughter should be raised with abundance. He didn't want people to say that after following him, Yaya had gone from a wealthy heiress to a fallen phoenix. Su Qianxue's beautiful face was icy, and her eyes were filled with deep contempt. You make it sound so nice. Do you think I'll believe you? You secretly invested in my company's stock. If I investigate this thoroughly, I can completely consider it insider trading and malicious manipulation of the Su Corporation's stock price. You're not taking a single cent of those 15% shares. That's right, not a single cent. Huan crossed her little arms over her chest, her lips sticking out. After saying that, Su Qianxue raised her chin again, her brows lifted high, looking cold and confident, as if everything were under her control. Chen Xing, stop throwing a tantrum. I don't want to, and I don't have the time to indulge you. If you're in a bad mood, you can take some time off. Take my supplementary bank card and go to Europe for a few days. Come back whenever you feel better. Su Qianxue felt that she had given Chen Xing enough room to back down. If he had any sense, he should take advantage of the opportunity and come down from the ledge. Su Qianxue, I'm sorry. I don't love you anymore. Chen Xing shook his head calmly. He had loved this woman for 5 years. For her, he had given up everything. He had revolved his life around her, the children, and this family. But in the end, all he got in return was his wife's old flame coming back from abroad and treating him like worthless trash. He had had enough. Su Qianxue, let's get divorced. You? Su Qianxue's breathing became heavier. Her normally pale skin flushed red. Chen Xing, do you really think I can't bear to leave you? Do you really think I can't live without you? Since you insist on walking this road all the way to the end, then I'll grant your wish. I only hope you won't regret it. Swish, swish, swish. She grabbed the pen and angrily signed her name on the divorce agreement. Smack. Then she viciously threw the ballpoint pen at Chen Xing's feet, shattering it upon impact. Chen Xing, I hope you won't regret this. I want to see how you're going to live after leaving me. Liang Zhixin stared at the divorce agreement, secretly delighted, though he deliberately spoke in a sarcastic tone. Ah, Brother Xing, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're really being unreasonable. For someone like you to have married Qianxue in this lifetime, that's a blessing you must have earned in your previous life. If it were me, just being able to be with Qianxue would probably make me laugh in my sleep. Chen Xing raised his head and looked at Liang Zhixin. Then, as you wish. I wish you two happiness. Chen Xing had no desire to waste another word on such a petty man. He crouched down and took Huan's little hand. Huan, Daddy is leaving. If one day you suddenly miss Daddy, you can tell Yaya. Daddy will come to see you. Stop pretending to be compassionate. Su Qianxue pulled Huan into her arms and shouted coldly. Huan is my daughter. She doesn't need you pretending to be a good father here. Without you, I'll make sure my daughter lives an even happier life. She'll never think of you again. And Yaya, if you miss Mommy, you can always come home. That's right. I won't miss Daddy. Having Daddy Liang is enough for me. Huan chimed in, pouting. Daddy. At that moment, Yaya's voice rang out. Her tiny face was already covered in tears. Daddy, let's go. Let's leave. I don't want to see them bully you anymore. Mommy. At that moment, determination filled her young face. Mommy, Daddy will take good care of me. Mommy, you have stomach problems. When Daddy isn't around, if your stomach starts hurting, remember to take your medicine. You sleep in every day, and even when you get up, Daddy has to squeeze toothpaste for you. Without Daddy, you have to learn to squeeze your own toothpaste. And Daddy said you shouldn't eat cold food. You should eat less of it from now on, too. After saying all this, Yaya took Chen Xing's hand. Daddy, let's go. Okay. Yaya's thoughtfulness tore at Chen Xing's heart. He nodded gently and pulled her tiny body tightly into his arms. He walked out of the Su family residence. Standing at the doorway, Chen Xing said without looking back, Next week, I'll see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. This time, don't stand me up again. Hashtag chapter 10. You were the one who blocked me. This man is just being ridiculous. He clearly has no ability, yet he's acting so melodramatic. Once he leaves Qianxue, even if he's sitting on a mountain of gold and silver, he'll eventually squander it all. Liang Zhixin sneered. Qianxue, getting divorced is even better. A man who can only bring you negative energy doesn't deserve you. From now on, I'll take Chen Xing's place and take good care of you and Huan. After saying that, Liang Zhixin studied Su Qianxue, only to notice that her face had turned bright red and her delicate fists were tightly clenched. She looked absolutely furious. Qianxue, are you angry? Could it be that you can't bear to let him go? Liang Zhixin's expression suddenly darkened. If you can't bear to leave him, then go coax him and bring him back. You two can live a good life together. At worst, I'll stop appearing in front of you and Chen Xing, so I won't interfere with your happy marriage. There was an unmistakably sour tone in Liang Zhixin's voice. The smell of jealousy was practically filling the air. Su Qianxue glanced at Liang Zhixin. Her previously icy face immediately softened with affection. She took his hand and smiled. Brother Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? How could he possibly compare to you? You're my best friend. Besides, why should I coax him? Who does he think he is? Don't worry. He won't actually divorce me. All of this is just a little trick to make me pay more attention to him. Where could he possibly go without me? Su Qianxue gave a cold laugh. Even now, Su Qianxue still didn't believe Chen Xing would really divorce her. That man had loved her for 5 years. For her sake, he had abandoned his studies, given up his dreams, and even turned down the opportunity to join the world's most prestigious mathematical research institution in the United States. She was the one thing he could never let go of. Monday morning, the weather was clear. After taking Yaya to kindergarten early that morning, Chen Xing drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau and waited for Su Qianxue. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky. At 10:15 a.m., a black Porsche Panamera stopped in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Liang Zhixin and Su Qianxue stepped out together. They walked side by side, inseparable, looking exactly like a couple deeply in love. As if deliberately declaring his ownership, Liang Zhixin wrapped an intimate arm around Su Qianxue's waist right in front of Chen Xing. Brother Xing, you're here pretty early. Liang Zhixin's voice was filled with mockery. Su Qianxue looked at Chen Xing, her brows filled with disdain. Chen Xing, I'd like to see how long you can keep this act going. Didn't you say you wanted to divorce me? Why aren't you going inside? Don't tell me you've regretted it. Chen Xing calmly looked at Su Qianxue. After everything he had been through, his heart was now completely calm. He would no longer overthink things or toss and turn all night because of a single word from her. Did you bring your ID card and marriage certificate? Chen Xing, you really want to divorce me? Su Qianxue's eyes widened, anger slowly building in them. Chen Xing simply turned around and walked straight toward the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Stop! A trace of panic finally appeared in Su Qianxue's eyes. She hurried forward and grabbed his hand. Chen Xing, I'll say this one last time. Come home with me now, and I can pretend none of this ever happened. It's not too late to turn back. Chen Xing turned his head and looked at Liang Zhixin, who was standing not far away with a provocative expression. He gently removed Su Qianxue's hand from his arm. Let's go. You never loved me in the first place. Continuing to be together would only mean torturing each other. I'll grant your wish and give you your freedom. You? Fine. Let's get divorced. Chen Xing, I hope you won't regret this. After throwing those words at him angrily, Su Qianxue stormed into the Civil Affairs Bureau. The divorce procedure wasn't complicated. Since they already had a divorce agreement, even the mediation process was unnecessary. And with the mandatory divorce cooling-off period abolished, everything was completed very quickly. The marriage certificate was split into two, officially becoming a divorce certificate. The moment they walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the light drizzle suddenly stopped. The sky was bright and sunny. Liang Zhixin immediately rushed over, his face full of joy. Congratulations, Qianxue. You're about to begin a brand new life. With that, Liang Zhixin reached out to take Su Qianxue's hand, but before he could touch her, she shook him off. A trace of impatience appeared in Su Qianxue's eyes, which were wrapped in a layer of frost. Chen Xing, if you don't care about yourself, shouldn't you at least think about your daughter? Taking Yaya away from the Su family will ruin her. Huan must have had an allergic reaction on her birthday, right? Chen Xing suddenly let out a cold laugh. You knew? Su Qianxue's beautiful face was filled with anger. So you knew all along. You deliberately blocked my number just to watch me make a fool of myself, didn't you? Do you know how dangerous that night was? The doctor said that if we had been any later, Huan could have developed a respiratory infection from the allergic reaction, suffocated, and died. Su Qianxue. Chen Xing called her by her full name again. Looking at her, he shook his head. It wasn't me who deliberately blocked your number. Quite the opposite. The day you took Huan to Phuket happened to be our wedding anniversary. I called you more than 10 times, but you never answered. Your phone's system automatically classified my calls as spam and put my number on the blacklist. You were the one who blocked me. Su Qianxue froze. Only then did she remember that this was indeed what had happened that day. She had simply been too busy rushing to the airport to go to Phuket to take care of Liang Zhixin, who had caught a cold, and had no interest in answering Chen Xing's calls. Chen Xing looked at the embarrassment appearing on Su Qianxue's face and shook his head. Don't give Huan chocolate products anymore. It's time you started taking responsibility as her mother. Don't make your child pay for your selfishness. With that, Chen Xing prepared to get into his car and leave. But Su Qianxue suddenly grabbed the car door. Anger filled her eyes. Chen Xing, you obviously still care about Huan. You obviously can't bear to leave her. Yet you're leaving now. Isn't that the most irresponsible thing you could do to Huan? 3 strikes and you're out. I'll say this one last time. Come home with me, and I can pretend none of this ever happened. I'm not going back to the Su family. Chen Xing's voice was calm. Bang! Ignoring Su Qianxue's attempt to stop him, he slammed the car door shut. The moment that car door closed, so did his 5-year love for Su Qianxue. Su Qianxue, do you know something? The day you went to Phuket to accompany Liang Zhixin wasn't just our wedding anniversary. That night was also the day my appendicitis flared up. I endured the pain alone and went to the hospital for surgery. But during the operation, the doctor called you several times and couldn't get through. Because they couldn't find anyone to sign the surgical consent form for me, my appendix ruptured, and I almost died on the operating table. From that day onward, I completely lost hope in you. Su Qianxue stood outside the car, completely stunned. What? Appendicitis surgery. Chapter 11. Cash, not stocks. She remembered that there were indeed several unfamiliar phone calls that night. She was taking care of Liang Zhixin by his bedside when she saw the unfamiliar numbers and thought they were scam calls, so she didn't answer them. I never would have guessed that it was the doctor who made the call. Su Qianxue, I'm tired. Let's never see each other again. Taking advantage of Su Qianxue's distraction, Chen Xing stepped on the gas and drove away. She was left with a trail of car exhaust fumes. Qianxue, Liang Zhixin walked over and put his arm around Su Qianxue's waist from behind. Qianxue, I understand you. You've just gotten divorced, so it's bound to be hard to adjust. But it's good that you divorced him. A man like that doesn't deserve you at all. Narrow-minded and petty. Qianxue, don't worry, I will take care of him properly in Chen Xing's place from now on. Shut up. Su Qianxue abruptly shook off Liang Zhixin's hand and quickly chased after Chen Xing in the direction he had left. How could anyone possibly catch up? She took out her phone and dialed her secretary's number. Go, check all of Chen Xing's medical records at the hospital over the past 6 months. The secretary replied very quickly. Mr. Su, we found out that on the very night you went to Phuket for vacation at the end of last month, Mr. Chen was admitted to the hospital due to acute appendicitis. He underwent appendicitis surgery. One of my classmates was the doctor on duty that night. He said the situation was very dangerous because they couldn't find anyone to sign the surgical guarantee, which almost caused Mr. Chen to die on the operating table. Su Qianxue declined Liang Zhixin's request to have dinner together and went straight back to the company. He took the medical records from the secretary, which showed that Chen Xing had received treatment for appendicitis at the hospital that day. When her gaze fell on the words, critical condition due to perforated acute appendicitis, she clutched her chest, as if drowning, feeling pain even in her breath. She could imagine that Chen Xing was lying in a hospital bed that day, unable to receive treatment because he couldn't find anyone to sign the consent form, and suffering greatly. That feeling must have been incredibly painful. How much his heart ached at that time. It felt like a sharp blade was stuck in my chest. At this moment, Su felt so heartbroken that her whole body convulsed. An unprecedented feeling of regret instantly filled my heart. Just then, the office door was pushed open. The secretary walked in. President Su. Su Qianxue forced herself to compose herself and looked up to ask, what is it? President Su, you. The secretary was startled by Su Qianxue's pale face. I'm fine, what's wrong? Su Qianxue waved her hand impatiently. Yes, that's right. Just now, Mr. Chen called to inquire when the 15% of the group's shares mentioned in the divorce agreement can be cashed out. He doesn't want stocks, he wants cash. What? Upon hearing this, Su Qianxue's expression changed drastically. Originally, she felt a little regretful for not being by Chen Xing's side during his hospitalization, which caused him great pain. But, at this moment, the regret vanished instantly. No stocks. Cash. That's over $1 billion. Where am I supposed to find that much money to give him all at once? Chen Xing, you bastard, you're deliberately trying to embarrass me, aren't you? The secretary shrank back, subconsciously distancing herself from Su Qianxue, who was bursting with energy, and said tremblingly, "President Su, Mr. Chen also said that if you can't come up with that much money, he can give you a discount based on the stock price 2 years ago. He only wants 50 million. Call." Su Qianxue let out a heavy sigh, clenched her fists, and said coldly, "Fine, satisfy him. Transfer the money to him now. 50 million? Let's see if you know how to spend it." Suddenly, Su Qianxue's lips curled into a cold smile. "Chen Xing, my money isn't so easy to take. We'll see how things turn out. At that time, you will bring those 50 million back to my side obediently, kneel down and beg me to spare you." Chen Xing had just parked his car in the parking space. My phone then received a text message confirming the payment had been received. Su Qianxue converted the 15% share into cash and deposited it into his account in one lump sum. In fact, based on the current market value of the Su Group, 15% of the shares would be worth at least 1 billion yuan. However, Chen Xing understood that it was unrealistic to try to extract 1 billion yuan from Su Qianxue in one go. Su Qianxue simply didn't have that much money. Rather than going through a legal battle and ending up in court over that 15% stake, it's more worthwhile to settle for a discounted price. Moreover, I bought this stock 5 years ago for less than 8 million. In just 5 years, it has turned into 50 million. I have already made a profit. Chen Xing was holding a huge sum of 50 million yuan and was considering how to use the money. First of all, it's unrealistic to expect to earn interest by depositing money in a bank. At the current rate of inflation, even if you deposit 50 million in a bank, it won't keep up with the rate of currency devaluation. Further investment is needed. The most urgent task is to buy a school district house for Yaya, who will soon be transitioning from kindergarten to primary school. Let's solve the problem of my daughter's school admission first. The remaining money can be invested in the stock market. However, he has been focused on domestic matters for years. Although he has paid attention to the stock market, he has lost his keen investment sense and needs to work on that. Suddenly, he thought of someone. As the granddaughter of her mentor, Li Moyan should have some understanding of the stock market. Even if she doesn't, given her status as a renowned lawyer, she should know some experts in the investment world. You could try asking the other person to recommend him. Thinking of this, Chen Xing took out Li Moyan's business card and dialed the number. Qianxue Law Firm. Li Moyan, dressed in an office lady's business suit, leaned back in her chair, her two long, slender, snow-white legs crossed, her long fingers rhythmically tapping the table. His exquisitely handsome features carried a hint of playfulness. Across from her sat a middle-aged Mediterranean man with a greasy belly and a large, protruding intestine. "Mr. Sun, right? You just told me that you own 2 properties, a company, and have an annual income of around 1 million. You're still single, is that right?" The middle-aged man with a bloated belly stared intently at Li Moyan. His eyes were filled with greed. "That's right. I own a house and a car, earn 1 million a year, have good character, and am good-looking. I think Ms. Li and I are a match made in heaven." "Stop it. Please stop disgusting me." Li Moyan bent down and pretended to gag in front of the trash can. It was a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. The woman is right, but the man is truly unremarkable. Jackals are more like it. "Mr. Sun, you shouldn't have gone on a blind date with a lawyer, and you even lied to him in front of him." Chapter 12, 3 Blue Stocks. The fat man panicked, but he still stubbornly refused to admit it. "You already have a boyfriend, and you're still going on blind dates? You're the one who's trying to scam people into marriage. I'm happy to do it. I have a boyfriend, and I'm two-timing. What's it to you?" Li Moyan rolled her eyes. "You fatso, get out of here before I lose my temper, or I'll have my boyfriend beat you up." As she spoke, she winked at Chen Xing. Chen Xing could only glare at the fat man symbolically. Chen Xing, standing at 1.82 meters tall and weighing 70 kilograms, certainly had a certain intimidating presence standing in front of the short, fat man. The fat man could only slink away. "Pa, you actually tried to trick me into marriage? Don't you even take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?" After Li Moyan finished speaking, she glanced at Chen Xing and laughed. "If you're going to commit marriage fraud, you have to find someone like this to commit fraud. Maybe I'll fall for it." Chen Xing was both amused and exasperated. "Speak, what do you want from me?" Li Moyan gracefully invited Chen Xing to sit down. In front of Chen Xing, she casually lit a cigarette and asked him if he wanted one. Chen Xing waved his hand. "I never imagined that the top lawyer in Shenzhou would be like this in private." "What? So unladylike." Li Moyan rolled her eyes. "Being a lady is all about putting on an act for others. I, Li Moyan, only do what I want to do. Impressive. Chen Xing was both amused and exasperated. No, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I just didn't expect that the obedient girl who used to wear thick academic glasses and bury herself in her textbooks would change so much in just a few years. I really want to know, does your teacher know that you've become like this? Li Moyan rolled her eyes again. Forget it. Don't even mention that old man. I don't dare see him now. I'm afraid he'll nag me crazy. All right, let's get down to business. You're here to get a divorce. Li Moyan's beautiful eyes were fixed on Chen Xing, her gaze even carrying a hint of aggression. Cough, cough. Chen Xing coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment and said, We have already signed the agreement. We just went to the Civil Affairs Bureau this morning to complete the formalities, so we won't trouble Li Dazhuang. Divorced? Really divorced? Li Moyan was not disappointed by losing a business deal. On the contrary, she was a little excited. Chen Xing was speechless. Why is this woman so excited about his divorce? Schadenfreude, huh? Here's the thing. I'm planning to start investing in stocks, but I don't know anyone in this field. Attorney Li has a wide network of connections. Could you introduce me to a stock market broker? That's it. No problem. I'll get in touch with them for you right now. Li Moyan quickly took out her phone and made a few random calls, eventually contacting a reliable stockbroker. It is the stock market data of Manhua Securities. Thank you for your help. Chen Xing politely said thank you. Li Moyan raised the corner of her mouth. I've done you such a big favor. Isn't it a bit hypocritical to just say thank you? If you really want to thank me, my grandfather has been talking about you several times recently. Find an opportunity to go and see him. Chen Xing's heart sank. The old man was a thorn in his side. Every time he thought of the old man who had given him earnest advice and had high expectations of him, he felt guilty. Guilty. Okay, I promise you. I'll go visit the teacher tomorrow. Perfect timing. I'm off tomorrow. Give me a call before you go, and I'll go with you. Okay. Chen Xing stood up. Attorney Li is very busy, so I won't bother you any longer. See you tomorrow. I send you. Li Moyan personally saw Chen Xing off at the door. Only after watching Chen Xing drive onto the road did she reluctantly turn her gaze away. You got divorced. Yay. You finally got divorced. Chen Xing, this time you won't escape my grasp. Li Moyan walked back to the office with a brisk pace. As she passed through the office area, her employees were all stunned when they saw the corners of her mouth that were harder to suppress than an AK-47. I don't quite understand. I wonder what's making this top lawyer in Shenzhou so happy. Li Dazhuang seems to be in a very good mood. Was that guy who just came in some big client? I don't know, but there's definitely money to be made. Didn't you see how hard Li Dazhuang's smile was to suppress? Attorney Li is amazing. He can take on big clients so easily. I wonder when we'll ever be as good as him. But that's not right. Usually, Attorney Li only seems particularly serious when he takes on a big case, but he's clearly not like that today. Do you think Attorney Li might be in love? After these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. Then, the entire office area exploded. You should know that Li Moyan is a well-known single lady in the entire Shenzhou circle. Male insulator. The area 3 zhang in front of him is an absolute no-go zone for men. In fact, people secretly called her a heartless nun in preparation. This woman is actually in love. Unbelievable. In the afternoon, after picking up Yi from school, Chen Xing drove directly to Manhua Securities. Manhua Securities is the largest and most professional securities company in Shenzhen. There is no other. Many prominent figures in Shenzhen have entrusted Manhua Securities with their investments. Their investment risk ratio is the lowest. The stockbroker Li Moyan introduced to him was surnamed Su and named Su Wan. She was one of the top 10 star brokers at Shenzhou Securities. Su Wan was in her 30s, and although she was nearing 40, she was still remarkably elegant. Because she has never been married, this celebrity agent has maintained a very good physique. Plump and sensual, Su Wan led Chen Xing and the others into a private lounge, and then began to handle all the necessary procedures for Chen Xing's stock trading. Ye sat obediently to one side, watching her father and Su Wan discuss the stock market. Her big, pure eyes were filled with curiosity. Although he was young and didn't understand stocks, he knew that his father was about to do something big. Su Wan finally completed the account opening procedures for Chen Xing. Mr. Chen, how do you plan to allocate your funds? I do have a few good stocks that I can recommend to you. Chen Xing shook his head. Thank you, but I already have a plan. Please help me buy all 3 stocks, 001, 009, and 010. Upon hearing Chen Xing name the three stocks, Su Wan's expression changed drastically. He looked at Chen Xing in disbelief. Mr. Chen, are you saying that you plan to use all the funds you have to buy these three stocks? If I may be frank, the market performance of these three stocks is not good, and one of them is even on the verge of being delisted. As a seasoned stock market economist, Su Wan knows almost every stock on the market by heart. She had absolutely no confidence in the three stocks that Chen Xing wanted to buy. Even skipping stones isn't done like that. Chen Xing smiled confidently. Don't worry, if I'm not mistaken, these three stocks will definitely rise by more than 15% in a week. Chapter 13. If he's crazy, then we're all crazy. Su Wan remained non-committal. Three stocks that are about to be delisted have risen by more than 15%. Haha, that sounds like a fantasy. But, since it was the client's request, she wouldn't say anything more. Anyway, the money belongs to Chen Xing, so it has nothing to do with her if she loses it. As long as he doesn't choose to jump off their company rooftop, she'll spend money to hire someone to clean up the mess. Mr. Chen, as long as you are able to bear the risks, that's fine. However, I still want to remind you that our company takes a cut. Whether we make a profit or a loss, we will take 3 percentage points in advance. Yes, that's fine. Seeing Su Wan use all 50 million yuan to buy the three stocks he wanted, Chen Xing nodded. Ms. Su, I'll leave it to you now. Please feel free to call me if you need anything. Okay, Mr. Chen, take care. After seeing Chen Xing off, Su Wan turned around and dialed Li Moyan's number. I couldn't help but complain. Honey, who is this person you're introducing me to? Did you know that just now he actually invested all 50 million in the stock market in one go, and even bought three stocks that are about to be delisted? Do you think this guy is crazy? Could this guy have just escaped from Aoyama mental hospital? Upon hearing Su Wan say that Chen Xing was mentally ill, Li Moyan immediately became unhappy. You're the one who's crazy. Let me tell you, if he's a psychopath, then we're all psychopaths. Su Wan, Li Moyan, you have no idea how powerful this person used to be. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I told you. Honey, is it really that exaggerated? Su Wan clearly didn't believe it. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Just open your big, bright eyes and watch. It won't be long before he dazzles your eyes. Okay, I got it. Su Wan rolled her eyes and teased. Darling, I have a feeling you're interested in him? Wow, our goddess Shenzhou, who's immune to the opposite sex, has she changed her personality? But you know what? Chen Xing is really handsome. A man like that, even if you kept him at home as a gigolo, would be a pleasure to look at. The only downside is that he already has a child. Chapter 14. A dog without a home. Su Wan smacked her lips. He looked regretful. Hey, I'm warning you, don't get any funny ideas. Chen Xing is mine. If you dare to steal him from me, don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Okay, I won't pry it open. Alright, I have other things to do, so I won't take up any more of Attorney Li's time. Su Wan hung up the phone casually. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she dialed another number. Hello, is this Ms. Su? This is Su Wan from Manhua Securities. A cool voice came from the other end of the phone. Did Chen Xing contact you to invest in stocks? Yes, you are a brilliant strategist. Indeed, just now, Mr. Chen invested all 50 million in the stock market with me, and even bought 3 blue-chip stocks. I tried to dissuade him, but he insisted on doing so. Su Group. In Su Qianxue's office. Su Qianxue's slender figure appeared in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, swirling a glass of red wine in her hand, a faint, cold smile on her exquisite face, unparalleled in her cold and beautiful appearance. That stupid man is really asking for trouble. I knew it all along. What couldn't he do without me? Me. Let him buy it. Don't stop him. I want to see him lose all 50 million, to see him become dejected and like a stray dog. On the other end of the phone, Su Wan's lips twitched slightly. Chapter 15. Remarry immediately. That's right. Su Wan had long been bribed by Su Qianxue, or rather, all the stockbrokers in Shenzhou had been bribed by Su Qianxue. As soon as Chen Xing dares to enter the stock market, she will immediately receive word of it. Chen Xing dared to ask her for a divorce. What gives him the right? How dare this man? What qualifications do they have? She wanted to make Chen Xing regret it and pay the price. She wanted him to obediently crawl back to her side and treat her like a queen every day, just like before. They fawned over her every day, wagging their tails and begging for her attention. By the way, who recommended him to you? Given his social circle, it's impossible for him to know a well-known stockbroker like you. Su Wan hesitated. Should I betray my good friend? But considering Su Qianxue's influence, even if she didn't say anything, the other party could still find out. Rather than offending the other party, she might as well tell the truth. It's Li Moyan. Li Moyan. Su Qianxue's tone turned noticeably colder. Li Moyan, the top lawyer at Tianhua law firm? That's right. Su Qianxue raised her eyebrows, and a hint of coldness appeared in her beautiful, watery eyes. Chen Xing returned to the Chen family home with his daughter, Yiya. The servants at home have already prepared dinner. Chen Xing first took his daughter upstairs to take a shower and change clothes, and then, holding his daughter's little hand, went to the dining room. The atmosphere in the dining room was somber. Father Chen Bieha sat in the head seat with a gloomy face throughout. The mother, Jiang Yulan, sat next to the father, her face not looking too good. She didn't even bother to reach out and hug her little granddaughter. The younger brother, Chen Yu, however, had a mocking expression on his face, as if he was watching a good show. The Chen family structure is somewhat complicated. Chen Xing was taken back from his grandmother's house after he turned 12. Before he was 12, he had never even seen his parents, and his grandmother told him that his parents were dead. Before the age of 12, Chen Xing always thought he was an orphan. Until that day, Grandma was terminally ill and lying on her sickbed, on the verge of death, when her son Chen Bieha and daughter-in-law Jiang Yulan finally appeared. Then, after hastily handling his grandmother's funeral, he took the bewildered boy back to the Chen family home. When he arrived at the Chen family home, he learned that he not only had parents, but also a younger brother. The reason his biological parents have ignored him for so many years is simply because his younger brother didn't want an older brother to share the parents' affection for him. That's all. After returning to the Chen family, Chen Xing's life was not good either. The parents doted on the younger brother and didn't like him at all. While not exactly criticizing him, they treated him like trash, almost never caring about his life and studies, as if as long as he didn't die, that was enough. Therefore, he only stayed in this house for half a year before he went through the procedures to live at school. I never returned to live in this house from junior high school through high school and all the way to university. Hey, my good brother, I heard you and my sister-in-law got divorced. Chen Yu broke the silence first, but his tone was sarcastic. Bang! Chen Bieha slammed his fist on the table, sending the bowls and chopsticks flying. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Chen Xing, do you know that back then, in order to get in touch with the Su family, I practically rubbed my face against the Chun family's territory, losing all my dignity, to facilitate your marriage with Su Qianxue and the alliance with the Su family? And what do? You just quietly divorced Qianxue. Do you even respect me as your father? Chen Xing remained silent. Yiya huddled in Chen Xing's arms, looking at her grandfather with a frightened expression. All right, Bieha, Yaya is still here. Don't frighten your granddaughter. Jiang Yulan reached out and patted her husband's hand, then said earnestly, Xiaoxing, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you're too willful. Marriage is a serious matter. How can you treat it so lightly? You just want a divorce like that? And you didn't even discuss it with me and your father. Do you know that the current situation of our Chen family is completely inseparable from the help of the Su family? Sigh, Mom and Dad, my older brother has always been like this, always so willful. Unlike me, I'm always Mom and Dad's good boy. Chen Yu said in a sarcastic tone. The aroma of green tea could be smelled from a great distance. Chen Xing, go and remarry Qianxue immediately. I don't care what method you use. Even if you have to kneel in front of Qianxue, you must get back together. Chen Bieha spoke again, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Chen Xing slowly raised his head. He looked at his father, who had given birth to him but hadn't really raised him, and his face showed no emotion. Dad, Mom, why don't you ask me why I divorced Su Qianxue? No matter the reason, it is not a valid excuse for your divorce. Yes, no matter what conflicts you and Qianxue have, you shouldn't be thinking about divorce. Especially since you brought Yaya along. Tell me, how are you, a man in your late 20s or early 70s, going to live with a child? In Chen Bieha and Jiang Yulan's eyes, whether Chen Xing's marriage was happy or not was actually not important. All they wanted was to maintain their marriage alliance with the Su family, because the Chen family cannot do without the Su family. For so many years, the Chen family has been like a matchmaker for the Su family. Without the Su family as their master, the Chen family had no one to rely on, no capital to depend on others' power. Chen Xing knew all of this. That's why he chose to give up everything and be with Su Qianxue back then. He served Su Qianxue like a slave for 5 years. He helped the Chen family maintain their marriage alliance for 5 years. He has already given enough. Mom and Dad, remarriage is impossible, and I can take good care of you, yeah. You dare. Chen Biehe's face had turned pale. He suddenly stood up, pointed at Chen Xing's nose and said, "You are my son. It was an arranged marriage by our parents. I want you to remarry, so you must remarry. Otherwise, you're no longer a member of the Chen family. Get out of the Chen family, and I'll pretend I never had a son like you." "Biehe, don't get excited, you're scaring Yaya." Zhang Yulan quickly held her husband down. Chen Yu also stood up, reached out to help Chen Biehe, and said to Chen Xing, "Brother, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're marrying your sister-in-law, you're climbing the social ladder. I just don't understand. Why did you divorce your sister-in-law, who is such a good woman? And you even made your parents so angry. If I were you, I would never do that." Chen Xing looked at the green tea brother and suddenly laughed. "Okay, since you like her, then go and marry Su Qianxue. If you marry Su Qianxue, the Su and Chen families can continue to maintain their marriage alliance, and everyone will be happy." Chen Yu was speechless for a moment. Do you think he doesn't want to? Any normal man would be attracted to a woman like Su Qianxue. Only, he tried, but Su Qianxue didn't even look at him properly, and never even glanced at him. Chapter 16. Son and Father Heartbroken. "Mom and Dad, look at my older brother. Is he even speaking human language?" Chen Yu stood up angrily, then looked at Chen Biehe and Zhang Yulan with a wronged expression. Chen Xing clearly saw the tenderness and heartache in Chen Biehe and Zhang Yulan's eyes when they looked at Chen Yu. Such a gaze had never been directed at him before. Chen Xing picked up Yaya and stood up. Looking at his father, who was full of anger, his mother, who looked helpless, and his scheming brother, he said calmly, "It's not human language, but it's the truth. For the sake of the Chen family, I worked like a slave for the Su family for 5 years. Now, I just want to live for myself. If you cannot accept this, then I can leave the Chen family." After saying that, he picked up Yaya and prepared to go upstairs to pack his things. In fact, with his current net worth, he could easily have gone back to live with the Chen family without having to feel wronged. You could easily buy a nice property elsewhere. Only, perhaps there was still a tiny bit of expectation in my heart. Now, even that last glimmer of hope has been exhausted. "Stop!" Chen Biehe's gruff voice rang out from behind. "After you and Su Qianxue divorced, I heard you received 50 million in the settlement." Chen Xing hummed in agreement. "There's no need to hide this, nor is it necessary to conceal it. This money wasn't stolen or robbed. Such a large sum of money, you wouldn't be able to handle it if it were just in your hands. Invest it in our company. I'll make you a shareholder, and you'll receive dividends every year. That's settled." He was incredibly assertive in demanding money. That was Chen Biehe. In front of the Su family, they were like beggars begging for food, but in front of him, they were extremely domineering. Arrogant as an emperor. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, but I've already invested all that money in the stock market." "What?" Chen Biehe stood up angrily, pointing a trembling finger at him. You say that again?" "I've invested all my money in stocks." "Chen Xing, are you out of your mind? 50 million. You've taken it all to speculate in stocks. What's the difference between that and throwing money down the drain?" Chen Biehe's face was flushed with anger. The family business is short of funds. With this 50 million, he can extend the company's lifespan for a few more years, but Chen Xing actually invested all his money in the stock market. "Oh dear, Chen Xing, how could you spend so much money on stocks? You're just wasting money," Zhang Yulan said, looking heartbroken. "Brother, this is just how you think. Our family is short of funds right now, and you actually took such a large sum of money to speculate in stocks. Don't you even care about Mom and Dad?" Chen Yu's lips curled slightly, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He enjoyed seeing Chen Xing being scolded by his parents. Chen Xing slowly turned around, calmly looked at the 3 people below, and said indifferently, "This money is mine, and how I handle it is my own business. I'd be willing to throw it away even if it meant going down the drain." "You're talking nonsense." Chen Biehe disregarded his image and started cursing and hitting him. "I'm your father. I gave birth to you and raised you. Now that you have money, you don't know how to repay me and your mother. Do you have any conscience at all? Have you lost all your conscience?" Chen Xing stared intently at his biological father, whom he had never raised. "Back then, when I married into the Su family, you already received a considerable sum of money from selling your son. I thought you would be content. Now, you're even taking the money from my divorce settlement. Has my conscience been eaten by dogs? Or do you all simply lack a conscience? How dare you? Chen Bieha was enraged. He rushed up, raised his hand, and was about to strike. He was going to teach this unfilial son a lesson. Smack! Just as the slap was about to land, Chen Xing grabbed her wrist tightly. Chen Xing's face turned cold as he looked at Chen Bieha, who was baring his teeth. What? Did I hit a nerve, and you're getting angry? What are you doing? You trying to hit me? Chen Bieha's eyes were bloodshot. My wrist, which was being grabbed, was throbbing with pain. He felt like his wrist was about to be crushed. Hey, you unfilial son, let go of your father right now. Zhang Yulan also rushed forward. Chen Xing slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. Before I was 12, I only knew that I had a grandmother, and I never knew what my parents looked like. After I turned 12, you took me to Shenzhou. I thought I finally had parents and could receive their love. However, I only stayed in this home for less than half a year before you forced me to enroll in a boarding school. Over the years, my tuition and living expenses have all come from student grants and part-time jobs. You have never contributed a single penny. Over the years, have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities as parents even for a single day? On the contrary, for this family, for you, I gave up everything, married into the Su family, and suffered all kinds of contempt. Now, I'm telling you, I've had enough. Chen Bieha, Zhang Yulan, from now on, we have nothing to do with you. Release Chen Bieha. Chen Xing carried Yiya and turned to go upstairs to pack his things. Just like at the Su family home, he didn't have any extra things to pack. His luggage was always kept in his suitcase, and he never took it out. Carrying his luggage downstairs, ignoring Chen Bieha's angry old face, and ignoring Zhang Yulan and Chen Yu, he walked towards the gate. Chen Bieha's face trembled with excitement. Chen Xing, if you dare to leave this house today, don't even think about coming back. Chen Xing simply quickened his pace. I don't want to stay a minute longer. Bastard, bastard, Chen Xing, you're a bastard. From now on, I don't have a son like you. Chen Bieha roared angrily from behind. Bieha, stop talking nonsense. Do you really think we can abandon our own son? If there's a heartless son, how can there be heartless parents? Zhang Yulan Sai followed immediately. Chen Xing just wanted to laugh out loud. A heartless son? No heartless parents? I really don't understand how they could say such a thing. Chen Xing, carrying his daughter Yiya, got into a taxi without looking back and headed straight for the city. I'm so angry. Chen Bieha sat down on the sofa in anger, panting heavily. Zhang Yulan patted his back from behind. While calming her husband down, she said, All right, don't be angry anymore. Calm down. Call Xiaoxing and ask him to come back. After all, he still has 50 million in his hands. He said he used it to speculate on stocks. Do you really believe him? I don't believe it. My brother must have saved the money and just doesn't want to give it to us. Chen Yu, who was watching the excitement from the sidelines, chimed in with his own opinions. Chen Bieha shook his head. You don't really think I kicked him out because I was angry? What do you know? If I hadn't kicked him out, how could he have possibly returned to the Su family? I've driven him to the brink, forcing him to remarry Su Qianxue. Chapter 17. 1/3 of the properties in Shenzhou belong to the Su family. Dad, are we homeless now? Inside the taxi, Yiya nestled in Chen Xing's arms like a frightened kitten. Looking into his daughter's big, watery eyes, which were trying to appear strong but contained a hint of fear, Chen Xing felt a pang of heartache. He hugged his daughter even tighter. He reached out and pinched her little face, laughing as he said, How could that be? Daddy has already found you a new home. The house is more spacious than the previous one, with many more rooms. From now on, you won't have to worry about your favorite room being taken by your sister. In the new house, you can sleep in whichever room you like. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yiya's eyes lit up again. Shanghai Villa, room A501. This is a single-story building, approximately 300 square meters. The house wasn't as big as the Su family's, and it didn't have as many rooms, but Yiya was already very satisfied. They jumped and bounced around in the big house, and they chose their bedroom right away. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you choose it or not. 5-year-old Yaya is still afraid to live alone, so Chen Xing has to coax her to sleep every night. Chen Xing had already found himself a place to stay. The day after he left the Su family, he rented a single-story apartment in the city. As a temporary home, he never placed his hopes on the Chen family. Of course, this house is only a temporary residence. He has already started looking for a house because Yiya is going to start high school and wants to attend a good primary school, so he needs to buy a house in the vicinity with good school district. At the same time that Chen Xing moved into Shanghai Villa, Su Qianxue had already received the news. President Su, just now, Mr. Chun and his second daughter completed the check-in procedures at Shanghai Villa. In the study of the Su family home, Su Qianxue curled a sexy sneer at the corner of her mouth. Chen Xing, you think you can escape my grasp? You probably don't know, but a third of the properties in Shenzhou belong to the Su family. Continue to monitor him. I need to know their every move. Yes, Mr. Su. The call ended. Su Qianxue walked towards the bathroom. Suma had already prepared a bath for her. Stepping into the bathroom, Su Qianxue removed her clothes, revealing her snow-white, translucent body in the mirror. Perfect, a body as flawless as a piece of jade, exquisite in every part. Although she is a married woman and a mother of two, Su Qianxue maintains a perfect figure, and her body is still like that of an 18-year-old girl. She didn't even have a single stretch mark. She took long, slender, snow-white legs and slowly stepped into the bathtub, but the next second, her two long, slender eyebrows raised. A hint of coldness appeared on his face. She had told Su-mom more than once that she must keep the bath water temperature at 40.1 degrees Celsius, but Su-ma never managed to get it right. It's either cold or hot. You can't even do something this simple? It's all that bastard Chen Xing's fault for causing trouble for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. For the past 5 years of their marriage, Chen Xing has always prepared her bathwater in advance. Not only is the water temperature just right, but we also light aromatherapy candles and sprinkle flower petals beforehand to help her fully relax and enjoy the comfort of her bath. At that moment, Chen Xing's image uncontrollably appeared in Su Qianxue's mind. He seemed to still be standing beside her, watching her bathe in the water, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Chen Xing, you deserve to die. I already gave you a way out, but why won't you take it? You're so shameless. You just wait. It won't be long before I make you crawl back to me. Chapter 18. Are you a young child? The next day, after dropping Yaya off at school, Chen Xing returned home. I turned on my computer and started analyzing the stock market trend. Although he has been spending his years working around the kitchen stove, he has actually been keeping an eye on the stock market, especially C-shares. For the past 3 months, the C-share market has been in a downward trend. However, based on his experience over the years, he believes that a significant rebound in the C-share market is imminent. Of course, Chen Xing's judgment was also due to his powerful calculation ability. Really, at 9:30, the market opened, and after a period of sluggishness, the 3 stocks he had won buy for him quickly began to rise slowly. There was a small rebound. The price has increased from the initial 3.2 yuan to 3.6 yuan. Chen Xing simply smiled faintly. All of this was within his expectations. If his estimate is correct, these 3 stocks should rise to 4.2 yuan when the market reopens in the afternoon. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the cell phone on the table suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Recently, he has been looking for a job and has submitted more than a dozen resumes. It might be an offer from a company. Chen Xing answered the call casually. Hello, Mr. Chun, it's me. Su-ma's voice came from the phone. Aunt Su, it's you? Chen Xing frowned slightly. He has already told Su's mother not to call again. Mr. Chun, it's like this. Miss Su's Arpel's 4-leaf clover bracelet is missing. Do you know where she put it? Miss Su wanted to wear it today. Before he could even utter the word door, Chen Xing had already hung up the phone. Su Qianxue's bracelet is missing. What does that have to do with him? Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang again. Upon seeing that it was still Su-ma's phone number, Chen Xing didn't even bother to answer and simply switched his phone to airplane mode. Result: less than 5 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Go open the door. There were property managers standing outside the door. Hello, are you Mr. Chen Xing? It's me, what's up? Chen Xing asked. You have a phone call. The property manager handed Chen Xing a mobile phone directly. Chen Xing was taken aback and subconsciously took the phone. Hello, Chen Xing. You bastard, why didn't you answer the phone? I'm asking you, where did I put my Chanel bag? And where did you put my favorite Gucci perfume? Su Qianxue's hysterical roar came through the phone. Chen Xing's brows furrowed slowly as he looked up at the property manager. They realized something. Shanghai Villa is also a property of the Su family? You work for the Su group? Yes, Mr. Chun. The property manager nodded. Chen Xing rubbed his forehead. Even the best-laid plans can have flaws. Before renting the house, I forgot to find out about the ownership of the property. The Su Group is extremely powerful, possessing a large amount of real estate resources, and is known as half of Su. Chen Xing picked up the phone again and said coldly, Su Qianxue, have you forgotten that we are divorced? I'm no longer your housekeeper. Take care of your own things. Are you a mentally challenged child? Also, please don't talk to me in that tone. Smack. I hung up the phone and tossed it to the property manager. The latter were dumbfounded. He stared at Chen Xing in disbelief. In Xinzhou, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who dares to speak to President Su in this tone. Bang. Ignoring the shocked look in the property manager's eyes, Chen Xing casually closed the door. He's going back to the next98.com. Move out of here. The Su family. Su Qianxue was completely petrified, holding her phone. A look of shock slowly appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face. He actually dared to call me a child with a young age? Chen Xing, how dare you yell at me? Bang. Oh. Su Qianxue, with her bare feet, kicked the sofa leg, almost breaking her big toe. The pain brought tears to her eyes. Chen Xing, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Afternoon. After picking Yaya up from school, Chen Xing took Yaya to Wenmoxuan and bought a batch of high-quality Xian paper and Wenmoxuan ink sticks. Afterwards, they took a taxi straight to Luyuan. An old man lived in Willow Garden. This old man was the person he respected most in his life. The old man's name was Li Tai, China's top mathematician, a mathematical giant at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. This old man had shown Chen Xing an immeasurable kindness. Since entering the Huazhong University of Science and Technology's junior class at the age of 12, this elderly man, of unparalleled character and academic excellence, has been guiding him. They treated him like a son and a disciple. They took care of him in his daily life and taught him academically. He has said countless times in public that Chen Xing is his last disciple and his most outstanding masterpiece in his later years. The old man even groomed him to be his successor. However, for the sake of the Chen family and Su Qianxue, he ultimately failed the old man. Before going to Willow Garden, Chen Xing made a special phone call to Li Moyan. Li Moyan said on the phone that she was busy with a lawsuit and couldn't accompany him, so he should go ahead by himself. The taxi slowly came to a stop at the entrance of Luyuan. After paying, Chen Xing got out of the car with his daughter in his arms. Standing at the gate, gazing at the familiar courtyard for a long time, I felt a mix of emotions. 5 years. For 5 whole years, he did not set foot in that small courtyard again. It's not that he doesn't miss his old teacher, but he really doesn't know how to face the old man. 5 years ago, this garden was his second home. Here, there is an old man who devoted himself wholeheartedly to nurturing him. Teach him knowledge and impart to him the principles of being a good person. Tell him about the vastness and immensity of mathematics. It opened the door to his path in mathematics. Here, he not only broadened his knowledge, but also found the warmth of home. But he ultimately failed to live up to the old man's painstaking efforts in nurturing him. Dad, where's this place? Yaya blinked her big, curious eyes and asked in her childish voice. This is my father's mentor's house. When you meet Dad's mentor later, remember to be very polite, okay? Chen Xing reached out and touched Yaya's head, gently instructing her. Hello, are you Mr. Chen? A servant came out. Yes, I am Chen Xing. Miss has already given instructions over the phone. Please come with me. The servant led Chen Xing into Willow Garden. 5 years have passed, and the furnishings here haven't changed much. The courtyard has 3 sections, built in the Suzhou style. Subtle and profound. It perfectly matches the teacher's style. The servant led Chen Xing to the front hall and asked him to wait there. Dad, this house has a huge yard, even bigger than our old house. Yaya was clearly very interested in this antique style. Her big eyes were full of surprise. Chapter 19. Ashamed to face my old teacher. She grew up in the Su family. Even breakfast is Western style. This kind of ancient charm is considered utter dross by the Su family. Suddenly arriving at a classical garden that could only be seen on television, the little girl was like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, finding everything new and fascinating. Chen Xing watched his daughter jumping around, touching this and patting that, and just smiled without saying a word. The maid returned quickly. He still had a slightly apologetic smile on his face. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. The old man just took sleeping pills and has fallen asleep. Perhaps you could wait a little longer until he wakes up, or perhaps come back another day. Chen Xing's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the excuses about taking medicine and going to sleep were just that. Excuses. The old man simply didn't want to see him. Then I'll wait until the old man wakes up, and then I'll go to see him. The maid opened her mouth, hesitated, but ultimately said nothing and turned to leave. Feeling bored, Chen Xing took his daughter for a stroll in the front yard. Moved to the side hall. Chen Xing's gaze was immediately drawn to a math problem on the blackboard in the center of the side hall. This is a large Fermat mathematical problem. Solve for any integer n greater than 2. Chen Xing stood in front of the blackboard for a full 5 minutes. Then, he couldn't help but walk up, pick up a marker, and start writing on the blackboard. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to his student days many years ago. Following his mentor, he immersed himself in his studies and solved some of the world's most difficult mathematical problems. Every time they found a new way to prove something, the master and his student would celebrate with great joy. His mentor would always look at him and say, "I urge heaven to rouse itself and send down talents without regard to convention." Just as Chen Xing was completely immersed in his studies, a series of footsteps sounded in the distance, followed by a female voice that was 7 parts annoyance and 3 parts speechlessness. "Hey, what are you doing?" The woman's voice interrupted Chen Xing's thoughts. He subconsciously turned around and saw that behind him stood 1 woman and 4 men, 5 young people. A girl with large black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose and pigtails stood behind him, looking annoyed, and said, "Hey, I'm asking you, what are you doing? Who are you? Who let you in? Don't you know you're not allowed to touch anything here?" A woman's mouth is like a machine gun. After saying that, he snatched the pen from Chen Xing's hand. Chen Xing was taken aback, then took a step back and bowed slightly to the girl. "I'm sorry, I didn't know this was what you wanted to solve." "Shut up," the girl shouted angrily, pointing her finger at Chen Xing's nose. "If sorry was enough, what would be the point of the law? Honestly, I don't even know what you do for a living. You dare to bang anything. Get out of here immediately. This is outrageous. This is a century-old problem left by Professor Li. If you get even one symbol wrong, I'll make you regret it." At this moment, a boy looked Chen Xing up and down suspiciously. "I don't think I've seen you before. Aren't you a member of the Li family? Could you be a thief? Everyone check quickly. Is anything missing?" Chen Xing frowned inwardly. He didn't argue with the young people in front of him. Holding Yi's little hand, he gave them an apologetic smile and turned to leave. He came here specifically to visit his teacher and didn't want to cause any trouble. Just then, a boy pointed at the blackboard and exclaimed, "Hey, come quick. Look at this problem. He seems to have solved it." "What?" Upon hearing this, the girl and several other boys immediately surrounded the blackboard, staring wide-eyed at it with expressions of disbelief on their faces. "Damn, they actually solved it. He actually solved Professor Li's problem. You, I'm talking to you. That man, you stop right there." The girl turned around and stared at Chen Xing, her pretty face flushed and her big, round eyes sparkling. "How did you come up with this method to solve the problem? Are you Professor Li's student?" "Impossible. I've met all of Professor Li's students, but I've never seen him. He's definitely not the professor's student." The boy who had previously called Chen Xing a thief shook his head. Yes, that's right. Professor Li is very strict about accepting students. He has only publicly acknowledged a few students. We have all met them, but we have never met him. Could it be one of Professor Li's former students? That's even more impossible. If he was one of the professor's students in his early years, he would be middle-aged now, but he doesn't look much older than us. Several people looked at Chen Xing with suspicion. Chen Xing didn't explain. He was the old man's disciple, and his last disciple. However, he was also an unfilial son. A rebellious son who has let his father down. He was too ashamed to admit that he was the old man's apprentice. "I am not worthy to be the old master's disciple. I am just an ordinary person who admires the old master's knowledge." After saying this, Chen Xing smiled bitterly, took Yi's little hand, and walked out. "Where are you going?" Just then, an old but deep and resonant voice rang out from inside. Then, an elderly man with a full head of silver hair, leaning on a cane, wearing reading glasses, and dressed in a manner that resembled an old man, slowly walked out from the inner room. Chen Xing looked at the old man, and at that moment, he felt as if someone had grabbed his throat, and he could hardly breathe. "I haven't seen him in 5 years. How come he's aged so much?" Chen Xing opened his mouth, but found that something seemed to be blocking his throat. "My eyes felt a stinging sensation. Tears blurred my vision." "Hello, Grandpa." Just then, Yi's childish voice rang out. The child's sweet, innocent voice instantly warmed the otherwise dull atmosphere in the room, adding a touch of warmth to the air. Yi rushed up to Li Tai, raised her delicate, pretty face, and said, "Are you the grandpa my dad always talks about, the one who's so good to him?" Li Tai stared at the exquisitely beautiful little girl for a moment. Then his stern face could no longer hold back. He reached out and gently pressed his hand on Yaya's little head. A kind smile bloomed on his face. Yes, I am that old man. What does your father usually say about me? My dad said you are a very good person and very knowledgeable. My dad said that if all the knowledge in the world is 8/10, then Grandpa, you have 7/10, and my dad has 1/10. Yaya said in a very serious tone. Hara. Li Taiel was taken aback for a moment, then burst into a hearty laugh. He gently rubbed the little guy's head. The joy in his eyes was palpable. Clever. What an overly clever little devil. The old man slowly raised his head and looked at Chen Xing, who stood like a wooden statue at the door. He said in an annoyed tone, You little rascal, you've certainly raised a fine child. What are you standing there for? Get in here. Chapter 20: The Amazing Grandfather and Grandson. At this moment, Chen Xing was already sobbing uncontrollably. She glanced gratefully at her daughter, then pulled her foot back from the threshold. Professor Li, your problem has been solved, the girl with pigtails said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Li Tai turned his gaze to the blackboard in the center of the side hall, and then he fell into a daze. This state lasted for a full minute. Then, a long, drawn-out sigh rang out. Alas, I thought that after all these years, you'd just be living off what I taught you. Teacher, I have failed your expectations. I am an unfilial disciple. Chen Xing lowered his head in shame. Of course he hadn't forgotten. Although 5 years have passed, he still keeps in mind everything his teacher taught him. This is to express our gratitude to our teachers for their guidance and instruction. However, the clearer Chen Xing remembered, the sadder the old man became. Over the years, he has taken on numerous students, but Chen Xing is the student he has publicly acknowledged the most on countless public occasions. At the same time, she is also his proudest student, without exception. Yet this very disciple, on whom he placed such high hopes, betrayed his ideals and gave up a promising future at the prime of his life. I have failed to live up to his expectations. The girl with pigtails and the 4 boys, upon hearing this, finally realized Chen Xing's identity. They were all shocked. The girl with pigtails said with stars twinkling in her eyes, So, you really are the professor's student? He isn't. The old man snorted, turned around, his expression darkening again, and said irritably, That brat, he's not worthy. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing lowered his head even further. He knew in his heart that ever since the day he gave up his studies abroad, abandoned his ideals, and chose to marry into the Su family, the old man had already expelled him from his master's school in his heart. That day, their master-disciple relationship was severed. Li Tai's cold gaze fell on Chen Xing. I haven't seen you for 5 years. I wondered what you would have become. I didn't expect you to have turned out like this. You really disappoint me. Don't embarrass me here. Come with me to the study. Yes. Chen Xing took Yaya's little hand, lowered his head, and silently followed Li Tai toward the study. The study. The group of young people with pigtails were left looking at each other in bewilderment. After an unknown amount of time, the girl with pigtails suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed with delight, I know who he is. Who is it? The 4 boys looked at her at the same time. Him? Even him? Oh my, you guys don't even know him? He's the math genius who entered Huazhong University of Science and Technology at the age of 12. In Li Taiel's study, the entire study was simply furnished, consisting of nothing but books. The old man sat upright, with Yaya standing beside him. While playing with Yaya, he said without looking up or opening his eyes, I heard that you divorced someone from the Su family. Chen Xing nodded. So, what are your plans for the future? I'm looking for a job, but I've been out of the workforce for 5 years, so it probably won't be that easy. You deserve it. Li Tai raised his head, his face expressionless, but his eyes were filled with deep disappointment. This is all your own fault. There was a time when Chen Xing was someone he placed great hopes on. In fact, the old man once believed that Chen Xing was the only one among his successors who could inherit his mantle. However, this most outstanding student, the one on whom he placed his high hopes, stubbornly abandoned everything at the prime of his life and chose love. I have failed to live up to his expectations. Now, he is a divorced man with a child who has been out of touch with society for 5 years and has accomplished nothing. He's completely lost face. Chen Xing kept his head down, not daring to look up. I am ashamed to face my old teacher. As a disciple of his mentor, he was the most useless of all his mentor's disciples. All his senior brothers and sisters were outstanding individuals. That one, who shone brightly and was respected in his field, became the worst student, despite being the teacher's most prized disciple. Teacher, don't call me teacher. I don't have a disciple like you. Chen Xing nodded. Yes, yes, I am not worthy to be your disciple. Actually, I came to see you today for two reasons. First, I wanted to visit you, and second, there is something I would like to ask you to do. Huh, you still have the nerve to beg me. Li Tai sneered. Grandpa, Grandpa. Just then, Yiya's childish voice rang out again. She raised her little face and looked pitifully at Li Tai. Li Tai's hardened heart was instantly melted by the sweetness. All right, for the sake of this little Yaya, just say what you have to say, or shut up. Chen Xing glanced at Yiya, only to see that Yiya actually winked at him. That little rascal. Chen Xing was both amused and exasperated, and couldn't help but sigh. Unexpectedly, Chen Xing has fallen so low that he has to rely on his daughter's fame. Here's the thing. I have a few patents that I'm planning to sell, and I'd like to ask you to help me find buyers. In fact, he doesn't lack buyers for his R&D patents, but he has been out of society for 5 years, with no fame or achievements. Even if there are buyers, he is not qualified to negotiate prices with them. If the teacher were willing to step in and help him, the outcome would be different. Out of respect for the teacher, the buyers didn't dare to be too greedy. TSK, you really dare to dream. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said, You haven't seen me for 5 years, and the first thing you do is ask me to help you sell your patents. You really have no shame. Chen Xing blushed. Grandpa, so you're here. Just then, a voice that sounded like a maniac suddenly rang out from outside the door. Then, a fragrant breeze wafted into the study. Wearing large sunglasses, a black trench coat, and sporting long, wavy blonde hair, the stunningly beautiful Li, the top lawyer in Shenzhou, stormed in with a bang. When Li Tai saw his granddaughter, his brows furrowed in worry. His expression was one of helplessness and speechlessness. Li Tai was a model teacher throughout his life, upright and dignified, but his granddaughter did not inherit any of his virtues and was like a jumping monkey. How will she ever get married like this? Thinking of this, Li Tai gave Chen Xing a meaningful look, and then he got even angrier. He said to his granddaughter in an annoyed tone, You silly girl, how many times have I told you? Our Li family is a scholarly family. I don't expect you to be well-educated and reasonable, but you should at least act like a lady from a respectable family, right? Look at you, all dressed in foreign clothes. I'd think you were a foreign woman. Oh dear, Grandpa, here you are again. Li Moyan rolled her eyes and said, Grandpa, what era are we living in? Can't you be a little more modern and stop being so old-fashioned? I know you want me to be Lin Daiyu, but if you send Lin Daiyu to fight a lawsuit, wouldn't she be bullied to death? Chapter 21 Grandpa Misses Grandma. Li Tail was speechless after being rebuked by his granddaughter. All right, stop with the and you. Come on, let me help you lie down. Your body is so frail, don't push yourself. As he spoke, Li Moyan was about to help Li Tai onto the Kong, a heated brick bed, to lie down. Li Tail was completely dumbfounded. Why am I lying down for no reason? And who's in poor health? I'm in great health. Just as Li Tai was about to scold his granddaughter for talking nonsense, Li Moyan forcibly pushed him down onto the Kong, a heated brick bed, before he could even speak. He even patted the pillow hard. Instantly, dust rose everywhere. The old man coughed repeatedly from the choking. His old face turned red from holding it in. Look at you, you're coughing. Why don't you lie down and rest? Damn it, cough, cough, cough. The old man wanted to say that he was choked by you, but before he could finish speaking, he inhaled a large wisp of ash. The choking made the old man roll his eyes back. I'll go get some water for the teacher. Chen Xing hurriedly went to find the old man's teacup. Just as he was about to hand the teacup to Li Tai, Li Moyan intercepted it. Thanks. I was just a little thirsty. As she spoke, Li Moyan put the water that Chen Xing had personally poured into her mouth. Li Tai almost choked and died. That water is his. Li Moyan winked at the old man, then took a piece of osmanthus cake from the pastry box on the table and stuffed it into the old man's mouth. Oh, Grandpa, what are you thinking about? Oh, you mean you're saying you'll give Chen Xing an advanced math problem to solve, and if he can solve it, you won't blame him? Okay, you should have said so earlier. I understand. I'll take him to solve the problem right away. Mrs. Li's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. With his mouth stuffed full of osmanthus cake, he couldn't speak and could only keep making muffled noises while staring blankly. That brat. She actually dared to forge an imperial edict. When did he ever say that? Also, this osmanthus cake is too dry. Give me some water. Are you trying to choke your grandpa to death? Yi stood to the side and watched. Her big, adorable eyes were full of question marks. Is this pretty Annie trying to choke grandpa to death? Li Tai finally swallowed the osmanthus cake, then angrily slapped his granddaughter's forehead and sat up straight. You brat, if you wanted your grandpa to die, you should have said so earlier. And also, who said solving problems is all it takes? Wah. At this point, Li Moyan covered his mouth again. Li Moyan blocked Chen Xing's view, looked at Grandpa Qin, and her face was full of pleading. As a national-level mathematical master, Li Tai's intelligence is naturally beyond question. In an instant, everything became clear. The granddaughter did this on purpose. She wanted to create an opportunity for Chen Xing. Li Tai calmed down and looked at Chen Xing, his former most prized student. Suddenly, he felt a mix of emotions. After a long while, he sighed and waved his hand. Go ahead, I just want some peace and quiet. Grandpa, is Grandma's name Jingjing? Tell me where Grandma is, and I'll go call Grandma Jingjing for you, Yaya said in her childish voice. Li Tai, uffed. Li Moyan couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Hee, your name is Xiao Yaya, right? Xiao Yaya is wrong. Grandma's name isn't Jingjing. But when you see Grandma later, you can tell her that Grandpa likes Grandma Jingjing. Li Tai looked at the two figures, one big and one small, then rolled his eyes and truly fainted. Chapter 22. You don't deserve to do these questions. Standing behind, watching this scene, Chen Xing smiled. He hadn't felt this good in a long time. Teacher, I went out to do my homework. Li Tai waved his hand. Chen Xing turned and walked out of the study, going directly to the side hall. The girl with pigtails and 4 other young people saw him, and their eyes immediately lit up. The girl with pigtails couldn't help but ask, Senior, are you the legendary young genius from Huazhong University of Science and Technology 5 years ago? The legend of Huazhong University of Science and Technology? A young genius. Chen Xing was stunned for a moment. I haven't heard those 2 words in ages. 5 years ago, he would have readily agreed and accepted the admiring gazes of his juniors and even seniors without any psychological burden. Full of vigor and high spirits. Unique. But he doesn't do that now. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not some legend, nor am I some child prodigy. I'm just an ordinary USDC graduate. By the way, Professor Li just asked me to do a test he set. Could you please find it for me? Oh, the light in the twin-tailed girl's eyes went out, and she looked dejected. I originally thought that the man in front of me was the legendary figure from back then. The most dazzling genius in that mathematics department. Unexpectedly, you've mistaken me for someone else. That's true. Rumor has it that some genius married into a wealthy family. His wife is a multi-billionaire businesswoman. So why would he be at Professor Li's house doing homework? Is he crazy? Or am I crazy? Or has the whole world gone mad? The girl with pigtails took out a set of exercises from a pile and handed it to Chen Xing. This is a question that Professor Li said himself. Why don't you try to do it? Thanks. Chen Xing took the exercise book, found a seat, and was about to sit down. Etc. At this moment, a boy walked over, glanced at the exercises in Chen Xing's hand, frowned and asked, Excuse me, what is your educational background? Undergraduate and postgraduate students. Then you can't do this test. The boy shook his head. This test was set by Professor Li himself, and it requires at least a second-year master's level to do. Another boy next to him shook his head with a smile. A graduate student doing advanced mathematics in their second year of master's studies probably wouldn't even be able to understand it. We don't mean to discriminate against you. All of us here are in our 3rd year of master's degree and will soon be pursuing doctoral degrees. Even we find these questions very difficult. You probably won't be able to solve a single one of these questions, so don't waste your time. The boy said this and tried to take the test paper back. The girl with pigtails said, It can't be that bad, can it? He just solved the problem that Professor Li left on the blackboard. Maybe it was just a lucky guess. That's what the boy said. Chen Xing did not return the test paper to the boy, but smiled slightly and said, It's okay. I'll try to do it. I did a math test paper for my 2nd year of master's degree when I was in school. The boy curled his lip. Fine. If you insist on humiliating yourself, then so be it. After saying that, he walked to the side. They simply didn't believe Chen Xing could solve the questions on the exam paper. Chen Xing cleared his mind of all distractions and focused entirely on the math test paper. Actually, he didn't have much confidence either. After all, I haven't touched advanced mathematics much in 5 years, so I don't know if I'm still correct on some of the key problem-solving points. Mathematics is actually a very fascinating subject. Those who understand will understand. Those who don't, even with their best efforts and countless masters' teachings, will still be like ducks listening to thunder. Chen Xing, on the other hand, belongs to the first type of person. Once your mind is completely immersed in the sea of questions, the test paper in front of you is no longer a simple math test paper. It begins to become three-dimensional and vivid. Every character, every symbol, seems to come alive. In just over 10 minutes, he had already solved more than a dozen challenging problems. The girl with twin ponytails has been following this thread. Although Chen Xing denied it, her sixth sense told her that the man in front of her was the legendary figure from USDC, a mathematical genius. When I saw Chen Xing slumped over the table, writing with incredible speed and skill, she walked in instinctively. His gaze fell on Chen Xing's exam paper. Upon seeing this, she was suddenly stunned. They solved so many puzzles. The girl with twin ponytails' soft gasp immediately attracted the attention of the others, who instinctively gathered around. Then, they stared at the exam paper, dumbfounded. It's really solved. No way. He solved so many problems in just over 10 minutes? And these are all challenging problems for second-year master's students. Even we would struggle to solve them. How did he do it? The boy who had previously said Chen Xing couldn't solve the problem frowned and said, could it be that he just wrote it randomly? It's not that writing a lot of words on a test paper counts as solving a problem. The boy is a PhD candidate. Even for him, the questions Professor Li set were extremely difficult to solve, let alone solving so many questions in just over 10 minutes. If Chen Xing, a graduate student, could really solve all the questions on the exam, wouldn't all the doctoral students be useless? This is the greatest insult to them. All right, stop writing. This scribbling is a complete waste of ink. Ink. He snatched the carbon pen from Chen Xing's hand. Take the test paper away from the table. What are you doing? The girl with pigtails frowned. She felt that the boy's behavior was very impolite. Even if Chen Xing was just scribbling randomly, you can't just take his paper without his permission. These questions represent Professor Li's painstaking efforts. I cannot allow someone who knows nothing to squander his knowledge. This is the right thing to do. The boy had a mocking look on his face, ready to make a lot of sarcastic remarks. However, when his gaze swept over Chen Xing's test paper, all the sarcastic words he was about to say came to an abrupt halt. It was all stuck in my throat. He really solved it. It's more than just a solution. Moreover, Chen Xing's answer was clearly simpler. The formula used is more precise. Another male student snatched the test paper from the boy's hand, looked at it carefully, and then gasped. Oh my God, how could I not have thought of that? Why didn't you think of using derivatives and differentials to solve this problem? Let me see. The girl with pigtails snatched the test paper and carefully looked at Chen Xing's solution steps. The more she looked, the more shocked she became, her big eyes widening in disbelief. They were speechless for a moment. Finally, she put the test paper back on the table, and when she looked at Chen Xing again, her eyes had completely changed. Shock was mixed with deep admiration. Senior, you know what? This test paper took us several people 2 days to finish, but you only took a dozen minutes, and the answers were even simpler. How did you do it? Chen Xing smiled. Chapter 23 Dare to participate in a math competition. He was Professor Li's prized student. He entered the gifted youth class at the age of 12 and began following Li Tai at the age of 14. Li Tai even said that if he had given his prized student enough time, he might become one of the country's next greatest mathematicians. Senior, could you tell us about some of the key points here? I think some of your problem-solving methods are more concise than what we learned. The girl with twin ponytails said with an expression of admiration. Chen Xing certainly wouldn't refuse. Let's answer them one by one. Hearing this, the twin-tailed girls and the others felt as if they had been enlightened. Some of the knowledge points that Chen Xing explained were things that even Professor Li had not taught them. The boy who had snatched Chen Xing's test paper earlier looked increasingly grim as he watched his classmates gather around Chen Xing. A nameless flame of jealousy suddenly ignited within me. The boy's name was Fang Zheng, and he was the most talented doctoral student in Professor Li's class. Among his classmates, he stood out from the crowd. He usually considers himself the core of this small team. He even stated in public on more than one occasion that he was Professor Li's last disciple, although Li Tail has never admitted it. At this moment, he watched as the halo that originally belonged to him was taken away by Chen Xing, and the key point is that Chen Xing is just an ordinary graduate student, while he is a doctoral student. This disparity was hard for him to accept. Yeah, it's just solving a few problems. What's the big deal? Fang Zheng pushed aside the guys with pigtails and looked directly at Chen Xing, saying, "Since you're so good at math, why don't you sign up for this year's CMO math competition?" Fang Zheng, what nonsense are you spouting? This senior isn't a recent college graduate. How could he possibly participate in the CMO? The girl with pigtails said irritably, "What's the big deal? CMO doesn't have any strict requirements. You don't have to be a recent college graduate. Unemployed people can participate too. Senior, you're not afraid, are you?" Faced with Fang Zheng's provocation, Chen Xing frowned slightly. 5 years ago, with his youthful idealism, he would have accepted Fang Zheng's challenge without hesitation. But now, having experienced so much, he has long since lost his edge. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Chen Xing shook his head slightly, preparing to refuse to go back. But then, "I'll participate then." A voice rang out. Then, Li Moyan, with her long, wavy blonde hair and a mature, sophisticated air, walked over and smiled, saying, "Say yes. Have you participated in enough math competitions? What's there to be afraid of?" Chen Xing turned to look at Li Moyan, who had a haughty expression. "Why did you come out? Weren't you inside taking care of your grandfather?" Li Moyan pouted and said, "I wanted to take care of him, but the old man wouldn't let me." Grandpa said, "Well." Before Yiya could expose him, Li Moyan swiftly peeled off the coating of a lollipop and stuffed the whole lollipop into Yiya's mouth. And he kept winking at Xiaoya. Yiya understood immediately, her big eyes curving into crescent moons as she revealed a fun-hand smile. "All right, it's settled then." Li Moyan looked at Fang Zheng. "Your name is Fang Zheng, right? You're my grandfather's doctoral student." "Yes, that's right." Looking at Li Moyan, Fang Zheng's cheeks felt a little hot. A hint of infatuation flashed in her eyes. Although Fang Zheng is already 26 years old this year, he has been studying at the academy and is not very worldly. He is still a big boy at heart, and Li Moyan, a top-tier mature woman, is exactly the type he is most infatuated with. Facing Li Moyan, he could feel his blood boiling. It is accelerating its flow. Chapter 24, Mom's bad, Pretty Annie's good. Fang Zheng, I know you're not convinced. How about this? You two have a competition. When the competition comes, we'll see who ranks higher. The loser has to grant the other a request. How about that? Okay, no problem. Fang Zheng readily agreed, then looked at Chen Xing and said, "If my ranking is higher than yours, then in the future, you will not be qualified to come to Professor Li's house to study and discuss mathematical knowledge with us. Someone like you, who isn't a student, is just wasting Professor Li's learning resources by coming to his house." Chen Xing hesitated for 3 seconds, then nodded. "Okay, I promise you." Fang Zheng snorted coldly. The disdain in his eyes was undisguised. He was genuinely surprised that Chen Xing could solve these problems. But, after all, the other party was not a student and had a much lower academic background than him. Even if he participated in the competition, he would definitely not be his match. He can crush his opponent simply by relying on his academic qualifications. Li Moyan reached out and patted Chen Xing on the shoulder. "Little Xing, keep it up. I believe in you. I look forward to seeing you return as a youth, having weathered countless storms." Upon hearing this, Chen Xing was both amused and exasperated. Li Moyan picked up Yiya and said to her, "Little Yiya, come on, let's go outside for a walk. Don't keep your father from doing his studies." "Pretty Auntie, I want to eat the grapes from the yard." "Yard? Okay. I'll tell you a secret. I've been wanting to eat these grapes for ages, but the old man won't let me. Today we'll harvest all the grapes he planted. Ha!" And so, Li Moyan held Yiya in her arms, and the two women, one big and one small, let out eerie laughter. Chen Xing was speechless upon seeing this. Meanwhile, in the study, Li Tai silently watched his beloved granddaughter. As he watched the crazy girl lead Yaya towards his grape trellis, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Oh dear, what a tragedy. How could I have given birth to such a granddaughter? A misfortune for our family." Chen Xing then focused on his studies, and no one bothered him anymore. By the time he finished the test paper, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After checking the time, he prepared to get up and say goodbye to his teacher. Result: Yiya actually fell asleep nestled in Li Moyan's arms. Li Moyan sat in the pavilion in the courtyard with Yiya in his arms, occasionally pinching Yiya's cheeks with his little hands. His face was full of teasing smiles. "Ahem, leave her to me." Chen Xing walked over, coughed lightly, and said, "Don't want." Li Moyan hugged Yiya even tighter, pouting, and said unhappily, I haven't had enough fun yet. No way. Seriously, you're really something else to have given birth to such a beautiful and clever little one. How about this? It's inconvenient for a grown man like you to take care of a child, so why don't you give Yaya to me? Chen Xing was speechless. Yaya is a person, not a cat or dog pet. You can't just give her away like that. Human traffickers? All right, I'll take Yaya to the old man's study. You go to the backyard and check on my grandma. With that, Li Moyan picked up Yaya and headed towards the study. Looking at Li Moyan's pretty back, Chen Xing was momentarily lost in thought. There is a small, separate room in the backyard of Willow Garden. The room didn't even look half the size of Li Tai's study. However, it was very clean inside, extremely clean. A desk, a grand chair, and a shrine containing a memorial tablet. Chen Xing pushed open the door and walked in. He came to the ancestral shrine, looked at one of the memorial tablets, and remained silent for a long time. Then, the image of a kind old man, his voice and smile, slowly appeared before his eyes. The old woman had a full head of white hair and a kind smile on her face, as if she were saying, Xiaoxing, how about your teacher's wife makes your favorite braised ribbon fish for you tonight? Master's wife, Xiao has woken up and come to see you. Finally, large tears slid down Chen Xing's cheeks, falling one by one onto the floor. In the study, Li Moyan gently placed Xiao Yaya on the Kong, a heated brick bed. Then I found a blanket and covered Yaya with it. Seeing Yaya sleeping so soundly, Li Tai swallowed the words he wanted to say to his unfilial granddaughter and pouted, saying, I knew daughters would grow up and leave home. When your grandfather was asleep, I never saw you covering your grandfather with a blanket. You're so attentive to this little guy. Are you planning to become his stepmother? Li Moyan squatted down next to Yaya, leaned close to Yaya's ear, and whispered a spell. Mommy is bad. Pretty Annie is good. Mommy is bad. Pretty Annie is good. Good. The veins on Li Tai's forehead bulged. I knew that brat was up to no good. That evening, Chen Xing stayed at Lu Yuan for dinner. He cooked himself, with Li Moyan assisting. The premise is that, aside from her steaming the rice undercooked, burning the fish, and putting whole tomatoes in the pan to stir-fry with the eggs, she still managed to help out. Throughout the meal, Li Tai had a dark expression on his face. He didn't say a word, just kept eating. Chen Xing, on the other hand, looked like a primary school student who had done something wrong. He sat at the dining table with his head down and didn't say a word. On the contrary, Li Moyan and Xiao Yaya, the two women, one big and one small, kept chattering away. The meal ended in a relatively harmonious, yet somewhat disharmonious atmosphere. On the eve of parting, Chen Xing looked up at Li Tai. Teacher. Don't call me teacher, Li Tai snorted. Li Moyan rolled her eyes and reached out to tug at the old man's beard. Hey, old man, that's enough. You're so old, and you still hold grudges. You're not even as good as my little girl. Li Tai glanced at his granddaughter, who was eager to get married, and his temples throbbed. If it weren't for wanting to show some dignity in front of the little girl, he would have already pulled out his cane and given the brat a good spanking. Oomph, if you have something to say, say it. If you have something to say, spit it out. I'm preparing to participate in the CMO. Li Tai. The old man's gaze faltered for a moment. Then he glanced at Chen Xing before exhaling a puff of white smoke from his nostrils. So what if you're going to participate? Why did you have to tell me this? These next few days, you should come to Lu Yuan and practice your problems diligently. You've been with me for several years, and if you can't even get into the preliminary rounds, you'll be the one who loses face for me. Thank you, teacher. Chen Xing felt a warmth in his heart. The teacher may be stubborn, but he's soft-hearted. By saying that, he's actually implicitly admitting that he's forgiven her. Then, teacher, I'll be going now. I'll come back tomorrow. Picking up Yaya, Chen Xing prepared to hail a taxi, but it's hard to get a taxi here. Let me give you and Yaya a ride. Li Moyan walked over and took Yaya from Chen Xing's arms, then tossed the car keys to Chen Xing. You can drive, is that all right? Chen Xing didn't say anything, nodded, and got into the driver's seat. Li Moyan turned to look at Li Tai and blinked. Old man, we won't be coming back to stay today. We'll go straight back to the apartment. You should go to sleep early too. Don't listen to Shajibang anymore. That old man is toothless. Li Tai. Chapter 25 Cousin Chen Yufei. We drove back to Shanghai Villa. Parked the car in the parking space. Thank you. Chen Xing took the sleeping Yaya from Li Moyan's hands. Li Moyan smoothed her long, wavy hair that fell beside her ears, looked at Chen Xing with her bright, watery eyes, and smiled faintly. What? Aren't you going to invite me up for a seat? Forget it, it's too late today. I need to put the kids to bed. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Chen Xing. He was still very grateful to Li Moyan. If it weren't for her joking around today, the teacher probably wouldn't have forgiven me so easily. TCH, what a boring man. Li Moyan rolled her eyes, sat back in the driver's seat, then leaned against the car window, propping her pretty face up with one hand, and said, "Don't you know, when a woman wants a man to invite her up for a ride, she's giving him an opportunity? Isn't it very impolite of you to reject a woman's advances like that?" Chen Xing was both amused and exasperated. 5 years ago, if Yi hadn't been by his side, he might have given in, but he is now Yi's father. He wanted to set a good example for his daughter. Daughter, all right, stop fooling around. I'll treat you to coffee another day when we have time. It's too late. Driving is dangerous. Go home and rest early. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the building entrance. Chen Xing. Li Moyan suddenly called out Chen Xing's name. What's up? Chen Xing turned around. Li Moyan's face showed a hint of resentment. She opened her mouth, but the words remained unspoken. In the end, it's okay, goodbye. After saying that, she waved her hand, started the car, and sped away. Chen Xing stared blankly at the car's taillights. He finally gave a wry smile, turned around, and carried Yi upstairs. Go home. He woke Yi up, gave her a bath, and then coaxed her to sleep. After Yi fell asleep, Chen Xing returned to his study and turned on his computer. I started researching stock trading software. Looking at the 3 stocks he had bought, which had indeed risen to 4 yuan, Chen Xing smiled faintly. Just as he expected, there should be another 3 days of price increases. If he's not mistaken, these 3 stocks could eventually rise to over $6. If you sell it for 50 million, you should be able to make a small profit. The next day, on Sundays, Yi doesn't have to go to school. Chen Xing took a taxi and brought Yi to a gym called Qianxue. Hello, are you a gym enthusiast? The young lady at the bar was taken aback when she saw Chen Xing bring the child over. This was the first time she had ever seen someone bring a child to lift weights. Chen Xing shook his head. Oh, I'm not here to work out. May I ask, is your boss here? Looking for our boss. Yes, that's right. Chen Xing nodded. He actually knew the owner of the gym. She was a distant cousin. It's just that we haven't been in touch for many years. Okay, I'll call and ask. May I ask your name? My name is Chen Xing. The bartender picked up the landline, made a call, and a moment later, Mr. Chen, right? Our boss will be down soon. Please find a place to rest. Thanks. Chen Xing carried Yi to the rest hall. Dad, why did we come here? Yi looked around at her surroundings with a sense of wonder. Chen Xing pinched Yi's little face and said, Daddy wants to enroll you in an extracurricular class. How about learning Taekwondo? Why? Yi looked completely bewildered. I picked up Yi and placed her on my lap. Yi blinked her big eyes and asked, Daddy, why does Yi want to learn Taekwondo? Chen Xing smiled and said, because Dad wants you to learn some skills to protect yourself, so that if anyone bullies our Yaya in the future, my Yaya will be able to protect herself, right? That's exactly what Chen Xing thought. Ever since he had his daughter, he had thought that when she grew up, he would definitely let her learn a martial art to protect herself. There are just too many cases of school bullying these days. Not long ago, he saw a news report about a girl who was bullied and eventually committed suicide by jumping off a building because she could not bear the humiliation. He didn't want his beautiful daughter to be bullied after she went to school, and he couldn't be by her side all the time. So if the daughter learns martial arts, if I get bullied in the future, I'll just punch them back. In short, I may not bully others, but I will not allow others to bully me. He had previously tried to communicate with Su Qianxue, but all he got in return was Su Qianxue's disdain and his mother-in-law's contempt. In their view, girls from the Su family should be well-educated and reasonable. Wielding weapons and sticks will only bring shame to the Su family. Chen Xing. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Then, a fragrant breeze carrying a voluptuous body rushed towards her. She bumped right into Chen Xing's arms. As a result, Yi was squeezed so much that she cried out in pain. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. There's another little one here. The woman quickly got off Chen Xing. Seeing the little girl, her face flushed and filled with anger from being squeezed, he was at a loss. Chen Xing was at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. Looking at the sexy woman in front of him, wearing leggings and a cropped tank top, her skin radiating a beautiful bronze glow, he smiled and said, Cousin, it's been a long time. This is my daughter, Yiya. Yiya, call her auntie. Yiya puffed out her cheeks and said angrily, Daddy, Auntie's chest is so big, it almost made me suffocate just now. Chen Xing. Ha! Chen Yufei laughed heartily, hands on her slender waist. She snatched the little girl from Chen Xing's arms, then pinched her rosy cheeks and said, "Are you Yaya or Huan Huan? Let your auntie guess. You're Yaya, aren't you?" Auntie is so smart. Yaya's big eyes lit up. Wow, that busty auntie recognized her right away. Absolutely. Your auntie knows everything from astronomy to geography. I can figure out who you are just by doing a quick calculation. Holding Yaya, Chen Yufei's gaze fell on Chen Xing, looking him up and down before clicking her tongue and saying, "Not bad, not bad. I thought you'd been drained dry by that woman surnamed Su for the past 5 years." Chen Xing didn't know what to say. "Cousin, Yaya is still here. Can we pack up a bit? Don't corrupt children. Yo, a super dad, right? Okay, let's put it down." Chen Yufei's expression turned serious, and she asked calmly, "You haven't come to see me for 5 years. Why do you suddenly have time to think of your cousin? Have you suddenly had a change of heart?" An apologetic look appeared on Chen Xing's face. "My cousin, Chen Yufei. Back when he was still living with his grandmother, his cousin's family took great care of him, especially my cousin. Before he was 12, his older cousin was his safe haven." Chapter 26, I'm so strong. From kindergarten to elementary school to junior high school, whenever someone bullied him, his older cousin would be the first to jump in and help him. At that time, in Chen Xing's eyes, his cousin was like his own sister. Even after he was taken to Shenzhou, he would still spend his holidays at his cousin's house during winter and summer vacations. However, since he got together with Su Qianxue 5 years ago, the two have lost contact. I learned about my cousin's gym in Shenzhou from a friend via WhatsApp. "Cousin, I'm divorced, and Yaya is living with me now." Divorce. Upon hearing the word divorce, Chen Yufei's eyes visibly lit up. "Yes, I'm divorced, and I'm free now." Ha! Chen Yufei's tomboyish laughter rang out again in the hall. Then, she hugged Yaya with her left arm and wrapped her right arm around Chen Xing's neck. "I knew it. You and that woman Su Qianxue wouldn't last long. It's better to get a divorce. By the way, do you have a place to live after the divorce? Why don't you move in with me? My bed is big and soft." Chen Xing was speechless again. The people in the gym were stunned by the outrageous words. They all looked like they'd gone mad. Chen Yufei didn't care at all and rolled her eyes at everyone, saying, "What are you looking at? My cousin and I have already had 5 blessings, so even if I want to sleep with him, it's not considered incest." "Cousin, stop choking." Chen Xingzhen really wanted to give Chen Yufei a full prostration. "Cousin, I came here today because I want to enroll Yaya in an extracurricular class. I know your gym has a taekwondo class, so I'd like to find a teacher to teach her." "No problem. Whoever, come here." Chen Yufei beckoned with her finger towards the distance. A muscular, burly man came running over, all excited. "Sister Yufei." Smack. Chen Yufei pushed Yaya into the arms of the muscular man and pointed at the bewildered little Yaya, saying, "From now on, you'll teach Yaya taekwondo. If you don't train her to become a world champion, I'll break your legs." Wow. The burly man's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he looked at Yaya in his arms. Her eyes sparkled. His mouth was wide open in an exaggerated way. "This child is so cute. So cute. Sir, is this little one your daughter?" Chen Xing nodded. For some reason, seeing a muscular man with a sweet expression suddenly made him feel a chill run down his spine. "Brother, can we tone it down a bit? That's terrifying." All right. You can rest assured that Yaya will teach me." "Yaya, would you like to learn from Uncle?" Yaya looked completely bewildered. She reached out and pinched the muscular man's pectoral muscles, saying, "Uncle, your chest is even bigger than any big-breasted's." Burly man. The burly man with big breasts carried Yaya onto the rope platform. Then, I thoughtfully helped her prepare a full set of protective gear. He patted Yaya's little head and said, "Yaya, come on, don't be shy. Hit Uncle on the head. Uncle will test how strong you are." "Uncle, I'm very strong. I'll hurt you," Yaya said. Ha! The burly man burst into laughter. A 5-year-old girl told him that she was very strong and could hurt him? Isn't that ridiculous? This is absolutely hilarious. The burly man, hands on his hips, pointed to his 8-pack abs and laughed. "It's okay. Go ahead and hit me. I can take it." Bang! Vomit! The burly man's expression changed the next second. Clutching his stomach, he stared at Yaya in shock, then slowly knelt down and vomited violently while lying on the boxing ring. I almost threw up my leftovers. Chapter 27, You've completely humiliated me. Big-chested uncle, are you all right? Yaya ran to the burly man's side with a baby sound, looking at him with concern. The burly man looked up at the little girl with an expression as if he were looking at a ghost. Little one, that punch you just threw, was it really you? You who threw it? Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it. This is a 5-year-old child, but that punch felt like he was hit by a cow. Superhuman strength? Monster. This? Cousin, what kind of little monster did you give birth to? Chen Yufei was also stunned, and the next second, her bright eyes sparkled with excitement. He rushed over with a loud cry, picked up Yaya, and lifted her high in the air. Chen Xing quickly went to get a mop and helped with the cleaning. Looking at the burly man kneeling on the boxing ring, his features scrunched up, she said apologetically, I'm sorry, my daughter is naturally strong. It's just her nature. That's right. Yaya is not only precocious, but also has been exceptionally strong since she was a child. When they were 2 or 3 years old, just after they learned to walk, they could carry objects that were about their own weight. It looked strange, like a little gourd brother. After discovering this, he even took Yaya to the hospital for a checkup. Result: the little girl is too healthy. He's as strong as a calf. Huan, who is also a twin sister, is much more ordinary. Apart from having a cute face, she is almost nothing of value. At that moment, on a treadmill not far away, a glamorous woman wearing a sexy tank top hid behind the treadmill, snapping photos with her phone and then sending them to a WeChat account with the username Overseas Gentleman. Meanwhile, at a certain clubhouse, Liang Zhixin, who had just come out of the restroom, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and looked at the photos in his hand. A smile immediately appeared on his face. You've really made something of yourself? Actually working as a cleaner at a gym? That's right. The photo the woman secretly took was of Chen Xing holding a mop and mopping the floor. Liang Zhixin shook his head. That's true. He's been working around the stove for 5 years, and besides washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning, he seems to know nothing else. What a useless piece of trash. Liang Zhixin walked into a private room. There were about a dozen people in the private room, both men and women. Everyone was radiant and beautiful. Hey, Zhixin, where were you just now? By the way, Zhixin, when are you going to marry Qianxue? Brother Zhixin, you and Qianxue can be considered a couple who have finally become a couple, right? Qianxue sat on the sofa in the center of the private room. She was wearing a black dress. She wore light makeup. Her face was expressionless, as cold as a frozen goddess. Liang Zhixin waved to everyone, then went straight to Qianxue and sat down, smiling at her. Qianxue, my friend just sent me some photos. I'm sure you'll be interested. What? Qianxue asked, what photos? Liang Zhixin pulled out the photos from WeChat and handed them to Qianxue. It seems like Xingji has found a new job. He's working as a cleaner at a gym. Bang! Upon seeing the photo, Qianxue slammed her delicate little hands on the coffee table, her face turning white. Is this good-for-nothing deliberately trying to embarrass me? He clearly has tens of millions, yet he chooses to work as a cleaner. Does he want everyone in Shenzhou to know that my ex-husband, Qianxue's ex-husband, is just a good-for-nothing who can only clean houses? At this point, people around them curiously gathered around. Liang Zhixin deliberately showed everyone the photos on his phone. Seeing everyone laughing and joking, he felt incredibly happy. Qianxue merely frowned at Liang Zhixin's actions, but did not stop him. Liang Zhixin put away his phone. Qianxue, don't blame him. It's really not easy for Xingji to raise a child alone. I understand that he wants to find a job to earn money, but this job is too lowly. How about this? I know a friend who can introduce me to a job. Chen Xing cleaned up the vomit that the burly man had made. I wiped the boxing ring clean again. Hey, you've gotten so used to being a good husband that you can't change, huh? Chen Yufei carried Yaya over and looked at Chen Xing, who was covered in sweat from his work, with a hint of heartache in her eyes. Having grown up together since childhood, only she knows how outstanding Chen Xing was as a teenager. He could have lived a life of great talent and ability. But just then, by the way, what do you think about the idea of having me live with you? My bed is so soft. Chen Yufei's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Cousin, Chen Xing helplessly covered his forehead. I spent the morning at the gym, had lunch with Chen Yufei, and then left with Yaya after Chen woke up. On the bus. He unexpectedly received a call from Liang Zhixin. Brother Xing, it's me, Liang Zhixin. Chen Xing's expression turned slightly cold. Is there something you need? I heard that you're looking for a job, Brother Xing. I happen to have a friend who owns a bar. They need a few young men to buy drinks. The base salary is 6,000, plus commission. With your looks, Brother Xing, I think earning 10,000 yuan a month shouldn't be a problem, huh? Liang Zhixin's laughter came through the phone. Although Chen Xing had been out of society for 5 years, he still knew what the young master Liang Zhixin was talking about did. This guy is deliberately trying to disgust him. Oh, by the way, Qianxue is right next to me. She wants to talk to you. Chen Xing. Qianxue's cold, emotionless voice came through the phone. Chen Xing, I knew you were a good-for-nothing, but I never imagined you were this bad. I don't understand. I clearly gave you 50 million, so why would you stoop so low as to do such a lowly job? You've completely disgraced me. Chen Xing felt a chill run through his heart. Take a deep breath. Qianxue, I want to reiterate one point. That 50 million was originally my own money and has nothing to do with you. When I left, I didn't take a single penny from you. It is my freedom to choose what job I do. Work is not divided into high and low, noble and base. You have no right to make such sarcastic remarks about me. Liang Zhixin's voice rang out again. Yes, yes, yes. There's no such thing as a job being high or low. Lowly people do lowly jobs, while we noble people can only silently enjoy your services and provide you with more job opportunities, huh? Hearing Liang Zhixin's smug voice, Chen Xing remained calm and smiled sarcastically. Liang Zhixin, you're so proud of yourself, aren't you? Let me give you a piece of advice. Betrayal will only happen once or countless times. Qianxue can betray me, and one day, she can betray you too. Chen Xing, what did you say? Qianxue's angry scream came through the phone. Snap. Chen Xing hung up the phone immediately. To be honest, hearing Qianxue's hysterical scream at the end was actually quite satisfying. Chapter 28 Huan has another allergic reaction. Chen Xing, you're a bastard, a complete bastard. In the private room of the club, Qianxue disregarded her image and threw a tantrum. Liang Zhixin stepped forward to comfort him. Qianxue, don't be angry. Chen Xing debases himself. Without you, he's destined to be nothing. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be with you. Don't worry. I will take good care of you and Huan from now on. As he spoke, Liang Zhixin reached out and put his arm around Qianxue's shoulder. Qianxue frowned slightly, and then, he dodged Liang Zhixin's hand. Brother Zhixin, I'm not in a good mood. You guys have fun, I'm going home first. Liang Zhixin was stunned for a moment, and then his face visibly darkened. He felt very unhappy, because he sensed that Qianxue was angry because of Chen Xing. Qianxue's anger shows that she still has feelings for him. Otherwise, she would have treated him like he was invisible. Even though they're divorced, it's still affecting his relationship with Qianxue. That man deserves to die? Qianxue, wait a minute, I'll go with you. I promised Xiao Huan that I would take him out to play. Liang Zhixin picked up his coat, said goodbye to his friends, and then accompanied Qianxue out of the club. Chen Xing took Ye to Willow Garden. I spent the entire afternoon doing practice problems at Liyuan. Prepare for the upcoming competition. Chen Xing agreed to participate in the math competition not just to prove himself, but also to see where he was at in terms of math skills. He wants to return to his profession. 5 years ago, he gave up his dream and chose to marry into the Su family. 5 years later, he wants to live for himself and pick up his dream again. Night. The Su family. Qianxue had just coaxed Huan to sleep and returned to her bedroom, preparing to run the water, take a bath, and then go to bed, when, Miss, something terrible has happened. The young lady is having an allergic reaction again. Suma's anxious voice could be heard from outside the door. Qianxue was taken aback, got up and opened the door. What's going on? Why are you having an allergic reaction again? The last time I had an allergic reaction was because I ate a chocolate cake that Liang Zhixin bought. What caused this allergic reaction? I don't know either. Mr. Liang took Miss out to play all afternoon. Miss didn't eat dinner when she came back, saying she had eaten out. Could it be that she ate something unclean again? Said Aunt Sue. How could he? Never mind, let's go check it out. She knew that Liang Zhixin had taken Huan out, and she had even instructed her not to let Huan eat chocolate products. It seems that Liang Zhixin did not completely follow her instructions, but now is not the time to blame Brother Xian. After all, Brother Xian meant well. When Qianxue arrived at her daughter's room, she saw that Huan's skin was covered in red and swollen patches. His lips were also somewhat bluish. This situation appears to be even more serious than the last one. Did you give him her allergy medication? I've already given it to her, but it's not working, said Suma. Let's go to the hospital. Knowing that Huan Huan's condition couldn't be delayed, Su Qianxue immediately took Su Ma and Huan Huan and drove straight to the hospital overnight. They remained silent the whole way. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctor was also very troubled by Huan Huan's condition. This child has severe allergic edema, and his throat is already inflamed. By the way, as a parent, didn't I tell you last time to make sure the child doesn't come into contact with any allergenic foods? Su Qianxue blushed slightly as the doctor scolded her. She secretly blamed Liang Zhixin in her heart. Now we can only use antibiotics. By the way, does the child have a history of drug allergies? The doctor asked again. Su Qianxue looked at Su Ma. Aunt Su shook her head. I don't know either. Previously, Chen Xing had been taking care of the young lady. Even when he was sick, Chen Xing was the one who was responsible for communicating with the doctor. No one in the family knew whether Xiao Huan had a history of drug allergies. Mr. Chen knows about that, Su Ma said softly. Su Qianxue waved her hand impatiently. Then what are we waiting for? Why don't we call him? Su Ma said awkwardly. Mr. Chen has already blocked my number. That bastard. Su Qianxue cursed inwardly in anger. Her phone number was blocked, and unexpectedly, even Su Ma's phone number was blocked. Chen Xing, do you really have to be so ruthless? Excuse me, could I borrow your landline for a moment? Su Qianxue asked the nurse on duty. Yes, that's fine. The nurse on duty nodded. Su Qianxue immediately picked up the phone, but then suddenly realized that she didn't remember Chen Xing's phone number at all. Too lazy to look it up in the phone book, she turned to Su Ma and asked, What's Chen Xing's phone number? Mr. Chen's phone number is 139XXXXXXXX. Su Ma recited a string of numbers. Su Qianxue dialed the number, and the result was, Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. That bastard. He turned off his phone. Su Qianxue was completely out of options. At this moment, the doctor beside her urged, Ms. Su, you are the child's mother. How can you not even know such a small thing? Let me tell you, the child's condition is very dangerous right now. He has developed laryngeal edema. If we draw blood for testing now, it will not only waste time, but it may also delay the rescue time and cause a series of problems. You'd better ask someone who knows. The doctors were speechless. A mother not only caused her child to have allergic reactions repeatedly, but she also didn't even know if her child had any allergens. Following his mother's example, it was indeed quite qualified. I understand, I'll ask right away. Su Qianxue took out her phone and dialed the property manager's number. On Chen Xing's side, he had just put Yaya to sleep and went to the study, intending to check the stock market, when, thump thump thump, there was a knock on the door. Who could it be so late at night? He got up and went to open the door. Mr. Chen, you haven't been sleeping well at all. The property manager, covered in sweat, stood outside the door. What's up? Chen Xing frowned immediately upon seeing the property manager. Mr. Chen, it's Ms. Su on the phone. She has something urgent to discuss with you. The property manager handed over the phone. Chen Xing glanced at it, but did not take it. I have to say, you guys are really something. I'm your homeowner, not your employee. The essence of your property management is to ensure that homeowners have a comfortable living environment, not to knock on my door in the middle of the night and ask me to answer a call from your boss. Are you guys kidding me? If that's the case, I think I should consider moving. No, Mr. Chen, this is really a misunderstanding. It's truly an urgent matter. Before the property manager could explain, Su Qianxue's angry shout came from the other end of the phone. Chen Xing, answer the phone. Huan had an allergic reaction and is in the hospital now. Huan has an allergic reaction. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing hesitated for 3 seconds before finally answering the phone. No matter what, Huan is still his daughter. She was one of his 2 little cotton-padded jackets. Although this one is a little drafty. Chapter 29 is fine, but it costs extra. What exactly happened? Su Qianxue, you're the child's mother, not a Breaking Bad actress. It's only been a few days, and Huan has had 2 allergic reactions. What are you doing? Chen Xing, are you blaming me? I'm raising Huan now. You don't need to worry about how I take care of the child. All you need to do now is tell me if Huan has any history of drug allergies. On the other end of the phone, Su Qianxue's tone was full of domineering. Even if she is indeed in the wrong. Chen Xing was used to this woman's arrogant and unyielding temper and smiled coldly. Fine, if that's your attitude. I have compiled all of Huan's medical records from the past 5 years since she was born into a text file and sent it to Aunt Su. You can let Aunt Su tell you about it. I'm sorry, I can't keep you company any longer. After saying that, He slammed down the phone. He tossed his phone to the property manager. The property manager was sweating profusely. Mr. Chen, this puts me in a very difficult position. If President Su feels that he can't even handle such a small matter, and then takes her anger out on him, he doesn't need to work as the property manager anymore. He can pack his bags and leave in advance. None of my business. Chen Xing said calmly. Remember, I'm the homeowner, and you're the one serving the homeowners. Don't knock on my door for no reason in the future, or I'll file a complaint against you. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. I went back to my study to continue researching stocks. At the same time, inside the city's children's hospital, Su's mother was so nervous that she was sweating profusely. Especially seeing Su Qianxue's increasingly dark face, Su Ma's heart was about to jump out of her throat. Chen Xing did send her the information, but she hasn't had a chance to look at it yet. Su Qianxue slowly turned her head to look at Su Ma. He said he sent it to you? Aunt Su nervously gripped her thigh and said apologetically, Miss, I'm sorry. Mr. Chen did give me the information, but I only looked at a small part of it before my phone broke. I haven't had time to get a new phone yet. Miss, why don't you let Mr. Chen tell the doctor directly what medication the young lady is allergic to? The most important thing is to let the doctor give the young lady her medication first. Su Qianxue knew this wasn't the time to dwell on blaming Su Ma, so with a dark face, she dialed the property manager's number again. Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, the property manager knocked on Chen Xing's door again. Seeing Chen Xing's dark face behind the door, the property manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Chen Xing, I'm sorry, it's still President Su on the phone. I remember I just said that if you disturb my rest again, I will file a complaint. Bang. The property manager immediately knelt down, tears and snot streaming down my face. Mr. Chen, please have pity on us working people. We working people are not human when we are working. I have no choice but to obey orders. I have a family, a wife and children, car payments, and a mortgage. I can't lose this job. Please have pity on me. Okay, I'll take the child, all right? Chen Xing helplessly covered his forehead. Is it really necessary? It's just a phone call, isn't it? Is it really necessary to make it like a Qianxue drama? Hello, Chen Xing, stop talking nonsense. Just tell the doctor what medications Huan is allergic to. On the phone, Su Qianxue was clearly suppressing her anger, her voice low and menacing as if a storm was about to break. Sure, but it'll cost extra. Chapter 30. Nothing is a coincidence. What did you say? Su Qianxue finally couldn't hold back anymore. Chen Xing said calmly. Since you say that Huan will be taken care of by you and that I don't need to interfere, then let me tell the doctor that there is no problem, but he needs to pay. Consulting fee. Su Qianxue was furious, the veins on her forehead bulging. Chen Xing, are you even human? Huan is your daughter. She's having an allergic reaction and urgently needs medical attention, and you're asking me for money. Don't you even have the basic awareness of being a father? You're the one who told me not to get involved in Huan's affairs, and now you're telling me to be more sensible? Can't you be a little less conflicted? Is it wrong for an outsider like me to ask you for consultation fees? You're something else. How much? How much? Su Qianxue didn't want to waste any more words. She felt her breathing becoming disjointed. If this continues, she might develop heart problems from the stress. 500,000 is just a drop in the ocean for you. Good. Su Qianxue squeezed out a good through gritted teeth and then used mobile banking to transfer 500,000 yuan to Chen Xing's account. I've transferred 500,000 to you. Now we can talk. Give the phone to the doctor. Su Qianxue gritted her teeth and handed the phone to the doctor. Chen Xing spoke with the doctor over the phone. Okay, I understand. You parents are really something. The doctor handed the phone back to Su Qianxue and then went to arrange the medication. Chen Xing, here's 500,000 yuan. I hope you know how to spend it. Snap. The call ended. Chen Xing shrugged and handed the phone back to the property manager. Then the door slammed shut. The property manager looked like he had something to say, but couldn't, shook his head, and left. At the hospital, Huan's condition improved significantly after taking the medication, but this allergic reaction was quite severe, requiring hospitalization for observation. But Huan wouldn't have it. As soon as she feels a little better, she starts clamoring to go home. Su Qianxue was completely baffled. Just then, Liang Zhixin called. Qianxue, are you asleep? Su Qianxue's face darkened. Brother Zhixin, I'm not trying to be mean, but next time you take Huan out, please don't let her eat random things, okay? This is the second time already. Forget it. You shouldn't bring Huan with you anymore. Snap. After saying that, Su Qianxue hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Liang Zhixin looked completely bewildered. Then, his face visibly darkened. A young woman next to him seized the opportunity to climb into his arms. Young Master Liang. What's wrong? You look so pale. Is it because of Miss Su? Liang Zhixin pushed the woman away and got out of bed in frustration. I poured myself a glass of red wine and stood in front of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window. Su Qianxue, I meant well, and you're blaming me instead. The freak you had with Chen Xing, who's allergic to everything, has nothing to do with me. And that bastard Chen Xing, why couldn't he take both kids with him when they got divorced? You bastard, you did it on purpose, leaving behind a burden that disgusts me. Fortunately, Su Qianxue wasn't present at the moment. Otherwise, she might have been quite upset to hear those words. The preliminary round of the CMO mathematics competition has finally begun. This math competition adopted an online answering format, with participants answering questions online. The competition was monitored remotely via video. Once started, participants may not leave the computer video for more than 30 minutes. Otherwise, they'll be eliminated immediately. Chen Xing took Yi to kindergarten and then returned to Shanghai Villa. He stayed in the study, waiting for the match to begin. At 10:15, the competition officially began. I entered my admission ticket number and started answering questions online. But after answering 2 questions online, the power suddenly went out. The network connection is interrupted. Chen Xing immediately contacted the property manager. Asked what exactly happened. Shanghai Courtyard is considered a high-end community in Shenzhou. The community has its own power supply system, so even if there is a large-scale power outage in the city, the community can still guarantee 24-hour power supply. It's very strange that the power and internet suddenly went out. I'm sorry, Mr. Chan. The power company staff just came over and said that the electrical circuits in the community need to be inspected today. The property manager explained over the phone. When will the power be restored? I'm not sure about that. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xing glanced at the time. 5 minutes have passed. The competition rules stipulate that contestants must not leave the video for more than half an hour. Otherwise, they will be considered to have automatically withdrawn from the competition. It seems we have no choice but to go outside. Chen Xing picked up his laptop, went downstairs, and headed straight for a nearby coffee shop. Result: the coffee shop's internet was down too. Even the 2 nearby streets lost network signal. Just then, the phone rang. It was Chen Yufei's call. Hey, Sister Fei, perfect timing. I need to talk to you. I'm participating in an important math competition, and I'm out of internet at home. Can I use your Wi-Fi here? Chen Yufei's helpless voice came through the phone. I'm sorry, Xiaoxing. It's probably not going to work today. My shop has been temporarily shut down because the imitation was not up to standard. What? It's been sealed off. Why is this happening? I don't know the specifics, but I think someone did it on purpose. It's best if this old lady doesn't find out who did it, or I'll skin him alive. On the phone, Chen Yufei began to curse fiercely. All right then, you go ahead with your work. I'll go take a look elsewhere. Chen Xing's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling welled up inside me. The sudden internet and power outages, and my cousin's shop being inexplicably shut down. It's all too much of a coincidence. Could it be that? The image of Su Qianxue appeared in Chen Xing's mind. Just then, he turned around by chance and saw a white Jinbei sedan slowly driving up. The Jinbei van also has a signal antenna installed on it. That's a signal jammer? Instantly, Chen Xing's expression changed. To confirm his guess, he walked quickly forward, and sure enough, the white Jinbei van followed closely behind. It was like a ghost clinging to his back. Chen Xing walked 2 blocks in one breath, finally arriving at a convenience store to buy a bottle of water. But then, the shop owner suddenly called out to him. Sir, are you Chen Xing? This is me. Chen Xing slowly answered the phone. Your wife called. Could you please answer it? The shop owner handed over a cell phone. Chen Xing felt completely unwell. He took the phone. Before he could speak, Su Qianxue's cool and aloof voice rang out from the phone. Chen Xing, now you know how terrifying my power is, right? I just want you to know that in this city, no one can compete with me, Su Qianxue. The divorce is over. The anger has been vented. That's enough. I'll give you one last chance. Bring you back, and I can pretend nothing happened. Chapter 31 Complete Crackdown. The Su family. Wearing a custom-made long dress, Su Qianxue held a wine glass and stood on the second-floor balcony, looking down at the ground below. She exudes an air of nobility, like that of an empress. Her delicate, cold face was filled with an aura of domineering arrogance. Chen Xing, you know my temper. I can tolerate you once or twice, but I absolutely cannot tolerate you 3 or 4 times. So, you should stop now. If you behave, a car has been arranged for you outside. Get in and come back obediently. I can pretend that nothing ever happened. In Su Qianxue's opinion, she had already been lenient enough with Chen Xing. Give him chances again and again. If Chen Xing is truly sensible, we should know when to stop. Come back obediently and apologize to her. From now on, I'll obediently revolve around her. He continued to be the man behind her, providing meticulous care. At this moment, Chen Xing frowned deeply as he listened to Su Qianxue's words. Su Qianxue, we are already divorced. Where are you now? Su Qianxue sneered and replied domineeringly. That's just a piece of paper. As long as you come back, we can remarry anytime. Do you think divorce is a game? Chen Xing said. That's right. It's just child's play, just letting you vent your anger. On the other end of the phone, Su Qianxue chuckled. Just think of it as playing a game with you. What else did you think it was? I know you're jealous of me and Jixin, so I'm giving you a way to vent. Now that you've had your fill of jealousy and vented your anger, it's time to stop. Chen Xing, you've been with me for 5 years. I know you too well. Do you think you can leave me? Oh, by the way, you invested all 50 million I gave you in the stock market, right? Actually, with just one word from me, those stocks would immediately become worthless. Chen Xing, don't force me to do this. She knows that too. Su Qianxue, send someone to monitor me. Only a handful of people know about stock trading, and Su Qianxue seems to know so much about it. She must have arranged for someone at the securities company to do so. This woman is really... Chen Xing felt a mix of emotions. It seems he underestimated Su Qianxue's abilities. So what? Su Qianxue sneered. Your money was given to you by me, so of course I have the right to supervise how you spend it. Chen Xing, let me tell you the truth. My patience with you has run out. If you don't listen to me and obediently return to the Su family, from now on, I can make you lose everything. If you want to live a life of leisure and wealth, you'll need my, Su Qianxue's, consent. You don't actually think that I can't control you without me, Su Qianxue, do you? Even over the phone, Chen Xing could feel the other person's strong confidence, and the feeling of having him manipulated at will. Chen Xing let out a long breath. A few years ago, faced with this situation, he might have compromised, but this time he won't. Su Qianxue, I must say, you are far too arrogant. But let me tell you, there's no way you'd let me go back and continue being your lapdog, letting you cheat on me with other women. I, Chen Xing, am not so easily bullied. If you dare to touch my property, then we'll take it to court. I believe there is still justice in this world. Snap. After saying that, he hung up the phone decisively before Su Qianxue could speak again. On the other end of the phone, Su Qianxue found herself hung up on again, and a visible dark aura appeared on her face. His anger was boiling. Bang! He slammed his phone down on the desk. Chen Xing, you asked for this. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. As she spoke, she took out another phone and dialed a number. From now on, completely blacklist Chen Xing. I want that guy to lose everything. The Su family in Shenzhou is practically all-powerful, if not completely invincible. Su Qianxue has plenty of ways to deal with someone. At the very least, there is absolutely no way Chen Xing can escape his control. Chu Jiang returned the phone to the convenience store owner. The latter had a complicated expression. Mr. Chun, you can't win against Miss Su, so why don't you go back? Chen Xing looked at the convenience store owner. Were you one of Su Qianxue's people? Just how many spies has she planted around me? The boss gave a wry smile. I don't know, and I'm not qualified to know, but, Mr. Chun, all I can say is that you have no privacy whatsoever in front of Miss Su. Chen Xing nodded. He had lived with Su Qianxue for 5 years and knew that the Su family was very powerful, but he still underestimated Su Qianxue's abilities. So what? I believe that this world will not lack dragon-slaying heroes, and no one can rule the world with one hand forever. Thank you for the water. Chen Xing casually grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and turned to leave. List. The shopkeeper tried to stop him, but Chen Xing turned around and said to the shopkeeper, Go ask the Su family for the water money. Boss. Meanwhile, a row of black minivans were parked on Chen Xing's only route. The car door opened, and a group of men in black jumped out. Mr. Chun, please come home with us. These people were, without a doubt, sent by Su Qianxue. Looking at the extravagant scene before him, Chen Xing smiled calmly. They were completely ignored. Bypass them and continue searching for wireless networks. He has already wasted 15 minutes. If he can't find a network connection in 10 minutes, he will have to automatically forfeit the match. Fortunately, Wi-Fi is everywhere in the world. Qianxue couldn't shut down the internet for the entire city. With less than 5 minutes left in the half-hour period, Chen Xing finally found a coffee shop with a working internet connection. I quickly connected to the network. Continue answering questions. Outside, the people Qianxue sent continued to monitor him. Just like a mangy dog, Chen Xing pretended not to see it. Answer the questions carefully. Finally, the first round of the competition ended. The second competition will begin at 2 p.m. Chen Xing put down his computer and let out a long breath. Just then, a phone call came in. Mr. Chen, this is China Construction Bank. Your deposit at China Construction Bank is temporarily restricted from withdrawal due to certain special reasons. Chen Xing. It's obvious that this was Qianxue's doing again. Okay, no problem, but you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, China Construction Bank can expect a court summons, and I will sue you. China Construction Bank manager. He had barely hung up the phone when another call came in. It's the property manager's side. Chapter 32, A Gift for You. The property manager was very humble. Mr. Chen, what's the matter? A sudden sense of foreboding arose in Chen Xing's heart. Really? The next second, the property manager said, Mr. Chen, I just received a call from the group. They said there are some problems with the property you are renting, and they can't rent it to you for the time being. When would you like to come and check out? On what grounds? Chen Xing clenched his fists. First, she froze his bank account, and then she took back the house he was renting. Qianxue clearly wanted to leave him homeless. Humph, I won't let you have your way. Mr. Chen, this is the group's decision, and there's nothing I can do about it. Please come back and pack your things. Then, I will notify the property management's maintenance staff to come and change the locks. Sure, but I reserve the right to sue you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xing quickly tidied up and then dialed Li Moyan's number. I asked him to meet me at a coffee shop. 20 minutes later, the most powerful lawyer in Xinzhou drove up in a silver-gray car and slowly pulled up in front of the coffee shop. Upon seeing Li Moyan's car, Chen Xing was momentarily stunned. The familiar car cover, the familiar metal frame, and the various modified parts are almost identical to the car he used to drive in the rally races back in the day. You recognized me? Big waves, black trench coat, sunglasses. Li Moyan's attire is always so simple and unadorned, yet it makes one's blood boil. This car you are. Chen Xing couldn't continue speaking. His eyes felt hot, and his voice choked with emotion. That's right. This is his chariot, which has accompanied him to 4 Bainbuluk races and helped him create countless miracles on the racetrack. It is his close partner, Xingtian. But wasn't Xingtian destroyed 5 years ago? In front of Chen Xing, Li Moyan circled the car once, a charming, fox-like smile on her face. This car was originally going to be destroyed, but I used some connections to buy it back. Unfortunately, the car cover and bodywork were damaged because they had been stored in the warehouse for too long. I had someone replace the car cover. Chen Xing, do you like it? This is a gift for you. Chen Xing wanted to say, I'm sorry, I can't accept this. It's too valuable. But seeing his beloved partner right in front of him, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Thank you. How much is it? I'll pay you when I have the chance. Okay, but I don't want money. Li Moyan's gaze was intense, even carrying a hint of aggression. How about coming to my place tonight? My bed is big and comfortable. Chen Xing. Well, you're just like your cousin. Everyone is eyeing him. This piece of Tang monk's flesh. I have something I'd like to ask you for a favor. Chen Xing quickly changed the subject. Okay, get in the car, we're going to lure you on. You drive. Li Moyan tossed the car keys for Xingtian to Chen Xing. I've never ridden in one of your race cars before. Take me for a ride. Speeding in the city will result in points being deducted. 15 minutes later, the two arrived at Willow Garden. Mrs. Li saw Chen Xing and her beloved granddaughter walking side by side, but she acted as if she didn't see them. She sat on her recliner, drinking tea and listening to Shajiabang. He's figured it out now. Let the young people handle their own affairs. He's not going to interfere anymore. Chapter 33, I'm going to pick up Yi now. Teacher. Chen Xing went to Li Taiyi's side and bowed to the old man. Don't forget the match this afternoon, the old man casually reminded him. Okay, I understand. Chen Xing nodded. Hey, don't pay attention to this old man. Didn't you have something to say to me? Let's go inside and talk. Li Moyan reached out and took Chen Xing's arm, walking towards the side hall. As he passed by Li Taiyi, He stuck his tongue out at the old man. The old man was so angry his heart and liver ached. He secretly cursed his daughter for growing up and not staying at home. Speak, what is it? Li Moyan asked from the side hall. Chen Xing then recounted the events of the morning to Li Moyan. You mean, he froze your bank card without your consent and kicked you out of Shanghai Villa? Li Moyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Yes. Chen Xing nodded and said, whether it's China Construction Bank or Shanghai Villa, their actions are clearly illegal, so I would like to ask you to be my lawyer and help me sue them. No problem. Li Moyan agreed without hesitation. Putting aside the fact that Shanghai Villa unilaterally tore up the contract and evicted the owners, which was illegal in itself, let's also talk about China Construction Bank, which, as a national banking system, unilaterally froze customers' bank accounts. That's absolutely insane. If this gets out, it will be big news, and the reputation of the entire China Construction Bank will suffer an unprecedented blow. There's no need to sue them. Just find an internet celebrity, make a short video about it, and post it online. That would be enough to give China Construction Bank a hard time. Thank you. Chen Xing sincerely expressed his gratitude to Li Moyan. You have a lot to thank me for. I'm waiting for you to pay me back all at once. By the way, is your ex-wife still having feelings for you because she's pressuring you like this? Li Moyan blinked her big eyes, which sparkled with intense gossip. She only loves herself. Chen Xing said calmly. The reason Su Qianxue forced him to return to the Su family was simply because she wanted him to continue to be her slave, continue to control his life. That's all. The Su family. President Su, Mr. Chen left in a car with a woman. I checked her information, and she is Li Moyan, a top lawyer at Tianhua law firm. It's her. Listening to her subordinate's report, Su Qianxue's pretty face turned as cold as ice. Her small fists were clenched tightly. An unnamed fire welled up in my heart. Damn Chen Xing. No wonder he was in such a hurry to divorce me. He's hooked up with Li Moyan. Li Moyan, right? You dare to try and steal my man, Su Qianxue? Give the order. Say that I, Su Qianxue, said that from now on, anyone in the Shenzhou business district who dares to sue Li Moyan is an enemy of me, Su Qianxue. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the phone, followed by a few seconds. President Su, this is not appropriate. Li Moyan is not only a top lawyer at Shenzhou Tianhua law firm, but her father seems to be that President Li in Beijing, and her grandfather is a world-renowned mathematician, one of the best in the country. Su Qianxue was completely stunned. I never expected Li Moyan to have such a powerful background. This is really difficult to handle. The Su family does have considerable influence in the Shenzhou business circle, but they are, after all, businessmen. The Li family, on the other hand, has such a powerful background that it is not an entity that the Su family can afford to offend. This time, Chen Xing actually found a powerful backer. All right, you guys keep an eye on Chen Xing, report his every move to me. Yes. Afternoon. 4:30. The kindergarten that Yi and Huan attend. Most of the children have already been picked up by their parents. Only Yi and Huan remained in the classroom. The twin sisters sat one at the very front and the other at the very back. Huan pouted and glared at Yaya. Yi was not to be outdone. The two little ones looked like they're cross-eyed. Finally, Huan lost this staring contest. My eyes are a little dry. Humph, I told you to go with your dad, and now no one comes to pick you up after school, Huan said smugly. Yi rolled her eyes. You talk as if someone's going to pick you up. I called Mr. Liang, and he said he'd come back to pick me up. Huan stood up and yelled at Yaya with her neck stretched out. But has he come? Aye. Huan's face turned bright red, and she was speechless. Huan. Just then, Liang Zhixin hurriedly appeared at the classroom door. Father Liang. Liang. Upon hearing Liang Zhixin's voice, Huan instantly sprang to her feet and rushed towards the door. She threw herself into Liang Zhixin's arms. Dad Liang, why are you late? Liang Zhixin blushed. I was having so much fun with my friends this afternoon that I lost track of time. Hee. Daddy Liang apologizes to Huan. The reason Daddy Liang is late is because Daddy Liang went to buy this for you. Liang Zhixin took out a small mechanical gun from behind his back. Wow. Looking at the completely black mechanical fury, Huan's eyes lit up. These are the things that Huan likes the most. She usually likes to buy water guns and then use them to shoot the pet dogs in the yard. Huan couldn't wait to pick up the crossbow that Liang Zhixin had given her and strike a cool pose. Father Liang, where's the arrow? Where's the arrow? Give me the arrow. Liang Zhixin handed the quiver to Huan. The bag contained a total of 6 metal arrows. Huan absolutely adored it. It's not plastic. Dad Liang, you're so wonderful. I love you so much. Yaya frowned slightly as she watched this scene. Huan, Daddy said those things can hurt people, and children shouldn't play with them. Liang Zhixin looked up at Yaya and frowned slightly. He doesn't like Yaya. Yaya, you don't understand. Although mechanical crossbows are more powerful, they won't hurt anyone as long as you don't shoot them randomly. Besides, these are just simulated metal arrows that haven't been sharpened, so they can't hurt anyone. After saying that, Liang Zhixin asked again, Yaya, why didn't I see your father come to pick you up? Your dad won't abandon you, will he? Yaya rolled her eyes. She thought this guy surnamed Liang was really stupid. How could he say such a stupid thing? How could Dad not want me? My dad has something to do, but he'll come pick me up right away. Liang Zhixin's eyes darted around. Then he smiled and said, How about this, Yaya? You don't have to wait for your dad anymore. I'll call your mom and have her come pick you up. After saying that, Liang Zhixin took out his phone and dialed Su Qianxue's number. Qianxue, Chen Xing is so irresponsible. It's all over now, and he still hasn't come to pick Yaya up from school. I can even hear Yaya's stomach growling. On the other end of the phone, Su Qianxue's voice was as cold as frost. Chen Xing didn't come to pick up the child? Okay, I understand, Brother Xine. I'll go pick up Yaya right now. Chapter 34 Bayin Buluk Triple Crown. How about I pick Yaya up and take her home for you? You won't have to make the trip yourself. Liang Zhixin said considerately. No need, I'll answer it, Su Qianxue said on the phone. Okay, I'll take Dudu with me first. After hanging up the phone, Liang Zhixin picked up Huan, then looked at Yaya sitting alone in the classroom and sneered. Yaya, are you sure you don't want to come with me? Your father doesn't want you anymore. If you stay in the classroom alone, you'll just be waiting for the wolf in sheep's clothing to come and get you. Yaya puffed out her cheeks and glared at Liang Zhixin. Hot air was puffing out of its tiny nostrils. This man is really wicked. They stole my mother and are now bullying a little kid. I really want to hit him. Liang Zhixin laughed heartily, picked up Huan, who was also making faces at Yaya, and walked out of the classroom. Willow Garden. Chen Xing finished the last question and clicked submit. I breathed a sigh of relief. It's been a long time since I participated in this type of math competition, so I'm still a bit rusty. 5 years ago, he probably could have easily solved these problems in less than 3 hours, but now it took him 4 hours, and he's almost at the 6th. It's 6 o'clock. Chen Xing suddenly woke up with a start. He glanced at the clock above his head, confirmed it was 6 o'clock, and then suddenly stood up and ran outside. Hey, where are you going? Li Moyan asked, puzzled. Yaya is still in kindergarten. Li Moyan hurriedly chased after him, tossing the car keys to Chen Xing. You drive. Drive with confidence. I'll cover the speeding fines. After saying that, she climbed into the passenger seat. She casually brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and said with a charming air, Don't worry, I'm rich. Li Moyan was both amused and exasperated. Fasten your seatbelt, and then skillfully start the car. 5 years later, he once again drove his own war chariot on the road. The modified Xiangtian boasts top-notch performance, accelerating from 0.25 seconds to 100 kilometers per hour, making it resemble a black lightning bolt on the road. In the passenger seat, Li Moyan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Chen Xing with fascination. Chen Xing focused intently on driving. Feeling the powerful performance and perfect handling of his old friend, he felt as if he had returned to those days. He participated in Bayin Buluk as a self-taught racer and won by a landslide, becoming famous overnight. They achieved first place in the finals for 3 consecutive years. If it weren't for Su Qianxue, should he now be on the path to becoming a top international racing driver? Xiangtian sped along the highway. The 6-cylinder engine roared like a wild beast, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. The group of spoiled young men who used to play with cars on the mountain road are now driving their modified cars, weaving through traffic with deafening music. They drove recklessly, completely disregarding traffic rules. Countless vehicles were blocked on the road by them. The insults were like a tsunami. These spoiled brats completely ignored this. There's nothing we can do. They're rich, and with money comes the right to act arrogantly. This road is their property. If they have a way to deal with it, great. If not, they're doomed. Of course, if you're not convinced, you can come and challenge me. Go ahead and crash as long as you can afford the damages. Just then, a black lightning bolt streaked through the dense traffic and, in full view of everyone, passed right behind the group of spoiled brats. In a location where driving is almost impossible, it has surpassed the past. It almost blinded these spoiled brats. Holy crap, what's that? I'm not seeing things, am I? How did he get here? Damn, this black wind is Xiangtian. What victory over heaven? Someone asked blankly over the walkie-talkie. Xiangtian, you have no idea. This car was the ride of the 3-time champion of Bainbuluk, and it was even featured in Time magazine. My car was modified to the standard of this car. Wow, that's amazing. Let me check it out. A moment later, a scream came from the walkie-talkie. It really is. But I read online that this car was collected by a racing museum after that mysterious driver retired. How did it end up here? I know that the Motorsport Museum recently held an auction specifically for these championship cars. This Xingtian was eventually sold to a mysterious tycoon for 91 million. Never mind, let's chase after them. I'm going to see who took this picture of the car. The car. Maybe it's that king of Bainbuluk. I'm going to get his autograph. Kindergarten. Liang Zixin and Huan sat in the car. Huan fiddled with the mechanical rage that Liang Zixin had given her. They were having a great time. Just then, a black gust of wind brushed past his car. A black, modified race car came to a stop in his line of sight. Victory over heaven. Liang Zixin blurted it out. He is also a rally racing enthusiast. He had participated in several amateur car rallies as a race car driver back then, but his skill level was not good enough, and he never even finished a complete race. Chen Xing is an absolute top star in the racing world. He naturally recognized him. Wow, what a cool car. Huan, who was originally nestled in the back seat playing with a crossbow, immediately lost interest in her little toy the moment she saw Xingtian. With bright, sparkling eyes, she watched the race car drive into the kindergarten. Dad Liang, I think I saw Dad. That cool car is the one Dad drives. Liang Zixin chuckled. Huan, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you even know what that car is called? It's called Xingtian, the most famous racing car in the rally world. How could someone like your father possibly drive a car like that? Really? But why do I think I saw my dad? Huan looked puzzled. Liang Zixin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled at Huan, saying, Huan, do you really like that car? So handsome. Huan nodded vigorously. All right, Mr. Liang will take you on a tour. After saying that, Liang Zixin opened the car door and carried Huan out of the car. The car was parked inside the kindergarten yard. After getting out of the car, Chen Xing went straight to his daughter Yiya's classroom. Meanwhile, in Yiya's classroom, Qianxue sat in the classroom, holding Yiya, coldly watching the doorway, where 4 bodyguards she had arranged blocked the beautiful Chen Yufei from entering. Why is Chen Yufei here? Of course, it was Chen Xing who called her over. Chen Xing realized he was late picking up his daughter and was worried that she would be scared if she was alone at school. So he called Chen Yufei and asked her to go to the school and stay with Yaya for a while, saying he would be there soon. Chen Yufei's gym was near Yaya's school. After receiving the call, she drove to the kindergarten in less than 5 minutes, and as a result, she ran into Qianxue. Qianxue was furious when she saw Chen Yufei, whose looks were in no way inferior to her own. Full of hostility. Chapter 35. Avoid contact with Huan recently. Chen Yufei stood at the door, glaring at Qianxue. Qianxue, what do you mean? Chen Xing called me and asked me to come pick up my niece. Why can't I take the child away? Qianxue's pretty face was as cold as ice. Holding Yiya in his arms, he looked at Chen Yufei with a blank expression and a disdainful look. The domineering female CEO's aura is fully unleashed. Just because Yaya is my daughter. Why should I let an outsider like you take my daughter away? Yaya, come on, let's go home with mommy. Yiya looked up at her busty aunt, then shook her head. Mom, I want to go home with my aunt. Qianxue frowned, her expression very serious. Who does she think she is? What's the meaning of you going with her? Yaya, be good and come with mommy. You are mommy's daughter. Mommy will take you home. But, Yiya wanted to say something, but Qianxue's face darkened and she said, What? Are you not even listening to your mother now? No, that's not it. Yiya immediately lowered her head in grievance. Yiya. Just then, Chen Xing's voice rang out. Chen Xing and Li Moyan walked in side by side. Seeing Chen Yufei being stopped at the door, Chen Xing's expression darkened slightly. Dad. Yiya looked up and saw Chen Xing appear outside the door, and immediately waved her little hand happily. Stop him, don't let him in. Qianxue gave the order in a cold voice. The bodyguards immediately blocked Chen Xing from entering the room. Qianxue, what are you doing? Chen Xing asked back with a dark face. Qianxue snorted and said, Chen Xing, I promised to give Yiya to you when we divorced. I thought you could take good care of Yiya. But what did you do? They're leaving Yaya alone at the kindergarten with no one to take care of her. I'm very disappointed in you, so I'm going to take back custody of Yiya. Chen Xing looked at Yiya and said apologetically, Yeah, Daddy was wrong. Daddy had something very important to do today and forgot the time. But don't worry, Yiya, Daddy swears that he will never leave you alone in kindergarten again. Can you trust Dad? Yiya nodded sensibly. Yes, Yiya understands. Yiya doesn't blame Daddy. Chen Xing smiled gently. Something very important? What could be more important than picking up my daughter? Su Qianxue's gaze fell on Li Moyan, who was standing next to Chen Xing. Her fists clenched tightly, and the ferocity in her eyes surged wildly, but a cold smile appeared on her lips. Heh, this so-called important matter is not a date with some wild woman, is it? You were afraid Yiya would hold you back, so you deliberately left Yiya behind, right? Chen Xing, we've only been apart for a short time, and you're already in such a hurry to find a stepmother for Yiya? Su Qianxue, shut up. Chen Xing's face suddenly darkened. Thinking about what happened this morning and Su Qianxue's various actions, he was utterly disappointed in Su Qianxue. Su Qianxue, you know in your heart who betrayed our marriage. You have no right to accuse me. Su Qianxue, don't think you can really control everything. No one in this world is invincible. I won't interfere with you and Liang Zhixin. Please don't bother me and Yiya's life anymore. I don't want to be your enemy. Yaya, come here, come with Daddy. Yiya immediately broke free from Su Qianxue and ran towards Chen Xing. Stop! Stop the young lady. Su Qianxue scolded him gently. The bodyguards immediately went to intercept Yiya. Let go of my daughter. Chen Xing's face suddenly darkened. He punched the bodyguard who was holding Yaya, knocking him to the ground with a single blow. Su Qianxue's bodyguards were all professional bodyguards, some of whom were even retired special forces soldiers, while Chen Xing could easily take down one of them, which really surprised Su Qianxue. Yiya. Chen Xing took the opportunity to hug Yiya. The remaining bodyguards, fearing they might hurt the young lady, refrained from acting rashly for the time being. I hate Daddy, take this arrow. Just then, unnoticed by anyone, a small figure rushed in, holding a small crossbow and aiming it at Chen Xing. Whoosh! A metal arrow was fired from the crossbow. Careful! Careful! Two screams rang out at the same time. Chen Yufei and Li Moyan rushed towards Chen Xing at the same time, but Li Moyan, being closer, took the initiative and stood behind Chen Xing first. Puff! The metal arrow instantly pierced into Li Moyan's body. With a muffled groan, Li Moyan collapsed softly to the ground. Missly! Chen Xing's expression changed drastically. He held Yiya in one arm and Li Moyan in his arms with the other. It feels slippery to the touch. There was a lot of blood flowing from his back. Huan. Chen Xing was both shocked and furious. Su Qianxue was also taken aback. When she saw the compound crossbow in Huan's hand, she froze for a moment, then rushed to Huan's side and snatched the crossbow from Huan's stunned hand. Who gave it to you? Mom, I. Wow. Huan burst into tears. She didn't expect it to hurt anyone. With the intelligence of a 5-year-old child, she thought that the bow and arrow were similar to the water gun she usually played with, and that they wouldn't hurt when they hit someone. Just then, Liang Zhixin walked over and was stunned when he saw this scene. What's wrong? Where did this come from? Su Qianxue glared at Huan, who was sobbing uncontrollably, and roared. Who gave you this thing to play with? Huan glanced at Liang Zhixin as he walked in, then pursed her lips and remained silent. She was worried that if she told him, her father would stop taking her out to play. I won't buy her anything nice anymore. It's Uncle Liang. Yiya's voice rang out. Su Qianxue looked up and glared at Liang Zhixin. Why did you buy such a dangerous toy for Huan? Don't you know this thing can kill people? Liang Zhixin said nonchalantly. This is just a child's toy. I had no idea that Huan would use it to shoot people. Liang Zhixin, Su Qianxue, you'd better pray that Miss Li is all right, or I won't let you off the hook. He handed Yiya to Chen Yufei, then picked up Li Moyan and rushed outside. He put Li Moyan in the car. Sister Yufei, could you please take care of Yaya? I'm taking Miss Li to the hospital. I'll go with you. Don't worry, I'll take care of Yaya. Chen Yufei saw that Li Moyan was seriously injured and was afraid that Chen Xing wouldn't be able to take care of her alone, so she decided to go to the hospital with her so that she could have someone to look after her. Chen Xing nodded. Then, we got in the car and drove straight to the hospital. Shut up. You still have the nerve to cry. Su Qianxue angrily threw the composite crossbow on the ground. Qianxue, I really didn't mean it. I didn't know Huan would. Liang Jixin attempted to explain. All right, Jixin, it's best if you avoid contact with Huan for the time being. Su Qianxue waved her hand to interrupt him. Chapter 36. We are not related by blood. It's only been a few days. Huan had 2 allergic reactions and once injured someone with a crossbow. Without exception, they were all related to Liang Jixin. It seems that brother Jixin is indeed not suitable for teaching children. Su Qianxue glanced at Liang Jixin with a complicated expression, then her gaze fell on Huan, who was still convulsing. Her face was unusually serious. Tell me, why did you point your weapon at Chen Xing? He is your father. Did you want to kill your father? I don't want him to be my dad. I don't want a useless dad. Huan said, sobbing. You. Su Qianxue felt like her head was about to explode. She never imagined that her daughter would turn out like this. Daughter murders father? In any era, this would be considered utterly rebellious and deserving of divine punishment. Did I really spoil Huan too much before? You've corrupted this child. In comparison, Yi is far more sensible than Huan. Whether you like it or not, he is your father. Today you pointed a weapon at your father and hurt an ant. It's all your fault. Come with me to the hospital and apologize to the ant and your father. Qianxue, I'll go with you, Liang Jixin said. Su Qianxue glanced at Liang Jixin, sighed, and said nothing. She had to go to the hospital to apologize to Li Moyan. Li Moyan's identity is not simple. If something really happens to Li Moyan, the entire Su family will probably have to pay an unbearable price. Chen Xing carried Li Moyan into the hospital. A doctor immediately took over and dragged Li Moyan into the emergency room. After a thorough examination, thankfully, the arrow had only pierced a shallow layer of skin and flesh and had not caused any serious injury. After removing the arrowhead, bandage it lightly. Li Moyan was wheeled into the ward. Looking at Li Moyan, whose face was pale and whose body was bandaged, Chen Xing was filled with remorse. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't discipline Huan well. Li Moyan lay on the bed, her face resting on the pillow, tilting her head to look at Chen Xing. Suddenly, she burst out laughing. Chen Xing, I haven't exactly shed blood for you this time either, but according to the logic of novels, shouldn't you repay me? Chen Xing was both amused and exasperated. Yes, that's right. As long as it's within my power, I'll do it without hesitation. All right, then I'll repay you with my body. A cunning glint immediately appeared in Li Moyan's large eyes. This, Chen Xing immediately forgot. He opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. I've already paid the hospital fees and surgery fees. At that moment, the door to the ward opened, and Chen Yufei walked in, holding Yaya's little hand. Chen Yufei was still clutching a stack of receipts in her hand. Thank you, Sister Yufei. I'll transfer the money to you later, Chen Xing said. Chen Yufei waved her hand. Xiao Qian, no rush. I'm more curious about who this beautiful lady is. Your new girlfriend? Hello, my name is Li Moyan. You are Chen Xing's cousin, so I'll call you cousin from now on. Li Moyan helped herself to sit up and smiled at Chen Yufei. The 2 women's gazes met in the void. Chen Xing wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he vaguely felt that there was an electric current in their gazes. No need for cousin. Chen Xing and I say we're cousins, but we've been separated for 5 years and aren't related by blood at all. Chen Yufei brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Oh, really? But regardless of whether it's the 5 blessings or not, Chen Xing treats you like an older sister. Li Moyan smiled, pursing her lips. Chapter 37. Green Tea Bitch. Chen Yufei's lips twitched slightly. I'm not as old as you. Then you're my older sister too, my cousin. Li Moyan chuckled. Seeing the tension in the ward growing stronger, Chen Xing coughed lightly. I'll go get some hot water. Stop. The 2 women spoke at the same time. Then, 2 pairs of beautiful eyes stared intently at him. Chen Yufei sneered. Why are you asking for hot water? We don't even have a thermos. Li Moyan was even more direct, asking. Chen Xing, your cousin asked you who I am to you. So why don't you introduce yourself? Remember, I've shed blood and been hurt for you. So don't give me a perfunctory answer. Just as Chen Xing was caught between the 2 women, feeling his scalp tingling, the ward door was pushed open. Dressed in an office lady suit, Su Qianxue walked in with a slow-like gait, her face expressionless. Huan and Liang Jixin followed behind. What are you doing here? Chen Xing's face darkened. Su Qianxue glanced at Chen Yufei and Li Moyan, and finally her gaze fell on Li Moyan. Seeing that the other party was all right, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If something were to happen to Li Moyan, the entire Su family would be unable to bear the consequences. Huan, aren't you going to apologize to your aunt? Su Qianxue patted Xiao Huan's head. The latter was extremely unwilling. Mom, I didn't do it on purpose. Even at this point, Huan still stubbornly believed that she had not done anything wrong. She was just joking. What bad intentions could a little girl like her have? All right, stop pretending. Chen Xing stood up and looked at Su Qianxue, saying, Su Qianxue, Huan is just a child. She did nothing wrong. The fault lies with you. I don't understand why a child would have such a dangerous weapon. Chen Xing's gaze fell on Huan, and he felt a pang of heartache. Which arrow was Huan aimed at him? It was aimed at his father. It's just a toy. Huan didn't mean it. Xingge, can we not make such a big deal out of it? If you insist on one person apologizing, then fine, I'll apologize. Liang Zhixin stepped forward from behind. Like guardians of flowers, they protected Su Qianxue and Huan behind them. Brother Xing, I was wrong this time, and I apologize to you all. Wow, it smells so strong, like green tea. Looking at the hypocritical Liang Zhixin, Chen Yufei crossed her arms and sneered. Su Qianxue, I really don't understand why you would leave such a good man like Chen Xing unappreciated and instead fall for a green tea bitch. Hey, you green tea bitch, no woman can act like you. How disgusting. What did you say? Liang Zhixin glared angrily at Chen Yufei. I think my cousin is right. Li Moyan looked at Su Qianxue with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Su Qianxue, I used to admire you quite a bit and thought you were a strong woman. But judging from your judgment of people, you are nothing more than a showy person who is all bark and no bite. You are not good enough for Chen Xing. Take your green tea and get out of here. What are you saying, you bunch of vile women? Who are you calling a green tea bitch? Liang Zhixin roared. All right, Brother Xian, let's go. Su Qianxue was also very angry, but she couldn't vent her anger on the eldest daughter of the Li family. The other party has an incredibly powerful background. Su Qianxue picked up Huan and walked to Chen Xing's side. She stopped in her tracks and said, Chen Xing, you're really great. How come I didn't notice before? Both women are speaking up for you. You're truly enjoying the blessing of having two wives. Su Qianxue, we are already divorced. Chen Xing looked at Su Qianxue silently. My personal life is none of your business. Besides, you had my bank cards frozen and my rented apartment taken back. I won't let this go. I never intended to take a single penny from you, but you've been so aggressive. I need to reconsider the issue of property division now. Besides, Chen Xing looked at Liang Zhixin. Liang Zhixin, I don't know if you're secretly instigating Huan. I have no evidence. But if I find out that you're using a child, I won't let you off. Chen Xing, are you threatening me? You piece of trash, how dare you? Smack. Before Liang Zhixin could finish speaking, Chen Yufei stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Useless trash, who are you calling trash? Liang Zhixin was stunned by the blow, covering his face and looking at Chen Yufei in disbelief. You actually dared to hit me. You stinking. Smack. Another slap landed on my face. Chen Yufei's beautiful eyes widened as she asked, What stinks? You green tea bitch, don't think I don't know? You're the one who secretly reported my gym. You're really despicable. Just because you saw Chen Xing working at my gym, you reported it and forced Chen Xing to lose his job. Calling you a despicable person is an understatement. You're just trash. Su Qianxue, you could find tons of trash like that on the street, and you actually did it for her. Honestly, I know a good ophthalmologist you could check out. Faced with Chen Yufei's blatant sarcasm, Su Qianxue's face turned completely dark. What she didn't expect was Liang Zhixin. He actually reported the woman's gym, and the reason was simply that it caused Chen Xing to lose his job. Let's go. Su Qianxue left the ward without looking back this time. You just wait. I won't let you get away with this. Liang Zhixin covered his face, glared at everyone in the ward, and then quickly chased after them. Qianxue, listen to me. Don't listen to that woman's nonsense. I didn't. Brother Xian, stop talking. Of course I believe you. Su Qianxue turned to Liang Zhixin. By the way, Brother Zhixin, you should not have any contact with Huan during this period. Liang Zhixin. In the hospital ward. Pretty lady, does your wound hurt? Ye lay beside the hospital bed, looking at Li Moyan with concern. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. As long as Xiaoyao is here, I don't feel any pain. Li Moyan reached out and pinched Xiaoyao's delicate, rosy cheeks, then looked up at Chen Xing with a puzzled expression. Xiaoyao and Huan are twins, right? Why do children born from the same mother sometimes exhibit such polarized personalities? Chen Xing was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. He actually wanted to know too. Yaya was precocious. At a very young age, she displayed extraordinary intelligence and physical abilities, while Huan was no different from any other child. Playful, willful, and brainless. Sometimes he even wondered if Yaya had absorbed all the nutrients from the womb while she was in the womb. By the way, let's get down to business. Since you don't have anywhere to stay right now, why don't you and Yaya move in with me? My house is actually quite big, and the bed is comfortable. Chapter 38 Stock Account Frozen. No. Before Li Moyan could finish speaking, Chen Yufei jumped in to defend Chen Xing. Why not? Chen Xing didn't say no. Li Moyan said coldly. Cousin, aren't you being a bit too nosy? You're the one who's criticizing me. He's my cousin, and an elder brother is like a father, an elder sister is like a mother. If I say no, then no. Chen Yufei pouted and looked at Chen Xing. Chen Xing, move in with me. My home is closer to Yaya's kindergarten, so it's more convenient for her to go to school. So what if it's convenient? My home isn't far from the kindergarten. Besides, wasn't your gym shut down? So what if it's sealed off? People can still live here even if it's sealed off. Seeing the two women glaring at each other, the tension escalating, Chen Xing wisely stepped in. Well, I've already booked a hotel. I'll be staying at the hotel with Yaya for the next few days, and we'll move in once we find a new place. I won't rely on you too. In the end, Chen Xing chose to stay in a hotel. Anyway, he and Yaya didn't have any luggage or belongings. He was all alone, and all of Yaya's clothes, school supplies, toys, and other belongings could be packed into 2 suitcases. We arrived at the hotel. After putting Yaya to sleep, Chen Xing took out his computer to check the stock market updates. To my surprise, my account was banned. His account was frozen, so he couldn't trade his stocks. Call Su1 immediately. Miss Su, what exactly happened? Why was my account frozen? Mr. Chun, this is what's going on. Someone has filed a complaint against you, alleging that you engaged in insider trading in the stock market and are suspected of maliciously inflating stock prices. According to the regulations of the China Securities Regulatory Commission, your stock account will be frozen for a certain period of time. Su Wan's gentle voice came through the phone. I engaged in shady dealings? That's a frame-up. Ms. Su, you are my stockbroker. You should go and explain this to the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Chen Xing was furious. Mr. Chun, I've explained, but you may not know, the person who reported you is your ex-wife, so you understand. Su Wan said, President Su's identity is extraordinary, and she is your ex-wife. The China Securities Regulatory Commission will naturally take the evidence she provides first. Even if I explain for you, it will be useless. Or, you could try talking to your ex-wife and ask her to withdraw her report against you. Or wait until the work period is over, and she'll clear her name. Your account will be unblocked then. Chen Xing was speechless. Waiting for a cycle to end? Are you kidding me? By the time one cycle is over, the daylilies are all cold. He bought C shares, not A shares, which are subject to significant fluctuations. Some stocks are even delisted in less than half a day after they are listed. Mr. Chun, I suggest you try calling your ex-wife. On the phone, Su Wan's tone was very tactful, but she got to the point. Clearly tell him to go and beg Su Qianxue. I see. Chen Xing hung up the phone with a dark expression. He then removed Su Qianxue's number from his blacklist and dialed it. I didn't answer. Chen Xing didn't rush to call again, but waited quietly. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Su Qianxue called back. So you finally decided to call me? Su Qianxue's languid voice came through the phone. At this moment, Su Qianxue was lying in the bathtub at home, enjoying a bubble bath. Lying in the bathtub, completely naked, her smooth skin reflected a jade-like luster under the light. She held a phone in her left hand and a glass of red wine in her right. Chen Xing said in a deep voice, Su Qianxue, why did you report me? Just now, my stock trading account was blocked. My stockbroker said that you filed a report against me using your real name. What? Instead of feeling ashamed, Su Qianxue gave a cold laugh. Chen Xing, did I say your single life experience is over? I can give you 50 million, and I can take it back anytime. Su Qianxue, you're breaking the agreement. It's clearly stated in the divorce agreement that that money belongs to me. Chen Xing suppressed the anger in his chest. They agreed on everything during the divorce, saying that the money was from his shares in the Su Group and belonged to him. Su Qianxue is so shameless. Huh? What right do you have to negotiate with me? Su Qianxue's tone was full of sarcasm. Chen Xing, be realistic. Without me, Su Qianxue, what do you have? Back then, you were nothing more than a discarded son of the Chen family. If I hadn't agreed to let you marry into the family, you would be in this situation today. Chen Xing, I can give you money, or I can choose not to. When I want to give you money, you can squander it as you please. When I don't want to give you money, you won't get a single penny. It all depends on my mood. Chen Xing, if you're not satisfied, you can sue me in court. You know Li Moyan, right? You can have her be your lawyer and sue me. But even if you agree to the lawsuit in the end, you can forget about getting back the 60 million you invested in the stock market. Chen Xing wants to leave her? Want to get rid of her? Dream? She, Su Qianxue, could discard Chen Xing like trash, but Chen Xing had no right to get rid of her. From childhood to adulthood, Su Qianxue could dislike or even refuse her toys, but as long as she still had some interest in them, there was no one she could share them with. She wants Chen Xing to come back. She wanted Chen Xing to continue to be subservient to her. He knelt under her bed every night. Chen Xing, you think you can be with two vixens just because you divorced me? You're dreaming. What I, Su Qianxue, don't want, no one else can touch. Snap. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang with a busy tone indicating it had been disconnected. Su Qianxue hung up the phone. Chen Xing's fingers, gripping the phone, turned slightly white. He once again witnessed the woman's ruthlessness. He originally thought that after the divorce, he could cut ties with this woman and live his own life. It seems that he was too naive. Su Wan called soon after. Mr. Chen, how did the talks go? Ms. Su, I'd like to ask, if I go through the proper channels, how can I get the China Securities Regulatory Commission to unfreeze my account as quickly as possible? Chen Xing asked. This is a bit difficult, Su Wan said. The China Securities Regulatory Commission, CSRC, has always investigated and prosecuted all cases. This is the work process. Unless you have solid evidence to prove that you have no shady dealings. Chen Xing thought for a moment. I have kept all the market analysis data that I have done. Can these be used as evidence? You did the analysis yourself? Su Wan's suspicious voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Chen, don't tell me that the 3 stocks you bought were really based on your own analysis? Otherwise what? Chapter 39, he simply doesn't have that ability. A moment of silence fell over the phone. In fact, Su Wan also felt that Chen Xing must have obtained some inside information to buy those 3 stocks. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to be so accurate. She did not expect that it was actually his own analysis. You should know that even seasoned stock analysts like them can't be this accurate. If that's the case, you can submit your analysis report as evidence to the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Mr. Chen, did you really analyze these 3 stocks yourself? Chen Xing didn't want to waste time arguing with Su Wan. Ms. Su, thank you. I think I know what to do next. Smack. Chen Xing hung up the phone. On the other side, after ending her call with Chen Xing, Su Wan immediately contacted Su Qianxue. Ms. Su, if I may ask, did your husband previously work as a stock analyst? Of course not. Su Qianxue's voice was calm and even. He has been married to me for 5 years, and for those 5 years he has been a stay-at-home husband. Why would you ask that? Su Wan said, your husband just told me that he analyzed those 3 stocks himself and even has detailed analysis records. What I want to say is that if he really analyzed them himself, then as long as he submits the evidence to the Securities Regulatory Bureau, your previous report will be proven false. The China Securities Regulatory Commission will unfreeze his account soon. At the Su family home, Su Qianxue had already come out of the bathroom. She was wearing a thin, sheer nightgown. Her sexy curves appeared and disappeared intermittently. Her long, wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders, making her look alluring and charming. You mean he figured it out himself? Huh, you actually believe that kind of thing? Don't worry, Miss Su, I know him best. He simply doesn't have that ability. Let's continue according to the previous plan. A week later, even if the China Securities Regulatory Commission unfreezes his account, those 3 stocks will fall further and he won't make a single penny. Okay, I understand. Su Wan nodded. The Su family. Su Qianxue dried her hair and lay down on the big bed. Time to rest. Suddenly, I felt a sharp, cramping pain in my abdomen. She has always had a stomachache problem. When she was with Chen Xing before, he knew she had this stomach ailment, so he would prepare a cup of honey water for her every night, which helped her avoid flare-ups for a long time. However, without Chen Xing's care and with her irregular eating habits, her stomach pain has relapsed. Su Qianxue frowned in pain and immediately got up to find some stomach medicine. Result: I searched everywhere but couldn't find it. Aunt Sue. Miss, what's wrong? Aunt Sue pushed the door open and came in. Aunt Sue, do you know where I keep my stomach medicine? Suma was taken aback. Miss, I didn't know that. Mr. Chun has always been in charge of your things and the young lady's things. It's Mr. Chen again. It's Mr. Chen again. You can't get anything done without him, can you? Su Qianxue was filled with irritation. Suma kept her head down and didn't say anything. All right, go make me a cup of honey water. Su Qianxue frowned and waved her hand. Su's mother quickly went downstairs to rinse the water. Humph, I don't believe that I can actually eat a hairy pig without Butcher Zhang. She stopped taking her medicine altogether and curled up in a heap, trying to tough it out, but the result was... But my stomach started to hurt more and more. Chapter 40. Miss, let's find Mr. Chun. Suma returned with the honey water. Su Qianxue drank some honey water, but it didn't help at all. Her stomach still hurt terribly. Suma said weakly from the side, if Mr. Chun were here, that would be great. Every time Miss has a stomachache, Mr. Chun can find a way to cure you. Miss, please bring Mr. Chun back. Su Qianxue felt a deep bitterness in her heart. Did you think she didn't want to get it back? She had already given that bastard a huge way out, but he didn't appreciate it at all. That bastard Chen Xing. Is he really willing to leave her? Thinking of the man who once cherished her like a precious jewel, now speaking coldly to her, and the two vixens surrounding her, Su Qianxue felt her stomach ache even more. Humph, Chen Xing, do you think I can't find a better man for me if I leave you? Taking out her phone, Su Qianxue dialed Liang Zhixin's number. The call was finally connected after 20 seconds. Qianxue, I'm sorry. I was taking a shower and didn't answer your call right away. Qianxue, why are you calling me so late? Is it because you miss me? On the phone, Liang Zhixin's voice was unusually gentle. Brother Zhixin, I have a stomachache. Could you buy some medicine and bring it to me? Okay, wait for me. I'll be right there. Hang up the phone. Liang Zhixin got up and got out of bed. He specially chose a handsome suit, sprayed on some perfume, and his face was beaming with joy. Qianxue called him late at night, using a stomachache as an excuse. Sure enough, Qianxue finally figured it out. Finally, she's willing to be with me. That's right. Up to now, both of them are innocent. It's not that they are so pure. Rather, Su Qianxue didn't want to be branded as an adulterer. This greatly affects her public image. Hotel. I'm so sorry to have troubled you so late at night. Actually, you didn't have to come in person. You're still injured. Chen Xing handed over the materials he had compiled to Li Moyan. He then draped his coat over Li Moyan's shoulders. Hee, it wasn't really that much trouble. I booked a suite in the room next to yours, so we're neighbors now. A sly glint flashed in Li Moyan's beautiful eyes, and she smiled with a smirk. I'm tired of living in my big apartment at home, so I wanted to come to a hotel and enjoy 5-star service. Chen Xing was both amused and exasperated. I don't want to continue this conversation. Are you hungry? How about I go downstairs and order some food to be delivered up? Okay, I'll have a steak and a bottle of red wine too. I didn't ask. Chen Xing went to order food. Qianxue, what's wrong? When Liang Zhixin arrived at the Su family home and saw Su Qianxue curled up on the bed with a pained expression, he was taken aback. He thought Su Qianxue's claim of stomach pain was just an excuse, but he didn't expect it to be true. You didn't bring your medicine? Seeing Liang Zhixin's empty hands, Su Qianxue frowned slightly. His face showed dissatisfaction. I thought. I'm sorry, Qianxue. I was in a hurry to see you, so I forgot to buy it. I always have to check on you so I can treat you properly. Liang Zhixin offered a forced explanation. It's just a stomachache. Do I really need to treat the symptoms? Does he think he's a doctor? Su Qianxue was speechless. Fine, give me your phone. After taking the phone from Liang Zhixin, Su Qianxue hesitated for a moment before dialing Chen Xing's number. At the hotel, Chen Xing went downstairs to order food. Li Moyan stayed in the room to take care of Yaya. When she heard Chen Xing's phone ringing on the bedside table, she answered it immediately. Don't stay in this room after chapter 41. Chen Xing, my stomach hurts. Su Qianxue's weak voice came through the phone. Su Qianxue? Upon hearing Su Qianxue's voice on the phone, Li Moyan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Oh, it's President Su. President Su, if you have a stomachache, go to the hospital. Do you think Chen Xing is a gynecologist? Li Moyan. When Su Qianxue heard Li Moyan's voice coming from Chen Xing's phone, her eyes widened in surprise. For a moment, I even forgot about my stomach pain. Li Moyan, how could it be you? Why would Li Moyan be with Chen Xing so late at night? Could it be? Are they together? Liang Zhixin, who was standing to the side, was also taken aback. Then his face subtly darkened. Yes, it's me. Mr. Su, you seem surprised. What's wrong? Is it not allowed? Or is it that your desire for control has become so great that you can dictate everything? Li Moyan rolled her eyes. Su Qianxue was so angry that she ground her back teeth to powder. I feel terrible. Li Moyan, answer me. How could you be with Chen Xing? You shameless people. Compared to the angry Su Qianxue, Li Moyan's voice was slow and calm. Oh dear, what a sour smell. Is someone jealous? Now I finally understand what it means to say that the magistrate is allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps. You're allowed to be with your childhood sweetheart, but I'm not allowed to be with Chen Xing? I'm not like you. Yes, we are different. You and Chen Xing are already divorced. You are both single. It is legal and reasonable for us to be together, unlike some people who have no shame. The veins on Su Qianxue's fists bulged. Su Qianxue was clearly no match for a top lawyer like Li Moyan in a verbal battle. Li Moyan, you seduced someone else's husband. Have you no shame? Seduce? Li Moyan scoffed. As a senior lawyer, I have an obligation to give you some legal education. You are already divorced, and now you are two free individuals. Please stop projecting your identity as a wife onto the picture, okay? Have some decency, Su Qianxue. Don't even mention me being with Chen Xing. Even if we went to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now to get our marriage certificate, it wouldn't be your problem. Li Moyan. Ugh, so noisy. Your yelling is driving me crazy. If you can yell like that, why don't you go sing soprano? All right, I'm done talking to you. Talking to you is a waste of my life. Goodbye. Thud. Li Moyan hung up the phone immediately. On the other side, Su Qianxue put down her phone. The veins on his forehead bulged out one by one. The icy chill emanating from him even made Liang Zhixin, who was standing next to him, feel a little cold. Liang Zhixin couldn't wait to ask. So, Chen Xing was with Li Moyan tonight? This Chen Xing, he really is. He actually found a new client so quickly. What a shameless gigolo. At this point, Liang Zhixin's green tea nature came out. With an extremely exaggerated expression, he exclaimed, Yiya is still by Chen Xing's side. Aren't they afraid that this will corrupt Yiya? Enough. Su Qianxue got up and climbed out of bed, immediately feeling dizzy. Qianxue. Liang Zhixin rushed over to help her up. Su Qianxue pushed him away forcefully. Zhixin, you should go back first. I want to be alone for a while. Liang Zhixin said. How can I do that? How can I leave a patient like you alone? Here, wait for me. I'll go buy you medicine right away. After saying that, Liang Zhixin helped Su Qianxue sit down and then turned to leave. I went to buy medicine. 20 minutes later, Liang Zhixin bought a large bag of medicine and came back. Qianxue, I've bought the medicine. Su Qianxue was drowsy and confused at this moment. Not only did her stomach hurt, but her head also hurt terribly. I propped myself up and turned on the light. He sat up. Then, looking at the medicine Liang Zhixin had bought, she frowned slightly. Brother Zhixin, I don't usually take these kinds of medicines. They all contain hormones, and taking too much of them is bad for your health. At this moment, Su Qianxue couldn't help but think of Chen Xing again. If Chen Xing were still alive, I will definitely give her a warm compress first. Then massage for another 10 minutes. Only then will I give her the medicine. In addition, a cup of goat milk powder will be prepared before administering the medicine. This will prevent irritation to the stomach. Liang Zhixin also felt dissatisfied. I drove around to several pharmacies before I finally bought these medicines. I didn't know which kind of stomach medicine you should take, so I bought a box of every kind in the store. It wouldn't be good if none of them were suitable for you, would it? Su Qianxue waved her hand dejectedly. Brother Zhixin, thank you, but I'm not in pain anymore. You can go back now. Liang Zhixin. Seeing Su Qianxue curl up back on the bed, Liang Zhixin felt secretly annoyed. He meant well, but I never expected. He did like Su Qianxue, but he liked the independent, strong-willed, and capable Su Qianxue of today, not the pretentious, spoiled rich girl Su Qianxue of today. All right, then you get some rest. I'll come see you another day. After saying that, he picked up the medicine and left. However, as soon as he stepped out the door, Liang Zhixin immediately regretted it. How could he leave at this time? Especially at times like these, he should stay and take care of Su Qianxue, so that Su Qianxue knows who truly cares about her. Turning around, I saw that Su Qianxue's door had closed. Liang Zhixin simply called over Su Ma and asked her to clean up the room next door. He's staying here tonight. Young Master Liang, are you going to stay here? What? Is that not allowed? Liang Zhixin asked in return with a cold face. Liang Zhixin didn't give Su Ma, the servant, a friendly look either, and said coldly, "This room is closer to Qianxue's room, so I'll sleep here tonight. Remember to change the sheets and blankets." Su Ma hesitated for a moment, but in the end she could only do as she was told. The next morning, Su Qianxue woke up groggily, opened her door, and saw the room opposite, its door ajar. At that moment, Su Qianxue's heart began to pound wildly involuntarily. This room is Chen Xing's bedroom. Did he realize yesterday that his stomachache had flared up and ultimately couldn't bear to leave her, so he rushed back overnight? Sure enough, this man had feelings for her. Thinking of this, Su Qianxue immediately opened the door. Then, Liang Zhixin was seen lying on Chen Xing's bed. He looked like he had just woken up. Seeing Su Qianxue standing outside the door, Liang Zhixin mustered his strength and got out of bed. He wore what he thought was a cool smile. "Qianxue, you're awake. You slept here yesterday?" Upon seeing that Liang Zhixin was sleeping in this room, Su Qianxue's initial joy immediately turned to cold. Chapter 42. The taxi driver carried germs. "Yes, your stomach was hurting so badly yesterday. How could I possibly abandon you? Since no one is sleeping in this room, I'll sleep here. It'll be easier for me to take care of you." Liang Zhixin smiled. A thin layer of ice formed on Su Qianxue's face. I wasn't moved by it at all. Instead, I felt a strange sense of unease. He instantly lost the will to speak. He said casually, "If you're going to stay overnight in the future, remember to sleep in the guest room. This room belongs to Chen Xing." Liang Zhixin was taken aback. "But didn't you and him get divorced? Why are you still keeping his room?" I want to turn it into a warehouse." After Su Qianxue finished speaking, she turned around and went downstairs. 8 o'clock in the morning. Chen Xing took a taxi to take his daughter to kindergarten. On the bus, Chen Xing's phone suddenly rang. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Xing?" "Yes, that's me." "Hello, Mr. Chen Xing. We are members of the organizing committee of the CMO mathematics competition. Congratulations on winning first place in our CMO group competition." Chen Xing was taken aback. First place? He had expected his results to be good, but he never thought he would actually win first place in his group. "Mr. Chen, based on the personal information you filled out, we found that you haven't participated in the Category A math competition for 5 years. The organizing committee is very interested in your first place result. In addition, a reporter from the Science and Education channel is also quite curious about you. So we are preparing to conduct an exclusive interview with you. Do you have time?" Chen Xing said, "I'm about to take my daughter to kindergarten now. How about we find another time after I drop her off at school?" "Oh, Mr. Chen, the reporter from the Science and Education channel has limited time and has to catch an 11 o'clock flight. How about this? Where is your daughter's school? We can meet in front of the school and do a short interview." "Well, okay." Since the other party had said so, he naturally felt embarrassed to refuse. We arranged to meet directly at the school. They remained silent the entire way. 10 minutes later, Chen Xing got out of the taxi with his daughter Yiya. There were several children and their parents in front of the school gate. They were all there to drop their children off at school. And coincidentally, Liang Zhixin happened to be driving Huan to school. When the students saw Huan get out of the Bentley, they were incredibly envious, and even the parents couldn't help but look at her with new respect. A child came up to Huan and greeted her warmly. "Huan, your car is so beautiful. Is it your car?" Huan nodded. "Yes, this is my father Liang's car." "Wow, your father Liang is so rich. I remember this car is called a Bentley. It's so expensive." At such a young age, he already knows about luxury cars. Liang Zhixin flicked his bangs in a flamboyant manner. His vanity was greatly satisfied. Actually, this car doesn't belong to him. It is Su Qianxue's car. He borrowed it to drive Huan to school. "Yaya, you're here too. Yaya, why did you come in a taxi?" The children, with their sharp eyes, were both surprised and disgusted when they saw Yaya arrive in a taxi. A little girl covered her nose and said, "Yaya actually came by a smelly taxi. The taxi smelled so bad. Yaya must have smelled terrible too." Chen Xing frowned slightly. However, children speak without thinking, and he naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against a child. He glanced at Huan and saw that his eldest daughter didn't greet him or come forward. He felt like he was being ignored, so he prepared to send Yaya to kindergarten. "Yeah, just as I thought. Without Qianxue, all I can do is take a taxi." Just then, Liang Zhixin's sarcastic voice rang out from behind. "Liang Zhixin, what did you say?" Chen Xing turned to look at Liang Zhixin. The latter sneered. I heard that your bank card has been frozen, and even your stock account has been blocked. It seems that you really can't survive without the Su family. Brother Xing, you took a taxi to drop your child off today. Next time, you're not going to take the bus or ride a shared bike, are you? Ha! Upon hearing this, the other children's parents looked at Chen Xing with strange expressions. One snobbish parent even said in front of the child, Baby, birds of a feather flock together. Play with Huan more often in the future. Kids who come by taxi like this have germs on them. Try to avoid contact with them in the future, okay? Okay, Mom. The child nodded. Chen Xing's face darkened. Yiya was precocious and knew that these people looked down on her and her father. She immediately put her hands on her hips and yelled at the child's parents. I don't want to play with your child. Your child has body odor. La la la, it stinks. After saying that, he even made a face at the other person. Upon hearing this, the child's parent immediately objected, roaring, Hey, you child, how can you be so ill-mannered? Sure enough, children of divorces are all uncultured. They'll amount to nothing when they grow up. What did you say? Chen Xing stepped forward and looked directly at the parents. The parent felt a pang of guilt under Chen Xing's intense gaze, but still stubbornly retorted. What? Did I say something wrong? Your child is just rude. You, as a parent, have raised a child like this. You're no better than a parent yourself. Smack! Before she could even finish speaking, a resounding slap landed directly on her face. The woman covered her face, completely dumbfounded. He looked at Su Qianxue, who was getting out of the Bentley. Su Qianxue, dressed in a white suit with a pink scarf tied around her neck, exuded the aura of a domineering female CEO. Her face was as cold as ice. You can curse that man, but if I hear you say a bad word about my daughter again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Your daughter. The parent looked completely bewildered. It was only then that she subconsciously began to pay close attention. It was discovered that Yiya and Huan were almost identical except for their clothing and appearance. That's right, Huan and Yaya are both my daughters. Su Qianxue turned to look at Chen Xing. Seeing her arrive in a taxi with her daughter, her face turned unusually grim. Chen Xing, if you really can't take care of Yiya, then send her back. I won't allow my woman to suffer with someone like you. Mommy, Yaya didn't suffer. Yaya is great. Yiya hugged Chen Xing's leg. She shrank behind him. Yaya, stop making excuses for your father. He's penniless right now, and in a few days you might not even have a place to live. You should leave your father and live with your mother. Liang Zhixin said from the side. You jerk, shut up. To everyone's surprise, Yiya glared fiercely at Liang Zhixin, then stuck her tongue out at him forcefully. If it weren't for her father teaching her not to swear, she spat at Liang Zhixin. Chapter 43 Beautiful and Charming. Liang Zhixin's face turned ugly. He clenched his fist secretly. However, Liang Zhixin quickly put on a very aggrieved look. Yaya, I'm doing this for your own good. Staying with your father will only make you suffer from hunger and cold. He is simply incapable of taking care of you. Your uncle can't bear to see you suffer. Besides, your dad already has a new girlfriend, and he'll have children in the future, so he won't like you anymore. No, Daddy won't. Daddy will always love me. Yaya, with her neck stiff, yelled at Liang Zhixin. Yaya, Uncle Liang wants to tell you that your father spent the night at a hotel with another person last night. Liang Zhixin, shut up. Chen Xing's face turned ashen. Liang Zhixin is utterly despicable. He actually said these things in front of a child. Shameless. Shut up? Why should I shut up? Am I not telling the truth? Liang Zhixin sneered. He was right next to Su Qianxue when she made the phone call last night. Brother Xing, if you ask me, you're really something else. You just divorced Qianxue, and you've already found someone else. You can find other women, but have you thought about Yaya? You can be promiscuous in your private life, but you can't let it affect Yiya. At this point, Liang Zhixin turned to the people present and said, Ladies and gentlemen, you may not know this, but this Mr. Chen just divorced his wife, and, less than a week later, he got involved with another woman. Even in front of my own daughter. Tell me, how could a man like that possibly take good care of a child? Upon hearing this, the people around him gave him strange looks. Especially the women present, who looked at Chen Xing with disdain. They kept pointing and gesturing at him. Su Qianxue frowned slightly, and finally said coldly, Chen Xing, I can't stop you from finding women, but if this is how you take care of Yiya, I will reconsider the issue of Yiya's custody. I will not let Yiya stay with a father like you. As she spoke, Su Qianxue looked at Yiya. Yaya, come with mommy. Don't worry, Mom will take good care of you. No, I want to stay with my dad. Yaya hugged Chen Xing tightly. Yaya, I am your mother. You must listen to me. With that, Su Qianxue walked straight over, preparing to take Yaya away from Chen Xing. Smack! Don't touch her. Chen Xing waved Su Qianxue's hand away and hugged Yaya in his arms, looking at Liang Zhixin and Su Qianxue. At this moment, Chen Xing was unable to describe his feelings. I just feel disgusted. Especially Liang Zhixin. This guy is a despicable scoundrel with no bottom line. Liang Zhixin, Su Qianxue, I've tolerated you time and time again, thinking I could let things rest, but I never expected you to be so shameless. Su Qianxue, I can tolerate you having people slander me and freezing my personal accounts, but you can't touch Yaya. Yaya is my bottom line. Bottom line, huh? Do you really have a bottom line? If you did, you wouldn't be having a secret rendezvous with another woman in a hotel late at night. What's wrong with having a secret rendezvous? It's better than cheating on your spouse. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Then Li Moyan walked over, wearing 5-centimeter high heels. She was wearing a black fitted suit, and her originally long blonde hair had been dyed back to its original color. Her long, jet black hair cascaded down her shoulders. Beautiful and graceful. Chapter 44. I'll fight this lawsuit with you to the end. Hee, isn't this Miss Li? Did you have a good time last night? Upon seeing Li Moyan, Liang Zhixin revealed a playful expression and said sarcastically, You two just got together last night and arranged to take the kids to school together this morning. They really are obsessed with adultery. However, Miss Li, I must remind you that you should keep your eyes open when choosing a man. The man in front of you is a complete waste. He can't do anything except wash clothes and cook. You will regret it sooner or later. Su Qianxue stared intently at Li Moyan. Thinking about how Chen Xing had been with her last night made her feel nauseous. What are you doing here? Li Moyan's gaze swept over Su Qianxue, then looked at Liang Zhixin, her disdain impossible to hide. Green tea bitch, who were you talking about just now? I said, who's the green tea bitch? Liang Zhixin was almost led astray by Li Moyan, and after realizing what had happened, he flew into a rage. It's you, Liang Zhixin. I really don't know how someone like you has the nerve to come here and criticize Chen Xing. You've lost all sense of shame, haven't you? Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce this green tea bitch in front of me. 5 years ago, she chose to abandon her childhood sweetheart for a foreign woman. 5 years later, he abandoned his wife who had shared his hardships, ran back to China, and sowed discord in his childhood sweetheart's marriage, causing the couple to break up. Now he's come here to humiliate her ex-husband? Would you say this kind of person is a scumbag or a green tea bitch? Upon hearing this, the people around immediately turned their attention back to Liang Zhixin. They discussed it face to face. If that's really the case, that person is truly shameless. You're talking nonsense. Shut up. Don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't. Liang Zhixin was both ashamed and angry after Li Moyan exposed his past. He was about to retort when, no, whether it's true or not, you know the answer in your heart. Liang Zhixin, judging from your angry and embarrassed look, did I hit a nerve? Li Moyan naturally took Chen Xing's arm and looked at Liang Zhixin with disdain, saying, That's right, I like Chen Xing, I admit it, because Chen Xing is excellent enough. Excellent people will naturally be liked, unlike some people. What a piece of trash. How dare you call Chen Xing a piece of trash? There's no mirror in the house. Does that mean we don't need to pee? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? In my opinion, you're scum, not even as good as trash. If all the men in the world were dead, I wouldn't even give you a second glance. Liang Zhixin was about to vomit blood. Being called trash by a woman who points her finger at you is a devastating blow. And she actually said she was inferior to a piece of trash? No matter what, he is the eldest son of the Liang family. What does Chen Xing have? Su Qianxue's face looked as if it were covered with a layer of ice. Feeling the strange looks from those around her, she felt her face burning. Li Moyan, shut up. Shut up. Why should I shut up? What? Are you afraid I'll expose your shameful secrets, President Su? Li Moyan rolled her eyes. Su Qianxue, I didn't expect you to still have a sense of shame. If you had any shame, you wouldn't be flaunting that green tea bitch around like that. You actually gave up the man who loves you so much for a man who would be thrown in the trash and no one would even pick him up. Aren't you afraid of retribution? What an idiot. Li Moyan's small mouth was like a machine gun. Beep, beep, beep. He directly confronted Su Qianxue, leaving her speechless. Seeing that Su Qianxue and Liang Zhixin both looked like they'd swallowed flies. Li Moyan turned to Chen Xing and said, "Brother Xing, let's ignore these two scoundrels and take Yaya to school." "Good." Chen Xing took a deep breath and then looked at Su Qianxue. "Su Qianxue, whether you believe it or not, Mo Yin and I are innocent. I didn't corrupt Yaya. As for you, I have already granted your wish to be with Liang Zhixin. I hope you will not disturb my and Yaya's lives again. As a person, you need to have a bottom line." After saying that, Chen Xing picked up Yaya and walked straight into the kindergarten. Su Qianxue, her face ashen, and Liang Zhixin, looking aggrieved, were left behind. "Qianxue, look. How could she say such things about me? You have to stand up for me." Liang Zhixin's eyes were red. Her coy and affected mannerisms practically scream, "Green tea bitch," on her face. "Let's take Huan to school first." Seeing that everyone around them was looking at them strangely, Su Qianxue took Huan's hand and walked into the kindergarten. One hand was hidden in the sleeve, clenched tightly. Liang Zhixin followed behind, watching the people around him pointing and whispering. He was about to yell at them, but then, "Excuse me, is this Shuguang kindergarten?" Just then, a black interview vehicle with the logo of a technology channel slowly pulled up at the entrance. 3 people got out of the car, 2 women and 1 man. The man also had a camera slung over his shoulder. A woman in her 30s, who was leading the group, approached Liang Zhixin and asked, "Excuse me, is this Shuguang kindergarten? What do you do?" Liang Zhixin was taken aback. "Oh, we're from the technology channel, here to interview a parent," said the woman in her 30s. "Interview?" Upon hearing about the interview, Liang Zhixin's eyes lit up. "I know who you want to interview. Here's the thing. I'm a good friend of hers. I'll take you there right away." Chen Xing and Li Moyan escorted Yaya into the classroom together. Su Qianxue led Huan behind her. Su Qianxue had a dark expression the whole time, while Li Moyan clung tightly to Chen Xing's arm. He deliberately acted as if he were close to Chen Xing. He deliberately provoked Su Qianxue. Su Qianxue's face darkened, and the chill emanating from her body grew stronger. Finally, Su Qianxue could no longer tolerate it. "Li Moyan, let him go." "Oh, President Su, are you jealous?" Li Moyan turned around, looked at Su Qianxue, and sneered. "Don't forget, you and Chen Xing are already divorced. What does it have to do with you if I'm with Chen Xing? I won't let go. What can you do about it?" Su Qianxue clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. "Chen Xing, even if we are divorced, don't forget that I am still Yaya's mother and you are still Huan's father. Aren't you afraid of setting a bad example for your 2 children by doing this? Chen Xing, I don't care what you do outside, but I can't ignore it when you disregard Yaya's feelings in front of her. If you continue like this, I will not give you custody of Yaya." Li Moyan sneered. "President Su, do you want to file a lawsuit?" "Okay, sure. From this moment forward, I will be Chen Xing's legal representative. I'll fight this lawsuit with you to the very end." Chapter 45. Dad is the best. Mommy, I don't want Yaya to come home. I don't want Yaya as my little sister." Huan grabbed Su Qianxue's hand and shouted loudly. Without her younger sister, her mother would only love her. But with Yaya, her younger sister would take away some of her mother's love. She doesn't want anyone to take away her mother's love. "Mom, I want to be with Dad," Yaya said weakly. Chen Xing held Yaya in his arms and said, "Don't worry, Yaya, you will always be with Daddy." Huan. Chen Xing's gaze fell on his eldest daughter again. At that moment, his gaze toward his eldest daughter was incredibly complex. When Huan publicly called Liang Zhixin Father Liang and said she didn't want him, he didn't despair. Even when Huan shot him with a crossbow, he wasn't completely despairing. But at this moment, when Huan said she didn't want Yaya as her younger sister, finally, despair set in. He raised Huan and Yaya from a young age, but he never expected. Yaya perfectly inherited his personality, while Huan inherited the personality of the Su family. Selfish, vanity, cold-blooded, cold-hearted. Huan, don't worry. From now on, you will take the surname Su, and your sister will take my surname, Chen. If you don't acknowledge Yaya as your sister, then the 2 of you will no longer be sisters. Su Qianxue, I will fight you to the end for custody of Huan. You want to compete with me?" Su Qianxue pointed at Li Moyan and sneered. "Chen Xing, you don't think that just because this woman is backing you up, you have the right to compete with me. The Su Group has a team of the most elite lawyers in the industry. If you sue me, what do you think your chances of winning are? Then let's give it a try." Li Moyan had an arrogant expression on her face. Li Moyan is confident in her profession, even against the legal team of the Su Group. Qianxue. Just then, Liang Zhixin walked in with a reporter from the Science and Education channel. The person you want to interview is right here. Liang Zhixin came to Su Qianxue's side and said, I ran into reporters from the Science and Education channel outside. They insisted on coming to interview me, so I brought them along. That's right. Liang Zhixin mistakenly thought the reporter was there to interview Su Qianxue. The Su Group is a leading enterprise in Shenzhou, and Su Qianxue is a star entrepreneur. In Liang Zhixin's view, if a reporter were to interview someone, the subject would undoubtedly be Su Qianxue. Su Qianxue was taken aback. I feel a bit lost. She hasn't received any interview invitations from TV stations recently. Moreover, even if an interview is conducted, it should not be on a science and education channel, but rather on a finance channel. But, unimportant, if the TV station insists on interviewing them, that's fine too. In fact, it can be an opportunity to increase the exposure of the Su Group. Su Qianxue composed herself and walked straight up to the middle-aged reporter. Hello, I am Su Qianxue, the president of Su Group. I did not receive any interview request from your TV station, but it is possible that my secretary missed it. However, I still need to take my child to school now. Can we wait a little while? Huan was overjoyed to see that her mother was going to be interviewed. I rushed into the classroom immediately to share the news with the children. Come quick. My mom is going to be interviewed by the TV station. My mom will be on TV soon. My mom is going to be a big star. The children looked on with envy. Huan's mother wants to become a big star. Not only is Huan's mother rich, but she is also a star. They also want to have a mother like Huan's mother. Liang Zhixin straightened his clothes and stepped forward. It's like this. President Su has something to attend to right now and will need to take a few minutes. If you don't mind, you can interview me. I'm President Su's good friend. The middle-aged reporter and the CMO organizing committee staff were all dumbfounded. Looking at them is like looking at aliens. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Liang Zhixin asked, noticing that the others looked unwell. Ms. Su, Mr. Liang, you may have misunderstood. We don't want to interview you. The middle-aged reporter shook his head. If it's not Qianxue, then who is it? Liang Zhixin sneered. Is there anyone else here qualified to be interviewed by a television station? The reporter's gaze fell on Chen Xing. Then, he went straight to Chen Xing. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Xing? Yes, it's me. Chen Xing nodded politely. Hello, we are a reporter from CCTV's Science and Education channel. We called you before and came here specifically to interview you. Su Qianxue and Liang Zhixin were both shocked. Liang Zhixin said incredulously, Hey, are you sure you're not mistaken? The person you're interviewing is this person? What gives him the right? Sir, you may not know this, but Mr. Chen Xing just won first place in the group stage of the CMO mathematics competition. We came here specifically to conduct an exclusive interview with him. At this moment, CMO staff also came up. He was also holding a box of medals in his hands. Mr. Chen, congratulations on winning first place in our CMO group stage. Here is your medal. In 2 weeks, the CMO finals will be held, where you will compete for the gold medal. We hope you will have a great start and achieve new heights. Thanks. Chen Xing bowed and accepted the medal. Wow, it's Dad who's going to be interviewed. It's not Mom. Dad, you actually won first place in the math competition. You're amazing. Yi was so excited that she danced around. At such a young age, she couldn't help but feel proud of her father. Su Qianxue felt a mix of emotions. First, I was a little embarrassed, and then, more than anything, I was shocked. CMO group stage, first place. She also knew about this math competition. It was highly prestigious. Over the years, she had never known that Chen Xing had such high achievements in mathematics. Liang Zhixin was so frustrated that he wished he could explode on the spot. How could it be Liang Zhixin? This housewife, who used to be so busy working around the stove, actually got a TV interview one day? What merit or ability does he possess? Haha, I misinterpreted your feelings. How embarrassing. Li Moyan burst out laughing. Looking at Liang Zhixin and Su Qianxue is like looking at two monkeys in a zoo. She walked over and took Yaya from Chen Xing's arms. Brother Xing, since this is an interview with you, you should do the interview first, and I'll take Yaya to school. Yaya, go to school and listen to your teacher. Did someone say before that your dad is a good-for-nothing? Now you can loudly tell all the children that your dad is not a good-for-nothing. Your dad won first place in a math competition and was even interviewed by a TV station. Your dad is the best. Yiyan nodded emphatically. Yes, Yiyan knows. Daddy is the best. Chapter 46. You must have never been to college, right? Upon hearing that a TV station was coming to interview them, the principal and teachers of Shuguang Kindergarten rushed to the scene immediately. They don't care who gets interviewed, as long as there's a chance to expose his kindergarten. It's like getting free advertising. I have to use up some internet data. Mr. Chen, friends, we have prepared a special lounge for you all. You are welcome to go inside for the interview. The principal said earnestly. No need, a simple interview will suffice. The middle-aged reporter refused outright. Then, the reporter stepped forward and pointed the microphone at Chen Xing. Mr. Chen, first of all, congratulations on winning first place in your group in the CMO mathematics competition. Secondly, I have a few questions for you. Mr. Chen, what kind of work do you do? Is it related to mathematics? Which school did Mr. Chen graduate from? You should know that the CMO mathematics competition is held every year, but your name was not on the list for the previous few years. Your sudden participation and outstanding results make you a true dark horse in the competition. Facing the camera, Chen Xing was initially a little nervous, but when he saw Li Moyan and his daughter beside him, giving him encouraging looks, he immediately calmed down. I graduated from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. I didn't work before that. I stayed at home taking care of my wife and children. I didn't do any math-related work. The last time I participated in a math competition was 5 years ago. The reporter was somewhat surprised. Surprisingly, this man who won the CMO math competition is also a stay-at-home dad. It's not easy for a stay-at-home dad to stand out and win such a big award. I see. So Mr. Chen is a good family man. That woman would be very happy if she could form a family with Mr. Chen. The reporter laughed. Upon hearing this, Su Qianxue's expression immediately became unnatural. The look in his eyes as he looked at Chen Xing was very complicated. It seems she hasn't paid enough attention to this man on a regular basis. I know absolutely nothing about him. Liang Zhixin tugged at the arm of a CMO organizing committee staff member and asked in a low voice, what exactly is going on? What is CMO? The staff member frowned slightly, looking at Liang Zhixin with a hint of disdain. You don't even know about the CMO math competition? Did this guy even go to college? Just as he was about to explain to Liang Zhixin, Li Moyan interrupted him. The CMO mathematics competition, also known as the National Mathematical Olympiad, is organized by the Chinese Mathematical Society. It is divided into 2 groups, the senior group and the junior group. It is the largest and most influential mathematics competition in China. Hey bro, have you ever even been to school? Anyone with the education level to complete 9 years of compulsory education should have heard of this competition. Li Moyan made no attempt to hide her contempt for Liang Zhixin in her words. The way you look at Liang Zhixin is like the way you look at a stray dog's poop on the street. Liang Zhixin's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Being looked down upon by a beautiful woman, that feeling is just too bittersweet. I don't know what happened this time. I went to university in the US, and there's no CMO math competition in the US. Oh, so what if it's America? Li Moyan rolled her eyes. What a fake foreigner. A staff member standing nearby said, CMO is derived from IMO, which is an organization led by the United States. IMO? Liang Zhixin was even more bewildered upon hearing this. Clearly, he hadn't heard of it either. Chapter 47. Your mother's head is flat. Idiot. Li Moyan scoffed. Su Qianxue frowned secretly and subconsciously distanced herself from Liang Zhixin. Mom, I don't want Dad to be on TV. I want Mom to be on TV. Huan held Su Qianxue's hand and kept acting coquettishly. He looked aggrieved. Why isn't Mom on TV? Why is Dad on TV? He doesn't like his useless dad. Your mother's brain is fried. The TV station won't let it air. Li Moyan interjected at the opportune moment. Su Qianxue turned to look at Li Moyan, her eyes carrying a hint of murderous intent. This woman is so annoying. Huan, go back to school and listen to your teacher. Let's go. After saying that, Su Qianxue turned and walked towards the door. Liang Zhixin glared fiercely at Chen Xing and Li Moyan. He really lost face today. These 2 people are the ones who made him lose face. He absolutely could not swallow this insult. They'll get their revenge sooner or later. Chen Xing is a scumbag. I suspect that he was already having an affair with that Li guy before he divorced you. Back in the car, Liang Zhixin couldn't wait to start bad-mouthing Chen Xing. He whispered sweet nothings in Su Qianxue's ear. But, all right, that's enough. Su Qianxue waved her hand irritably. Clearly, she didn't want to hear anything about Chen Xing right now. Seeing Su Qianxue's attitude, Liang Zhixin felt even more aggrieved. We walked back to the company in silence. Just as Su Qianxue was about to get on the elevator, her secretary came out and said, "Good morning, Ms. Su. I'm sorry, your private elevator is experiencing a malfunction and is temporarily unavailable." Upon hearing this, Su Qianxue's mood worsened. It seems that her luck has been very bad since she broke up with Chen Xing. Xing. Sensing the resentful chill emanating from the female CEO, the secretary instinctively shivered. Sweating profusely, she said, "President Su, would you mind taking the staff elevator? I'll clear it out for you right away." "No." Su Qianxue waved her hand in refusal. She's not some kind of abbot. It's just an elevator ride. She wouldn't kick her employees off. He walked directly into the employee elevator. The staff in the elevator quickly bowed to Su Qianxue to greet her. Su Qianxue simply nodded with a very aloof air. She stood at the front of the elevator, while the dozen or so employees behind her huddled together like shrimp. The aura of the forest terrified them. At that moment, an employee took out his phone and exclaimed, "Wow, the first place winner in this year's CMO math competition group stage is actually a stay-at-home dad who has been living in cramped conditions for 5 years. This employee is an engineering student who enjoys studying math, physics, and chemistry, so he pays close attention to news in this area." His exclamation quickly attracted the attention of his colleagues. They were quite surprised after learning what CMO was. "Really? According to you, the participants in the CMO math competition are all top talents from major universities. It doesn't make sense for a stay-at-home dad to get first place in the group stage." At this moment, a sexy and alluring elite woman curled her lip and said, "Maybe this person has connections in the organizing committee, or perhaps they simply mixed up the contestants' information." "Exactly, they must have mixed it up." The engineering student firmly stated that it was impossible. How could such a professional, large-scale event make such a basic mistake? Su Qianxue's secretary also became interested and casually asked, "What's the name of the person who got first place in the group stage?" "Call him Chen Xing," the employee said. "What are you calling me?" The secretary's expression changed immediately, and she subconsciously looked at their CEO. As Su Qianxue's chief secretary, she naturally knew Su Qianxue's personal situation and had even received Chen Xing more than once. Meanwhile, Su's useless husband had suddenly become the champion of the CMO competition. This just doesn't seem possible no matter how you look at it. "Are you sure it's really Chen Xing?" "Yes, I'm sure. The information is all online." The employee handed his phone to the secretary. The secretary's eyes widened in surprise. After a long while, she managed a forced smile, her laughter filled with embarrassment. "Hee hee, I didn't expect it. What a coincidence. Maybe we just have the same name." At that moment, a woman's voice rang out. "Secretary Qin, could you let me see your phone?" The speaker was Lin Yuma, the director of the technology department of the Su Group. "A tech guru. I completed my undergraduate studies in China, but my graduate and doctoral degrees were earned at Stanford University in the United States." Secretary Qin handed the phone to Lin Yuma, who took it, glanced at the information on it, and then smiled slightly. "That's right. It's him. He's my senior." "Your senior?" The employees were incredulous. "Director Lin, the higher-up said this person is 25 years old, younger than you. How could he possibly be your senior?" The science guy blurted out his doubts in a very straightforward way. Lin Yuma's face darkened slightly. She rolled her eyes at the engineering student and said in an icy voice, "So what? At Huazhong University of Science and Technology, Chen Xing is a miracle, a genius. I entered Huazhong University of Science and Technology's Gifted Youth Program at the age of 14, graduated at 18, and received my master's degree at 21. I was only a sophomore at that time." "Wow." Upon hearing this, the employees exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yuma said, "Back then, he was a prominent figure at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, a genius. He became a student of Dean Li and had already made a name for himself in the Chinese mathematics community by the age of 16. When he was 18, he won 16 prestigious international mathematics awards in one go. That year, the former president of Huazhong University of Science and Technology personally presented him with one of the few outstanding contribution awards in the history of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. I remember when he graduated, he received offers from 4 international Ivy League universities, including Orwell University. If he was willing to attend, he could not only receive a full scholarship, but also obtain a green card after graduation. Unfortunately, for some reason, I didn't go abroad later. Upon hearing this, the employees were immediately filled with regret. They were all scrambling to study abroad, but this genius received offers from 4 Ivy League schools, including Orver, and surprisingly, he didn't go. Sigh. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. Just then, the elevator arrived at the company. The elevator doors were open, but no one got off. They stared at Lin Yuma and asked, "So what happened next? How did this genius become a stay-at-home dad? Isn't that a waste of talent?" Lin Yuma shrugged and said, "I don't know the specific reason. I only know that he seems to have gotten married. Even his old mentor, Professor Lee from our School of Mathematics, cut ties with him because of this and never spoke to him again." Sigh. If my senior had continued to persevere and pursue his studies, I believe his achievements would be limitless by now, and he would probably already be a world-renowned mathematician. Chapter 48, Young Genius. Sigh, this person is so love-struck. Love-struck people are really a killer. Yes, it's such a pity. God gave him an extraordinary brain, but he used it to cook and serve his wife. God would be heartbroken if he knew. The employees looked on with a sigh. Lin Yuma smiled and said, "There's nothing we can do. Everyone has their own ambitions. But I believe that the woman who is loved and cherished by our young genius from Huazhong University of Science and Technology is definitely the happiest woman in the world. If she were to let our senior down, she would be struck by lightning." Qianxue's figure visibly trembled. Secretary Qin felt a chill run down his spine, secretly worried for Lin Yuma. They really dare to say anything. Lin Yuma and the others found that the elevator had arrived, so they got off the elevator and clocked out to go to work. Only Secretary Qin and Qianxue remained in the elevator. Whether it was her imagination or something else, Secretary Qin felt that the air conditioning in the elevator was unusually cold today. It's getting a bit cold. Finally, the elevator reached the top floor. The elevator doors opened, and Qianxue walked straight into the conference room without saying a word. "Today is Tuesday. We held a routine shareholders meeting, and incidentally, we also had a video conference with several overseas investors." Upon entering the meeting room, all the shareholders were already present. The video call has also been completed. When everyone saw Qianxue, they immediately stood up to greet her. "Ms. Su, congratulations. We've all received the news that your husband just won an award in the CMO mathematics competition in China. President Su has good taste in men. President Su, I never imagined your husband was so outstanding. It would be a shame not to take advantage of such a talent. If he could come to the company and work directly in the technical department, with this math genius in charge, our company's technical department would definitely reach new heights." In the video, Peter, an overseas investor, also offered his congratulations. "To be honest, Mr. Su, the top tech talent I just recruited in China also participated in this competition, but he was eliminated in the group stage. Compared to your husband, the difference is simply too great." Qianxue forced a smile and casually replied, "Pet is too kind. He just got lucky. The players in the group stage weren't very strong, and he just picked up a lucky one. Haha, I think you're being too modest, Mr. Su. The situation you described is simply impossible. Besides, even if it were a lucky break, the score that's 20 points above the passing mark is a real fact." Qianxue. At this moment, one of the shareholders took out his phone and said, "I asked a friend to get the original video of Ms. Su's husband being interviewed by CCTV's Science and Education channel. Does anyone want to take a look? Great. Release it quickly so we can admire President Su's husband's shining image on television. He's a top talent." Yes, release them quickly." Even overseas investor Peter was very interested. "I want to pay homage to Chen Xing." Qianxue instinctively wanted to stop them, but seeing the overseas investors' enthusiastic expressions, she swallowed back the words she was about to say. The shareholder immediately had his secretary project the video onto the screen. "Hello, Mr. Chen. The finals are in just 2 weeks. With your skill level, you're sure to get good results. By the way, could you tell us more about your current situation? For example, married life or something like that. May I ask your wife's surname?" In the video, the reporter asked. Chen Xing hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's like this. I just got divorced and am now raising my child Yu alone. As for my ex-wife, I think it's best not to mention her." Inside the meeting room, the shareholders who saw this all looked surprised. The meeting room suddenly fell silent. Almost all eyes were focused on Qianxue at the same time. On the big screen, overseas investor Pete's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "I don't know what to say for a moment. Su Qianxue had a dark expression on her face. The hand under the table tightened unconsciously. President Su, you and your husband are divorced. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. Su Qianxue took a deep breath, her expression returning to its usual composure, and nodded. That's right. We're divorced. Oh, Mr. Su, how can you just get a divorce like that? It's such a pity. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. I didn't know about your divorce. I'll take the projector back right away. Mr. Su, is there still any possibility of hiring him into our company? Even Pete's expression turned serious. Pete is of Chinese descent. Although he has an Asian appearance, he was actually educated in the West and values talent more. Just now, after learning that Chen Xing was Su Qianxue's husband, he even thought that if Chen Xing were to join the company and get involved in the project, he would even be willing to invest an additional 300 million yuan for this talent, for no other reason than the rarity of talented individuals. Result, they got divorced. Pete couldn't understand it at all. How could Su Qianxue let such an outstanding man go? Facing the shocked, surprised, and puzzled looks from the crowd, Su Qianxue suddenly smiled faintly. Although we are divorced, we are still living together. In fact, my husband only had a little emotional outburst with me. We'll remarry in a few days. President. Just then, Secretary Qin suddenly walked in with her phone in hand. He whispered in Su Qianxue's ear, President, your husband just announced on his WeChat moments that he is divorcing you. Su Qianxue, she doesn't have Chen Xing's WeChat moments because she has blocked him. They snatched Secretary Qin's phone. Sure enough, Chen Xing posted a brief message about his divorce on his WeChat moments. This move signifies a complete disclosure to friends and family. Upon seeing Chen Xing's post on WeChat moments, Su Qianxue suddenly felt short of breath, as if 1,000 needles were piercing her heart. It felt as if something very important had slipped away from his life. My heart is burning with pain. The Su family's old house. Su Qianxue's mother, Wang Yun. We held a tea party at home. Those who came were her old girlfriends who usually played mahjong and went shopping with her. One of the elegant ladies, while cracking sunflower seeds, asked, By the way, Sister Yun, is your Qianxue really divorced? Wang Yun said smugly. Of course, would I lie to you? It's good that we're divorced. How could a good-for-nothing who only knows how to do housework, buy groceries, cook, and take care of the kids be worthy of my daughter? I never agreed to this marriage in the first place, and now that we're divorced, I can't be happier. Chapter 49 My ex-husband is amazing. Yes, I said it before too. Our Qianxue is so outstanding. How come she married such an ordinary man? Isn't that a waste of Qianxue's talent? That's right. Our Qianxue is beautiful and capable. Even if the man she finds isn't a rich scion, he has to be a young man from a powerful family. Sister Wang, I have a relative who is quite well off. How about I introduce them to Qianxue? The old girlfriends chattered amongst themselves. They quacked and quacked like a flock of ducks. Wang Yun snorted and said, Sigh. It's all because my old man was kind-hearted and thought about the connection with the Chun family that he agreed to this marriage. I tried my best to stop it back then, but my old man wouldn't listen to me. Now it's all good. Yes, you're right. My daughter wants to marry into a wealthy and powerful family. Please keep an eye out for good young men and introduce them to my Qianxue. My close friends all said it was no problem. Oh my God, Sister Wang, your good-for-nothing son-in-law is on the news. Just then, an exclamation rang out. What? Who's on the news? Curious, everyone crowded around. A graceful lady in a purple cheongsam raised her phone and pointed at Chen Xing on the screen, saying, Isn't this Chen Xing? Sister Wang, your son-in-law has really made something of himself. He actually won the CMO mathematics competition. Wow, the CMO? That's the most prestigious math competition in China. My son participated in it when he was in college, but he didn't even make it to the group stage. Yes, my daughter participated once too, but unfortunately, she didn't make a splash at all. Wang Yin glanced at the content on her phone, frowned, and said, Is it really that weird? It's just a math competition. That one sentence alone reveals the truth. This perfectly illustrates the phrase, ignorant and incompetent. Wang Yun's close friend stepped in at the opportune moment to educate her. Really? That's amazing. After hearing this, Wang Yun exclaimed in disbelief. Then, as if she had thought of something, she took her phone out of her Chanel bag and went to a corner to make a call. At the same time, the Su family building, the CEO's office. Having just finished a video call with Pete, Su Qianxue collapsed onto the sofa, her face looking extremely pale. Pete's words still echo in my ears. Mr. Su, in our United States, we take marriage very seriously. Before marriage, we can be willful, but after marriage, we will not easily consider divorce. Besides, your husband is so outstanding. I really don't understand why you would give up this marriage. Your attitude toward marriage is hard for me to accept. I originally wanted to invest more, but now I think I need to reconsider. Pete originally planned to invest an additional 500 million yuan in Sue's technology research and development department, but it was all because of her divorce from Chen Xing. Hundreds of millions of dollars of investment went down the drain. Admittedly, if Pitt is to continue investing, he must properly manage his marital relationship with Chen Xing. Whatever. If Chen Xing can really achieve outstanding results in the CMO finals, I'll just have to lower myself and appease him. Even now, Su Qianxue still believes that as long as she lowers her standards and begs, she can still win back Chen Xing's heart. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. Su Qianxue glanced at the phone number before answering. Hello, Mom, what's wrong? Qianxue, tell me, did Chen Xing win that Oh no, CMO championship? Wang Yun's voice sounded furtive on the phone. Yes. Su Qianxue nodded. I never expected that even my mom would find out about this. It really is the internet age. There are no secrets anymore. How could that guy? He's just a good-for-nothing, isn't he? You don't know? All my girlfriends said that to win a competition of this level, you're incredibly talented. You wouldn't remarry him because of that, would you? That's right. Wang Yun made this call because she was worried that Su Qianxue might soften her heart and remarry Chen Xing. She genuinely looked down on Chen Xing. If it weren't for the old lady in the family being so stubborn, she would never have let someone like Chen Xing into the house. As for his first place in the math competition, what's the use? It can't be eaten as a meal. Now, Wang Yun understands just how prestigious the first place in the CMO mathematics competition is. Mom, don't worry about me. I'm all grown up now, and never mind, you wouldn't understand anyway. Just enjoy playing cards and shopping with your best friends. Su Qianxue really had no interest in listening to her mother's nagging. She knew what level her mother was at. She's materialistic and short-sighted. No matter how much you explain, she won't understand. Hang up the phone. Su Qianxue collapsed onto the sofa again. Beep beep. At that moment, the phone vibrated twice. It turns out someone made a statement in the Liang family's group chat. Liang Family Gang is a group chat created by Liang Zhixin. It's full of rich kids from Shenzhou. Su Qianxue opened the group chat and saw that they were discussing the CMO competition. These guys who are usually unambitious and live a life of luxury actually received the news. Some people even specifically tagged Su Qianxue. Qianxue, I heard that your ex-husband got first place in the group stage of the CMO math competition. Is that true? Sister Su, your husband is quite capable. How come I never noticed before? Sister Su, you just got divorced, and your ex-husband won first place in the CMO competition. Does this mean you've been exploiting him too much and burying his talent? At Su Qianxue's face darkened. What do these guys mean by this? They're deliberately stirring things up. They're obviously trying to make a fool of her. At this moment, Liang Zhixin jumped out and said, Shut up, all of you. What kind of tone is that? Qianxue and Chen Xing divorced because of Chen Xing's personal issues. It has nothing to do with Qianxue. Besides, it's just a CMO math competition. I'm even starting to doubt whether Chen Xing cheated or not. If cheating is allowed in the imperial examinations these days, it's even more likely to happen in a mere math competition. Yes, I support Brother Liang's statement. Some people have come forward to support Liang Zhixin. The CMO competition is now conducted online without proctors, so there might be cheating involved. The discussion in the group chat was very heated, and soon there were 99+ messages. Su Qianxue, the person involved, felt a headache coming on. Having her private affairs brought up for public discussion made her feel like she was being made a fool of. This is the first time I've felt this group is so boring. They secretly complained that Liang Zhixin had no serious business and had created such a pointless group. I promptly blocked the group. Chapter 50: The War of Information. As Chen Xing appeared on television, the news of his winning the CMO Group Stage Championship gradually gained momentum, especially online. Netizens are very curious about this dark horse that has emerged unexpectedly. They both wanted to know each other's background. Just as the online discussion was in full swing, an anonymous post suddenly appeared, as if it had been intentionally orchestrated. They revealed all of Chen Xing's personal information. The information about Chen Xing was very detailed, even including the university he attended, his 5 years as a live-in son-in-law in the Su family, and so on. With the emergence of this post, even more dissenting voices arose online. Like boiling water. A netizen named Jiang and Ribbon Puppet commented, "A stay-at-home dad of 5 years can actually get first place in the CMO group stage. How can we math majors bear this? I now even suspect that there might be cheating involved." One netizen commented, "I think the person upstairs is just being sour. Can't children from poor families succeed?" That's right. I think Chen Xing represents us ordinary people. I'm a big supporter of Chen Xing. Netizen Gugo Qianxue at Jiang and Ribbon. I think the person upstairs is right. If a stay-at-home dad for 5 years can become a math whiz, then it just makes us math people look like useless people. Finally, the heavyweight has arrived. As its popularity soared, Wang Hong, a popular influencer with millions of followers, suddenly posted a significant message on the platform. It has been revealed that Chen Xing is actually a junior colleague of Professor Li Taiyi of the School of Mathematics at the University of Science and Technology of China. This influential blogger with millions of followers revealed that he received inside information that Chen Xing was at Professor Li's house on the day of the math competition, and that Chen Xing even revealed the questions to Professor Li. Throughout the entire question and answer process, Professor Li was actually answering the questions. Chen Xing was merely copying them for him. The reason we were able to achieve first place is entirely thanks to Professor Li, and with this influential blogger's revelations. At the same time, a person claiming to be a PhD student re-entering USDC also revealed online that Chen Xing was once Li Taiyi's most valued student, and that Li Taiyi did not hesitate to use his internal connections to get Chen Xing admitted to USDC through back channels. Then, to prove its authenticity, it even posted a photo in the post. The photo shows Chen Xing at Luyuan. This is practically solid proof. In an instant, rumors of Chen Xing cheating in the math competition spread like wildfire. It even trended on social media at one point. That wasn't the end of it. As the buzz grew, the contestants who had previously participated actually banded together and publicly tagged the organizing committee online, demanding a thorough investigation, and Chen Xing's competition results are canceled. This move garnered support from countless netizens. The CMO organizing committee was completely dumbfounded. Overnight, their phones were ringing off the hook with calls from the outside world. Official accounts were even compromised at one point. This forced the organizing committee to temporarily disable the comment function. This move not only failed to quell the controversy, but also caused a very serious public relations crisis. He was criticized and condemned by countless netizens. Therefore, the organizing committee must not convene an emergency meeting to deal with this matter. It's important to understand that the CMO is the most prestigious mathematics competition in China. If cheating is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. CMO headquarters. Gentlemen, you must all know the purpose of this meeting. Now I would like to hear your opinions on how this matter should be handled. Lin Jintao, chairman of the CMO organizing committee, looked at the committee members below and spoke calmly. Lin Jintao is a visiting professor and honorary vice dean of the School of Mathematics at Huaxia Kyoto University and an honorary academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. An elderly man in his 70s. He is like a giant panda, a national treasure in the Chinese mathematics community. He was one of the first initiators of the CMO, China's Mathematical Olympiad in informatics. These people online are making things up out of thin air. Our online competition has been running for so many years, with full video monitoring and strict oversight, and there has never been a problem. Do they really think our proctoring team is incompetent? That's right. These people are just parroting what others say. They don't understand anything. Unfounded suspicion and baseless doubt are simply despicable. What I find most hateful are those eliminated contestants who actually signed a petition online at this time. These people aren't very capable, but they're number one at causing trouble. I think they should be permanently banned from participating in any competitions organized by the CMO. Mr. Lin, in short, our attitude must be firm. Compared to the excited crowd below, old Lin remained calm and composed, as if Mount Tai had collapsed before him. He nodded. You're right, so I think it's time to release the full surveillance footage of Chen Xing's match that day on an online platform. The best way to dispel rumors is with the truth. For the past few days, Chen Xing has been staying at a hotel with Yiya. The single-level apartment I rented before is now completely gone. He has been actively looking for a place to live these past few days, but hasn't found a suitable one yet. That night, He had just put Yaya to sleep when the reporter from CCTV's Science and Education channel, who had interviewed him before, suddenly called him. Mr. Chen, have you been online these past few days? Now everyone online is questioning whether you cheated on the exam. Yes, I saw it. Chen Xing remained remarkably calm. The reporter asked, Mr. Chen, I believe in your character, but those rumors online are really… Well, you know. I just want to ask you, were you really at Professor Li's house on the day of the competition? Was Professor Li involved throughout the entire process? Instead of directly answering the reporter's question, Chen Xing countered with, Reporter Bai, do you think Professor Li Tai is that kind of person? He was an upright man throughout his life. Do you think he would choose to cheat in such a crucial competition for my sake? But online. Bai Feifei was about to speak again when Chen Xing interrupted her. It is said online that I had a teacher-student relationship with Li Taiyuel. I admit that I did have a teacher-student relationship with Professor Li Taiyuel. He was my mentor and guide on my mathematical journey. However, even so, it does not prove that he cheated for me. This is an insult to Professor Li. Bai Feifei remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, Mr. Chen, I believe in you, and I also trust Li Tai. Although there's nothing I can do, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to stand up for you. Although Bai Feifei only spent less than half an hour with Chen Xing, she had a very good impression of him. Her intuition told her that Chen Xing was not as bad as the internet made him out to be. Those are absolutely fabrications. Thank you, Reporter Bai. Chapter 51. The paper was plagiarized. Mr. Chen, the current online sentiment is very unfavorable to you. What are your plans next? No matter what's said online, I firmly believe that the innocent will clear themselves. These doubts and rumors will eventually crumble in the face of facts. I will prove to everyone in the finals that I am innocent, and my teacher is even more innocent. Chen Xing's answer was firm and resolute. On the other end of the phone, Bai Feifei nodded vigorously. Yes, I believe in you, Mr. Chen. I look forward to your triumph in the finals. Thank you for your kind words. After ending the call, Chen Xing opened the phone book on his phone. They found Li Taiyuel's phone number. Originally, the whole incident had nothing to do with the teacher, but because of him, the teacher was dragged into a media storm, causing his lifelong integrity to be tarnished. He's such an unfilial student. Just as Chen Xing was hesitating whether to call his teacher and apologize to him over the phone, Li Moyan suddenly called. Hello, Miss Li. Chen Xing, I saw those messages online. Are you all right? Li Moyan's crisp and capable voice came through the phone. Well, I'm fine, but it was the teacher who suffered an injustice. By the way, are you at Willow Garden? How is the teacher now? My grandfather is doing very well. Li Moyan smiled and said, You don't need to worry about him. My grandfather is a veteran who has been through countless battles. He doesn't care about mere rumors at all. He's worried about you, afraid that you won't be able to handle it. Chen Xing felt a warmth in his heart. At this time, the old man was still thinking about his unfilial student. This kindness is truly as great as the heavens. Chen Xing suddenly felt he owed the old man even more. Chen Xing, the reason I'm calling you is something else, Li Moyan said. You know Professor Su Dongqing from USDC, right? Certainly. Chen Xing nodded. Professor Su Dongqing, the current dean of the School of Mathematics at USDC. Why did you suddenly bring him up? This Su Dongqing is also a very famous person. He is currently the dean of the School of Mathematics at the University of Science and Technology of China. His achievements in mathematics were second only to his teacher, Li Taiyuel. However, this person's reputation is generally poor. When he was studying at the University of Science and Technology of China, he had heard about the other party's near plagiarism of a student's paper. Today my grandfather showed me one of his papers. He said there was a problem with it, and asked me to send it to you, so you could take a look. He said the paper looked a bit like it was written by you. Chen Xing was taken aback. Okay, send me the paper, I'll look at it now. Okay. Li Moyan immediately sent the original version of Su Dongqing's published paper to Chen Xing's computer via email. Chen Xing opened the paper, and his expression changed in less than a minute. I was utterly shocked. Immediately afterwards, a surge of anger was ignited. The paper that Su Dongqing published online is the original manuscript of the paper she published when she graduated with her master's degree. The above doesn't even have any punctuation marks that have been revised. It's almost 100% plagiarism. Chen Xing, are you still there? Li Moyan's voice came from the phone. I am here. Chen Xing tried his best to suppress his anger, but his voice was still slightly low. Li Moyan said, My grandfather discovered that there was a problem with this paper. So he went to Su Dongsheng and pointed out that he had plagiarized your paper. But guess what he said? He said that his paper was approved by the Su family, and that your father-in-law had verbally agreed that he could put his name on the paper. Chapter 52 Live Broadcast. The innocent will prove their innocence. My father-in-law. Chen Xing suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a huge trap. It seems that the entire Su family is plotting against him. Su Dongxing's paper, published in the most prestigious mathematics journal in the United States, caused a huge sensation at the time. It can be said that Su Dongxing's high reputation at home and abroad is directly related to this paper. Li Moyan paused for a moment and then said, Chen Xing, are you sure this paper is yours? Chen Xing nodded, and only after realizing that the other person couldn't see him did he speak. Yes, I'm sure. That's good. By the way, do you have the original manuscript of this paper? If so, bring it out, and my grandfather will definitely stand up for you. Original manuscript? Chen Xing's memory suddenly flashed back to 3 years ago. 3 years ago, his computer suddenly broke down for no apparent reason. At the time, he mentioned to Su Qianxue that he asked her to go to the company and find a tech expert to help fix the computer because it contained a lot of important information. Result: instead of helping him, Su Qianxue mocked him. Chen Xing, what's the point of your brain? Our company's technicians are all top students and key technical personnel. You want them to fix your computer? Do you think you're qualified? Chen Xing had no choice but to take his computer to a computer mall and find a specialist to repair it, but it was still not fixed. It's absolutely rotten. The original manuscript is gone. The computer that previously stored the original manuscripts broke down, and everything was on that broken computer. I had it repaired, but it couldn't be fixed. Forget it, I don't have any evidence. Besides, Su Dongsheng has such a high status in academia that even if I said that this paper was written by me, no one would believe me. Could you please tell the teacher for me that he shouldn't dwell on this matter? Having your thesis stolen is indeed heartbreaking, but this is not an isolated case, and it's too difficult for you to seek redress. He has already caused the teacher a lot of trouble and doesn't want to bother the teacher anymore. Li Moyan, however, refused. They insisted on protecting his rights. Chen Xing, don't worry about this. I'll help you. Your thesis is your thesis, and its glory belongs to you. No one can take it away from you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing was speechless for a moment. 2 days later, the CMO organizing committee released the original video of Chen Xing's exam time on its official account. This serves as evidence that Chen Xing did not cheat during the competition. If any netizens discover anything or find any evidence, the organizing committee will award 50,000 yuan. The release of the original video has once again stirred up a considerable wave online. Wow, they've even released the original documents. It seems the CMO organizing committee has a lot of confidence in Chen Xing. My blood is boiling. This 50,000 yuan is mine. My heart is filled with joy, but I only have one true desire. Let's get moving, everyone. Countless netizens flooded the official account of the CMO organizing committee to download the original video. One by one, they held up small magnifying glasses and began trying to find evidence that Chen Xing had cheated. However, the expected truth did not come to light. Instead, things took an increasingly skewed turn. The netizens sitting in front of their computer screens were initially eager to watch, like Conan, but when they saw the man in the video, they were immediately thrown into an uproar. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! That's so cool. Why didn't anyone tell me that Chen Xing was actually a super handsome guy who was pure gold? Yeah, he's so handsome. I think he's already a tenth as handsome as me. The person upstairs is shameless. Don't use your dinosaur face as a template. It's an insult to my idol. I'm in love. This pure gold heartthrob is so handsome. Even if he cheated, I'd accept it. Falling in love with you was my mistake, but I can't bear to leave you. Online, the little Conan fans, after being shocked by Chen Xing's good looks, Conan turns into a perverted woman. Even a rough-looking man with a full set of chest hair has a tendency to turn into a pervert. The wind, which was originally blowing in one direction, suddenly shifted. Of course, there are still some netizens who remain steadfast in their convictions. A turtle's bite can be extremely vicious. They seem determined not to give up until they move to Chen Xing. At the same time, on the other hand, in order to completely clear Chen Xing of suspicion, the organizing committee specially held an online live broadcast for him. The event was personally presided over by the chairman of the organizing committee, Lin Jintao. Chen Xing, because your previous answer sheet caused quite a stir online, the organizing committee, after several meetings and discussions, has decided to hold an additional competition for you. We will issue you a B version of the test questions, which you will answer online again. Millions of netizens are proctoring the exam online simultaneously. This is not only to ensure the fairness of the CMO, but also to give you a chance to prove your innocence. Chen Xing sat in front of the video. His expression was very calm. The organizing committee had previously approached him about this matter, and he agreed. Although he doesn't care much about the rumors online, he certainly won't give up the opportunity to prove his innocence. Okay, please log into the official website and follow the instructions. Good. Chen Xing opened the CMO website, logged in with his exam admission ticket number, and then downloaded the B version of the exam. In front of netizens across the country, they began answering questions online. Sitting on the other end of the video, Lin Jintao smiled and said, "If netizens are interested, they can also participate online and answer questions. I will notify the organizing committee to open an opportunity for everyone." There are indeed some netizens who disagree. I tried downloading a copy of Volume B. Result: most of them answered for less than 5 minutes before getting a bit lost. A netizen with the username Northeast Sweet Cat exclaimed, "Oh my God, is this a test for humans? It feels harder than cultivating immortality. I can't take it anymore. Every time I close my eyes, I see a string of symbols. I need to calm down. I need to calm down." A netizen who said tough guy only lasts 3 minutes commented, "Wow, if this weren't a professional math competition, with my 60-point score in advanced calculus, I really couldn't decipher this wordless book. I'm in awe." A netizen who claims to be the #1 singer and dancer commented, "I'm convinced, completely convinced. Even when I'm drunk, I wouldn't be convinced by a wall, but today I'm completely convinced. I worship CMO, I worship the math genius." The internet is filled with lamentations. 3 hours pass quickly. At this moment, Chen Xing, sitting in front of the computer, never took his eyes off the scratch paper and the computer. His focused and serious demeanor made viewers watching the live stream feel a little sorry for him. Such a difficult question. Doing it once would be a lifelong nightmare. But because of their doubts, this handsome guy was forced to plunge into the depths of despair once again. God, they are all sinners. 5 hours later, Chen Xing went to the restroom, and less than 3 minutes later, he returned to continue working on the questions. There were still 30 minutes left before the exam was due. Chapter 53: The Poor Man. The CMO Organizing Committee. There are still 30 minutes left. Under normal circumstances, he will have 2 big questions left, and he definitely won't be able to finish them. 5.5 hours feels a bit too short. I think it's appropriate to extend the time a bit. I think so too. After all, he hasn't participated in this kind of highly professional competition for 5 years. There will definitely be some issues with the timing and rhythm. We can add more time as appropriate. Listening to the opinions expressed by the members of the organizing committee, Lin Jintao, the host, shook his head. "I don't think it's necessary. The time is still 5 hours. Answer as many questions as you can." "But Chairman, what if? There's no chance of anything going on." Lin Jintao waved his hand with a smile. "I believe in this child's ability. Even if he can't finish all the questions, his score will be high enough to get him out of the group stage." This elderly man, who was over 70 years old, had great confidence in Chen Xing. At this time, the number of netizens watching Chen Xing's live stream has exceeded 100,000. And they were all serious viewers of the competition, with Chen Xing answering questions online. Some people tried to find evidence of Chen Xing cheating during the live stream, but the result was disappointing. Below the video, the process is almost entirely transparent. Aside from answering the questions diligently throughout the entire process, Chen Xing did not violate any rules whatsoever. Time is up. Chen Xing handed in his paper. To ensure fairness, the organizing committee even projected Chen Xing's paper onto a screen. Online ratings were conducted in front of netizens. The scoring ended half an hour later. The final score was 87 points. The last big question was not completed due to time constraints, resulting in a loss of 13 points. However, both the judges and netizens felt that if Chen Xing had been given another half hour, he could have completed the last big question. And then the results came out. In an instant, online public opinion completely shifted. The accounts of netizens who had previously posted questions or even framed and slandered Chen Xing, as well as various influential figures, were immediately attacked by netizens. The account was drowned in a torrent of insults from netizens. That's not all. Those self-proclaimed experts and influential figures were quickly exposed by netizens, who found them to be nothing more than a group of people seeking fame and fortune. The resume can be as dirty as it gets, and for as long as it lasts. Netizens are besieging the account, demanding that they apologize live. Some netizens simply reported the account and got it banned. Those influential figures who falsely accused Chen Xing, unable to withstand the pressure of strong public opinion, either apologized, deleted their accounts, or even started their own live streams. He knelt on a durian peel and publicly apologized to Chen Xing. These so-called experts and fake influencers have abandoned all moral principles for money. They are a disgrace to the internet. It's a good thing this isn't wartime, otherwise these guys would definitely be traitors. Yes, none of them are good people. We can never trust these people again. These people deserve to be struck by lightning. The poor protagonist had just gotten divorced and was preparing to pick up his dreams and profession again. But because of these bastards, he suffered an injustice. Poor protagonist, 3 minutes. They also said that those guys who bribed these big Vs are even more hateful. These people should be born without a son. I think the most hateful one is the male lead's wife. She left such an incredibly handsome guy and divorced him, kicking him out of the house. Wah, male lead, come into my arms. I love you so much. Chapter 54 Condemned by All. Su Group. After a busy day at work, Su Qianxue yawned as she stepped into the elevator. Behind her, her secretary followed like a little tail. Suddenly, Su Qianxue felt a tickle in her nose and couldn't help but sneeze in a very unladylike manner. Rubbing her nose, Su Qianxue muttered to herself, "Why do I feel so cold? Could I have caught a cold? That damn Chen Xing. I haven't had a single peaceful day since I divorced him." After saying that, she sighed to herself. The secretary followed behind Su Qianxue, her face growing increasingly apprehensive. The small hand holding the phone trembled slightly for no apparent reason. Good heavens, what did she see? The sheer volume of related terms online is simply unbelievable. Suddenly, the secretary looked at Su Qianxue's back and hesitated for a moment, unsure whether she should say anything to her. If this aloof female CEO knew she was being ridiculed by the entire internet, wouldn't she be so depressed that she might have a stroke on the spot? The elevator arrived at the first floor. Su Qianxue stepped out of the elevator. The lobby downstairs was bustling with people. Employees gathered together, none of them in a hurry to leave work, and they were having a lively discussion. Sigh, Chen Xing is really pitiful. And his ex-wife is really something, letting go of such a good man and choosing to divorce him. She must be blind. Yeah, this woman must be brainless to turn down such an excellent man like Chen Xing. If it were me, I'd be too busy holding her in my arms all the time. Su Qianxue's hurried steps came to an abrupt halt. Her beautiful, watery eyes gazed slowly ahead. The secretary, who was following behind her, nearly bumped into her. As she listened to the conversations of her employees downstairs, a look of sorrow crossed her face as she looked at them. She covered her face. These guys probably don't know that the ex-wife they're talking about is none other than this icy female CEO. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Su. When the employees saw Su Qianxue come downstairs, they immediately stopped what they were doing and took the initiative to greet her. Su Qianxue looked at them expressionlessly. What were you discussing just now? President Su, you don't know yet, do you? There was this guy named Chen Xing who was suspected of cheating on the CMO exam. So today the CMO held an online live stream, and Chen Xing retook the exam online. An employee recounted the whole story to Su Qianxue. President Su, you don't know. Even under such immense pressure, Chen Xing still managed to complete the exam with an excellent score of 87. The rumors have finally been dispelled. President Su, you have no idea how wicked those people who spread rumors online are. They admitted that they were hired to deliberately frame Chen Xing online. We are all indignant on Chen Xing's behalf. The information shows that Chen Xing just got divorced. It's pitiful that a man who was abandoned by his wife has to suffer such an injustice. Don't you think so, Mr. Su? If you ask me, Chen Xing's ex-wife is really blind. She could give up such an outstanding man. Mr. Su, do you think a woman like that will never find happiness in this life? If you ask me, a man is in his prime at 30, but a woman is like a rotten cucumber at 30. She thinks she's lost a marriage, but in reality, she's lost everything. Just wait and see what happens. Su Qianxue's face turned green. The feeling of being publicly insulted is just incredibly intense. All right, that's enough. Seeing that Su Qianxue's expression was becoming increasingly hostile, the secretary, fearing that she might explode on the spot, and hurt innocent people, scolded everyone, and then reached out to support the swaying Su Qianxue. President Su, don't listen to their nonsense. They don't know anything. They're just talking nonsense. Su Qianxue flung her secretary's hand away, her face ashen, and walked out of the company. After getting on the bus, feeling the increasingly cold air in the car, the secretary subconsciously tightened her coat and swallowed hard, saying, President Su, don't worry. I'll have someone write down the names of all the employees who were talking nonsense in the lobby just now, and tomorrow the finance department will deduct their bonuses and wages. Su Qianxue sat in the back seat. His face was completely expressionless. He exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. She looked up, a cold glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. Do you want everyone to know that I am Chen Xing's blind ex-wife? Secretary. Large beads of sweat dripped from the secretary's forehead, and her voice trembled as she said, President Su, I didn't mean that. I just... All right, that's enough. Su Qianxue waved her hand, and then took out her phone. Open a certain app. As she casually scrolled through her phone, the secretary watched in disbelief as Su Qianxue's expression gradually contorted from nothing to something. 5 minutes later, bang! Su Qianxue slammed her phone onto the seat. The veins on his forehead were bulging. I never expected that one day I, Su Qianxue, would become famous like this. President Su, please calm down. Calm down? How can I calm down? That bastard Chen Xing is all smug now, but I'm nailed to the pillar of shame. Why? He's the one who filed for divorce, not me. Why is it all my fault? Nobody knows who I am now, but what if one day my name is revealed? At this point, Su Qianxue didn't even dare to think any further. If that day ever comes, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, Su Qianxue's phone rang. It was Liang Zixin calling. Hey, Qianxue, there's a car race on Zijin Mountain tonight. I'm planning to take Huan to see it. Su Qianxue frowned slightly. Brother Zixin, Huan is still young, and it's not suitable for her to go to places like this. Oh, Qianxue, it's all right. I'm here, so you don't need to worry about Huan's safety. Don't you even trust me? If you're really worried, why don't you come along? And have you forgotten what day it is today? Su Qianxue was taken aback. What day is it? Today is the anniversary of her younger brother, Su Mo's, death. That's right, Su Qianxue also has a younger brother named Su Mo. Su Qianxue is 5 years younger than Su Mo, and she has always doted on her younger brother since childhood. Her younger brother loves racing, so she spared no expense to buy him a car. To fulfill his racing dream, she even invested heavily in building a racing base for him in Zijin Mountain. Unfortunately, my younger brother died young. Ultimately, he couldn't be there to watch his older sister grow up. Liang Zixin said, today is the anniversary of Momo's death. He loved racing the most when he was alive. If we can go to Zijin Mountain to watch the race, I believe Momo's spirit in heaven will be very happy. Su Qianxue was already full of anger and wanted to find an outlet to vent her frustrations. Upon hearing Liang Zixin's words, she was inexplicably tempted. All right then, I'll go pick up Huan. We'll leave in half an hour. Chapter 55 Li Taiyuel suspended. You don't need to pick up Huan. I've already connected her, Liang Zixin said. You got it? But Huan hasn't gotten out of school yet. Su Qianxue frowned inexplicably. Oh, Qianxue, it's just a kindergarten. It can't teach anything. What's wrong with leaving early occasionally? Liang Zixin's tone on the phone was completely indifferent. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Su Qianxue told her secretary to get out of the car, then drove herself straight to Zijin Mountain. Aunt Liang, what did my mother say? Dudu sat in Liang Zixin's car, her big eyes staring longingly at him. Your mom agreed. On a whim, Liang Zixin pulled Huan into his arms and said, Huan, how about I teach you to drive? Huan stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered. Liang Zixin laughed and said, when your dad was 5 years old, I was already riding motorcycles. Don't worry, with your dad here, you don't need to worry. Your dad will step on the gas and brake, and you'll be in charge of steering. Huan is still young and doesn't understand traffic rules or danger. Liang Zixin encouraged her, and the little girl immediately got excited. Dad Liang is so kind. My dad would never let me drive. Waving their little hands, they were eager to try. That's right. How about Dad Liang becomes your dad from now on? Okay. Watching the little figure in his arms waving its arms and legs, a sly glint flashed in Liang Zixin's eyes. During this time, he hinted at his feelings to Su Qianxue more than once. but she showed no intention of marrying him. After thinking it over, Liang Jixin decided that he should try to find a breakthrough with Huan. As long as you can make this little guy happy and say good things about yourself in front of Su Qianxue, you won't have to worry about not being able to win her over. Moreover, his father has been urging him more than once recently to hurry up and get things done with Su Qianxue. If they could form a marriage alliance with the Su group, the Liang family would have a powerful backer in the business world. Dad Liang, then I will call you Dad from now on. Dad, let's drive. Good. Liang Jixin started the car and pressed the accelerator, while Dudu held the steering wheel, and the car slowly started moving. After picking up Yiya, Chen Xing took her to Willow Garden. Li Tai sat in the courtyard reading a book. Several students were doing their homework in a side room. Upon seeing Chen Xing arrive, Li Tai showed no enthusiasm whatsoever, simply saying, "You've arrived," before ignoring him completely. However, a few students looked at Chen Xing with strange expressions. They were aware of what was happening online, and although the rumors had been dispelled, they still harbored some resentment. He felt that Chen Xing was causing trouble for Professor Li. "Professor, I'm so sorry. I've caused you a lot of trouble these past few days." Chen Xing looked apologetic. "Stop talking nonsense. The child hasn't eaten yet, has he? There are some leftovers in the kitchen. Heat them up for the child," Mrs. Li said without looking up. "Okay, I understand." Chen Xing nodded. Although the teacher's attitude was cold, you could still feel the other person's concern. That's how teachers are, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Haha, old Li's home. Just then, a burst of laughter rang out from outside the door, followed by an elderly man with gold-rimmed glasses, a full head of black hair, and a radiant appearance striding in. Two students followed behind him. Chen Xing even knew one of them. It was that doctoral student named Fang Zheng. Since Chen Xing made that bet with him that day, Fang Zheng has never come to Luyuan again. Now it seems that he has switched allegiance. "Su Dongxing, what are you doing here?" When Li Tai saw who it was, her face immediately darkened. "Hee, Lao Li, what kind of attitude is this? No matter what, we've worked together for many years, so we're friends. What's wrong with me coming to visit you?" After Su Dongxing finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Xing out of the corner of his eye. "I didn't expect Chen Xing to be here too." Chen Xing frowned slightly, feeling a wave of annoyance, but for certain reasons, he still nodded slightly. "Uncle Su." "That's right. According to seniority, he should address Su Dongxing as his uncle. He is Su Qianxue's uncle. You've already divorced Qianxue, so you shouldn't call him uncle anymore," Su Dongxing sneered. "Old man, trying to put on airs in front of me?" Li Tai cursed in annoyance. "Old Li, don't get agitated. I'm here today on behalf of the university to talk to you. Because of the CMO competition, it has had a significant impact on you personally and on the university. So, after a meeting, the university has decided to temporarily suspend your position as a visiting professor. Just stay home and fix your medicine during this time." "What?" Upon hearing this, Li Tai didn't react much, but Chen Xing's expression changed. "Professor Su, I have already clarified the whole matter. Even the CMO organizing committee has affirmed my achievements, and Professor Li is innocent. Why should my teacher be suspended? Some things can be ignored, but some things must be made clear. I can't let my teacher down. How dare you speak like that? If it weren't for you, Lao Li wouldn't have been suspended." Su Dongxing said coldly. "Chen Xing, you participated in the CMO as an amateur, so I hope you won't keep bringing up your USDC graduate status. We at USDC don't have students who cheat. I told you I didn't cheat. Whether you cheated or not, you know it in your heart." At this moment, Fang Zheng, who had been standing behind Su Dongxing, stepped forward, sneered with a sidelong glance, and said, "You're just an ordinary graduate student who graduated 5 years ago. How could you possibly break through the group stage on your own merits, and even achieve such good results? Do you think we're fools?" Given Mr. Li's status, it would be easy for him to get his hands on the exam questions in advance. This founder group had previously challenged Chen Xing, making a bet to see who could achieve better results in the CMO competition. But the result was, he failed the exam, while Chen Xing far surpassed him. This made him very dissatisfied. It was determined that Li Tai had secretly helped Chen Xing. It's worth mentioning that he was also the one who previously made the revelations online under the guise of a USDC doctoral student. Li Tai looked at Fang Zheng and said, "I never expected that I, Li Tai, would misjudge someone and produce such a worthless person. You made a bet with Chen Xing, lost it, and not only did you refuse to admit it, you even came here to slander others. You little rascal, that's all you've got." Fang Zheng, I can't supervise your doctoral student. You should find a new supervisor. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I've already found a teacher. Unexpectedly, Fang Zheng seemed completely unconcerned. I've been with you for 2 years, and you've always looked down on me. Rather than staying under your nose and getting in your way, I found a new teacher a long time ago. Professor Su is now my teacher. Chapter 56, I will not allow anyone to slander my teacher. No wonder Fang Zheng came with Su Dongsheng. It turns out he has already betrayed elderly. He went to join Su Dongsheng, Li Lao's mortal enemy. Changing doctoral supervisors isn't unheard of, but doing it like Fang Zheng's is really unethical. The students who were doing their homework in the side hall also came out, and their expressions toward Fang Zheng were all filled with disgust. The girl with pigtails couldn't help but stand up and rebuke Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng, Old Li has treated you well these past 2 years, hasn't he? How could you do such a thing? Old Li took good care of you because you live in another place and your circumstances are not good. How could you betray him? Have you lost your conscience? Fang Zheng said nonchalantly. A good bird chooses a good tree to perch on. I just made the right choice. Well said. Fang Zheng is a smart kid, and I like him quite a bit. Don't worry, Fang Zheng. I promise I won't mistreat you if you stay by my side. Su Dongqing looked at Li Tai with his hands behind his back, beaming with pride. Old Li, if you ask me, you should just retire early. You're so old. Why are you making such a fuss? Li Tai glared at Su Dongqing with a dark face. Fish find fish, shrimp find shrimp, turtles find tortoises. You two are really a perfect match. Su Dongqing, I know you've caused all this trouble because you resent me for telling the school leaders that you plagiarized your paper. Let me tell you, even if you revoke my visiting professorship, I'll still sue you. I cannot tolerate a parasite like you in academia. A flash of anger crossed Su Dongqing's brows. All right, we'll see then. Su Dongqing glared fiercely at Li Tai, then turned to leave. Stop. Just then, Chen Xing spoke up and stopped Su Dongqing. Su Dongqing looked at Chen Xing. What are you going to do? 2 things. First, you plagiarized my paper. I will not let this go. I will definitely get my authorship back. Secondly, I will not allow anyone to slander my teacher. Su Dongqing, please immediately reinstate my teacher and publicly apologize to him. Su Dongqing looked Chen Xing up and down and sneered. Heh, Chen Xing, you've really made something of yourself. I never expected that after divorcing my niece, she'd become so tough. She actually dares to talk to me like that? Chen Xing, I think you never want to go back to the Su family. Chen Xing said calmly. Su Qianxue and I are divorced, and I will never set foot in the Su family again. Good, that's tough. Su Dongqing nodded. You say I slandered your teacher? Then how can you prove that I slandered him? Or how can you prove that Li Tai didn't help you cheat during your exam? Just as Xiao Fang said, Li Tai also worked at the CMO. It wouldn't be difficult for him to pull some strings and find a back door to leak the exam questions in advance. You agree, right, Lao Li? Li Taiyuel's face darkened even more. He didn't want to waste words with this shameless person and was about to see the guest out. If I get a ranking in the CMO finals, does that prove that I achieved the result through my own ability and that I didn't cheat? Chen Xing asked. Win a place in the finals? Ha ha ha. Su Dongqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiao Fang, did you hear what he said? This good-for-nothing who has been working around the stove for 5 years actually thinks he can win a place in the finals. What do you think CMO is? Chapter 57 of the paper is mine. Of course I want it back. Chen Xing, you're really naive. Fang Zheng also grinned and laughed. Chen Xing's victory in the CMO group stage was indeed unexpected, but in the CMO finals, he was facing the nation's top mathematical geniuses. As a stay-at-home dad, there was almost no hope of achieving a ranking in the finals. Teacher, let's give him a chance, just like watching a monkey show at the zoo. Su Dongqing nodded. Okay, I'll give you a chance. If you can get a ranking in the competition, I'll reinstate you to your position. And issue a public apology. Is it a deal? It's a deal. After saying that, Su Dongqing turned around and was about to leave with his hands behind his back when a pink sports car stopped in front of the door and a very beautiful woman got out of the car. It was Li Moyan. Upon seeing Su Dongqing, Li Moyan subconsciously glanced at her grandfather in the courtyard and noticed his dark expression, realizing that Su Dongqing was up to no good. Little Li, you're back just in time. Help me persuade your grandfather. He's getting on in years. Wouldn't it be better for him to retire early and enjoy his grandchildren? Su Dongqing laughed. It's nice to enjoy the company of grandchildren, But there are some clowns who need my grandfather to keep them in check. Li Moyan retorted sharply. With just one sentence, Su Dongqing's face turned green. Just as he was about to question who was the villain, Li Moyan took out a lawsuit from her bag and slapped it into Su Dongqing's arms. Mr. Su, you've come at just the right time. Otherwise, I was planning to go to the school to find you. Please keep this safe. What's this? Su Dongqing held the indictment, looking completely bewildered. Let me formally introduce myself. I am now Chen Xing's lawyer, and I have accepted your case for plagiarizing Chen Xing. We'll see you in court then, so don't be late. Su Dongqing turned to Chen Xing. Chen Xing, are you going to sue me? The paper is mine. Of course I want it back, Chen Xing said. Fine, you've got guts. You even dare to sue your own uncle. You just wait. I'm going to find Qianxue, and I'll have her talk to you personally. Putting away the indictment, Su Dongqing strode out of Liyuan without looking back. You despicable person. Li Moyan rolled her eyes. Seeing her grandfather's dark face, Li Moyan was both amused and exasperated. Grandpa, you're a man who's been through countless battles. How come you've been so angered by a little kid that your face has turned black? Go away, get out of here. All you do is annoy me. Li Tai turned to look at Chen Xing. You acted impulsively. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely achieve good results in the CMO competition. I will prove you right. Chen Xing stated firmly. That's not what I meant. I meant, Su Dongqing is your ex-wife's uncle. If you openly contradict him like this, and he goes back to your ex-wife, it will cause a lot of trouble. Li Tai shook his head. So what if it's trouble? I'm a lawyer. I'm not afraid of trouble at all. Oh, Li Moyan naturally took Chen Xing's arm and laughed. Don't worry, Chen Xing. If your ex-wife dares to cause you trouble, I'll back you up. She's just an ex-wife. Are you scared of her? Li Tai felt a headache coming on when he saw his granddaughter clinging to Chen Xing in such an unseemly manner. He cursed the misfortune of his family, and then returned to his reclining chair to continue his seclusion. Hey. Li Moyan grinned, turned to Chen Xing, and said, Come on, let's go to my room. I have something to tell you. After saying that, she reached out and pinched Ya's little face. Ya, can you stay here and play with Grandpa for a while? Pretty sister needs to discuss something very important with your dad. Okay, sure. Ya nodded obediently. So good. Chen Xing felt very embarrassed as Li Moyan held his arm, especially when he saw the teacher's dark face, which made him feel even more uneasy. Will the teacher misunderstand? Dragged and pulled into a room in the backyard by Li Moyan, Chen Xing was extremely embarrassed, unsure whether to sit or stand. Is there something you need? Help me apply the medicine. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Li Moyan rolled her eyes and said, I took a knife for you and got injured. Shouldn't you apply medicine for me? As she spoke, Li Moyan took off her outer vest. Her smooth, beautiful back was exposed. Her fair skin was as smooth and lustrous as jade. Under sunlight, it even gleams with a jade-like luster. So white, so big. For words popped into Chen Xing's mind. Li Moyan lay on the bed, and seeing that Chen Xing didn't move for a long time, she turned around to look at him, a sly smile curving her lips. Have you looked enough? If you have, then apply the medicine for me. How embarrassing. Chen Xing instantly felt like he'd been caught red-handed again. He quickly looked away. He took the medicine from the table, dipped a cotton swab in it, and gently applied it to the wound on her beautiful back. The doctor who treated Li Moyan's wound was extremely skilled. The stitches were perfectly tight, and the wound was red and had already grown granulation tissue. When the stitches are removed, there shouldn't be any noticeable scars left. Even so, for a woman, especially a beautiful one, it greatly affects her aesthetic appeal. Chen Xing looked apologetic. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. I'm so sorry. Is an apology all it takes? Li Moyan lay on the bed, her exquisite figure perfectly displayed. She was simply a top-tier beauty. How about you treat me to dinner? And I don't want to go to a restaurant. I want to eat the food you cook. Okay, no problem. Chen Xing readily agreed. He's not good at anything else, but when it comes to a meal, it's a piece of cake. Over the years at the Su family, I haven't honed much else, but my culinary skills are quite good. While I wouldn't dare compare to chefs at five-star hotels, they're not far off. By the way, Chen Xing, there's one more thing. There's a racing competition on Zijin Mountain tonight. I signed up before, but I definitely can't participate in my current condition. I need a driver. Would you be willing to help me? Chen Xing paused for 2 seconds, then nodded in agreement. If you trust my skills, I can help you. I believe it, of course I believe it. Li Moyan's eyes lit up. Chen Xing was once a top rally driver. I believe that if it weren't for that wedding 5 years ago, he would be standing on the podium of world racing by now. The race will be held at 8:30 p.m. After putting Yiye to sleep, she was handed over to the servants at Luyuan to help take care of her. Then, Chen Xing drove Li Moyan to Zijin Mountain. They remained silent for an hour. Chen Xing drove the Xingtian, which Li Moyan had spent a lot of money to buy from the car club, and appeared at the Zijin Mountain racetrack. The competition hadn't officially started yet, but the venue was already packed with people. Almost all car enthusiasts from Shenzhou were present tonight. Chapter 58 Nolan. To create a lively atmosphere, a professional DJ was hired for the event. A large group of handsome men and beautiful women, along with all sorts of top-of-the-line luxury cars, gathered together, creating a beautiful scene on Zijin Mountain. As Shengtian appeared, a gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. As Shengtian's passenger door slowly opened, Li Moyan got off the car first. The wealthy young men present were all quite amazed. Isn't this our top lawyer from Tianhua law firm? Attorney Li, so it was you who spent a fortune to buy this Xingtian back then. You really are a hidden talent. This is a triumph over heaven, the god of Bainbuluk, the glory of our Shenzhou car clan. Attorney Li, who did you let drive this car? Everyone looked on curiously. Li Moyan tossed her flowing long hair and laughed. I suffered a minor injury a few days ago, so I specially hired a professional racer. Today, I'm going to crush everyone. Is it really that amazing? A professional racer? Who is it? Li Jianliang. Huh. After Li Moyan said that, everyone became even more eager to see who would pilot the victorious Sky. Li Dazhuang, why don't you have your professional driver come down and say hello to us? Someone said. Li Moyan turned around and looked into the car. However, Chen Xing, who was in the car, showed no intention of getting out. Through the car window, he saw Liang Zhixin, Su Qianxue, and his daughter Huanhuan. They actually brought Huanhuan along. This is ridiculous. Although he was disappointed in Jinhuan, she was still his own daughter. Attorney Liang, the driver you hired is a bit disrespectful. Who is this big shot that he's acting so arrogantly? Liang Zhixin said sarcastically. Li Moyan curled her lips and sneered. He's a professional race car driver. What's so strange about him looking down on a bunch of rabble like you? Don't be afraid of scaring you to death. Do you even know who he is? He is the original owner of Shengtian. Nolan. As soon as the name Nolan was called out, countless people in the audience widened their eyes in surprise. Some people couldn't even believe it. One by one, they looked at Xingtian's car with expressions of disbelief. Who is Nolan? Once the master of the heavens, a man like a legend, he debuted as a wild driver, and in just 3 years defeated countless professional drivers, achieving numerous brilliant results. A man who was once mythologized by countless car enthusiasts. Attorney Li, you're really something. Not only did you spend a fortune to buy Xingtian, but now you've even managed to invite the real Xingtian himself. As expected of the renowned Li Dazhuang of Shenzhou, I am utterly impressed. If it really is Nolan who comes, I can race him on Purple Mountain. That's enough for me to brag about for a year. Is this driver named Nolan very good? Su Qianxue asked, looking bewildered. She doesn't know much about cars. The reason she created this venue is because her younger brother liked them. After her brother passed away, she didn't cancel the club in memory of him. Liang Zhixin wasn't entirely sure either. He had been living abroad and only came into contact with the domestic racing scene in the last few months. At this moment, a rich young man stepped forward and explained with great interest. Of course he's amazing. Nolan was once the top amateur driver in the rally racing world, and his level far surpasses many famous professional racers in China. He burst onto the scene 5 years ago, and in just 2 years, driving the Xingtian, he almost swept all the professional-level racing competitions in the country. Chapter 59, Why Not Add More Weight? What a pity. He was like a shooting star, arriving with a halo, only to inexplicably fade from everyone's sight. He was like a man who vanished without a trace. At this point, the rich second generation's eyes were filled with regret. Why did this uncle suddenly disappear? Huanhuan blinked her big, innocent eyes and pressed for an answer. Uncle. The rich kid almost stumbled and fell. Whose silly girl is this? She can't even speak properly. The rich second generation sighed and said, I've heard it from rumors, but it seems he got married, has a wife and kids, and has completely faded out of the racing world. Is it really that amazing? Liang Zhixin looked nonchalant and patted Huanhuan's head, saying, Huanhuan, how about Daddy Liang helps you beat Nolan later? You can ride on his shoulders and let him drag you around the track 10 times. How about that? The rich second generation looked at Liang Zhixin and frowned slightly. Who is this idiot? Still want to beat Nolan? Go dream about eating shit. Liang Zhixin clearly had no sense of responsibility. He walked straight to Xingtian's car and knocked on the passenger window. What's so great about a retired racer? He doesn't even get out of the car. What's he doing acting like a top driver? What kind of persona is he trying to project? When you lose and your face falls to the ground, I want to see how humiliated you will be. He won't lose. Li Moyan's gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Liang Zhixin, and she sneered, especially since I won't lose to trash like you. Who are you calling trash? Liang Zhixin was furious. Anyone who responds is trash. Li Moyan sneered. You. This sentence almost choked Liang Zhixin to death. Li Moyan turned and walked towards Xingtian. Liang Zhixin watched her pretty back as she walked away, clenched his fists, and roared, "What if he loses?" Li Moyan turned around. A hint of disdain flashed across her delicate features. He didn't even bother to waste words on a scoundrel like Liang Zhixin, and his gaze fell directly on Su Qianxue. Su Qianxue, next time you go out, remember to put your dog on a leash, so it doesn't bite people. It makes all the girls want to punch him. Su Qianxue's pretty face was icy cold. They stopped the enraged Liang Zhixin. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Li Moyan. Li Dazhuang, I know you're good with words, so I won't argue with you. Since you have so much confidence in your driver, how about we increase the weight? Add weight. A playful glint flashed in Li Moyan's eyes. President Su, are you sure you want to add more weight? The winner of this competition will be rewarded with a top-of-the-line Palamiga. Su Qianxue said expressionlessly. If you win first place in this competition, Nolan can go to my garage and choose any 3 cars to drive away. A gasp of surprise immediately rang out from the surrounding crowd. They didn't know how many luxury cars Su Qianxue owned, but they did have some understanding of Su Qianxue's social standing. A top female tycoon in Shenzhou. His net worth is over 10 billion. Her garage must be full of luxury cars, including Rolls-Royces worth tens of millions. President Su is indeed a heroine among women, with boundless courage and ambition. Not enough. Li Moyan shook her head. How about this? If we get first place, not only can we drive away 3 luxury cars from your garage, but you will also have to personally wash Xingtian's car. I'll also give you a chance to get up close and personal with Xingtian. That's impossible. That's an outrageous request. Liang Zhixin jumped out to object. What's it to you, pet dog? Li Moyan rolled her eyes. You. Liang Zhixin was repeatedly confronted by Li Moyan, and he was on the verge of exploding. He would never have let the other person go if they weren't a woman or a top lawyer. Okay, I promise you. Su Qianxue readily agreed to the conditions offered by Li Moyan. Liang Zhixin panicked. Qianxue, you can't agree to that. How can you condescend to wash other people's cars? Su Qianxue said, Brother Zhixin, we might not necessarily lose. After saying that, Su Qianxue looked at Li Moyan and asked, what if you lose? Li Moyan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Name your terms. Good. Su Qianxue had been waiting for Li Moyan to say those words. During this time, Chen Xing and Li Moyan were inseparable. Although Su Qianxue wouldn't admit it, she was extremely jealous. She, Su Qianxue, could do without her man, but she absolutely could not let him be taken away. Brother Zhixin, it's all up to you now. I have faith in you. You can definitely win, right? Liang Zhixin took a deep breath and nodded. Qianxue, don't worry. During my 5 years abroad, I participated in several international racing competitions. In terms of skill level, I am confident that I far surpass these young drivers in China. Nolan? Myth? Today I'll put an end to that myth. After saying that, Liang Zhixin strode towards his modified car, Hongfeng. Su Qianxue hesitated for 3 seconds, then followed suit and sat down in the flood. A smile appeared on Li Moyan's lips as she turned around and met Chen Xing's gaze, who was sitting in the driver's seat. She could vaguely see Chen Xing giving her a thumbs up. Although Chen Xing didn't get out of the car the whole time, it's easy to guess what Li Moyan and Su Qianxue said. Su Qianxue sat in the passenger seat. Fasten your seatbelt. Liang Zhixin, his face full of fighting spirit, patted the steering wheel and said, Qianxue, don't worry. I know the level of these domestic race car drivers too well. Compared with foreign drivers, they are almost incomparable. I've been driving abroad for 5 years, and I'm sure I've learned a lot of their techniques. I can easily handle these second-rate drivers. Moreover, This Hongfeng was modified by professionals at a high price, and its performance is far superior. You'd have to wait for the sun to rise in the west to beat me. Qianxue remained calm. Brother Zhixin, it's best not to be careless. Nolan is praised so highly by these people. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. Do not underestimate the enemy. Li Moyan then sat in the passenger seat of Xingtian's car. Seeing Chen Xing staring at Liang Zhixin's Hongfeng truck, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "The car is nice, but unfortunately, I don't really like it." "That's easy. Once we win first place, we'll take this Hongfeng truck. Then, in front of Su Qianxue and Liang Zhixin, we'll smash it to pieces and slap them in the face right there." Chen Xing was both amused and exasperated. That flood peak was worth at least several million, and it was just smashed like that. Only Li Moyan would dare to say something like that. The two cars slowly drove onto the track. They merged into the traffic. Before the starting line, a girl wearing a crop top and a miniskirt walked to the center, holding a small flag. With a sudden wave of the flag, more than a dozen race cars roared down like tigers descending a mountain. The Zaijinshan Auto Rally has officially begun. Chapter 60: Single-Sided Driving. Xingtian accelerated rapidly. The intense feeling of being pushed back gives one the sensation of insufficient blood supply to the brain. At this moment, Chen Xing's blood began to boil. Having not participated in a race for 5 years, he thought his skills would be rusty. But the moment he stepped onto the track, both his feel for the car and his technique seemed to come alive again. Full of energy, man and machine become one. With the accelerator floored, the car's speed increased dramatically and noticeably. With unparalleled speed and awe, it charged out. It was as fast as a black lightning bolt. The dozen or so cars that were originally in front of him were left far behind by him. Although it's called a rally race and the competition is about time, on a B-level track like Zijin Mountain, it's actually all about speed. Someone is following us. In the passenger seat, Li Moyan looked through the side mirrors and saw a silver-gray Maserati and a Porsche 911, one on the left and one on the right, as if Xingtian was coming from both sides. Both cars were traveling very fast. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed Xingtian. Just then, both cars merged into the other lane, attempting to trap Xingtian in the middle. If Chen Xing didn't slow down at this moment, their vehicles would collide, and at this speed, the consequences of such a collision would be unimaginable. It can easily cause extremely serious car accidents. Those two damn bastards, they did it on purpose. Li Moyan was furious. She really didn't expect that someone would resort to dirty tricks in such a small amateur racing competition. And like this, aren't they afraid of something going wrong? As Liang Zhixin drove, he glanced in the rearview mirror at the two race cars that were gradually approaching Xingtian, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had already conspired with a few close friends long before the competition started. After the start of the competition, they will do everything in their power to stop Xingtian. He may not be as good a driver as Xingtian, but when it comes to tricks, Li Moyans wouldn't be a match for him. What can a professional driver do? Playing with him will only lead to your death. Inside the car, Chen Xing remained calm despite the situation. He quickly shifted gears with his right hand and slightly turned the steering wheel to the left. He felt the car sway slightly, and then the right wheel lifted into the air in an incredible way. One-way driving. The right front wheel was completely off the ground, and the entire vehicle was moving forward at a 45-degree angle. Holy crap. In the passenger seat, feeling herself take off, Li Moyan was not frightened at all. Instead, a flush of excitement rose on her pretty face. Her small fists clenched tightly. That's so exciting. Holy crap, this works. The drivers of the two cars who were originally planning to attack Xingtian from both sides almost had their eyes pop out when they saw this scene. The driver on the right felt a black shadow loom over his car, the dark chassis scraping against his body like a giant beast with its jaws wide open, the wheels getting stuck on his roof. The tires rubbed against the roof, making a squeaking sound. It felt like the car was about to be crushed in the next second. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. The driver was so scared he almost lost his mind. They weren't professional racers after all. They were just a bunch of casual enthusiasts, nothing special. They'd never seen anything like this before. I almost lost my grip on the steering wheel. At the foot of the mountain, a group of people watched the live broadcast on the LED screen in front of them, and when they saw what happened in the broadcast, they all exclaimed in shock. Holy crap, it's the legendary one-sided flying car. That's insane. How did he do that? Nolan is truly amazing. Even though he hasn't competed for 5 years, His driving skills are still top-notch. I'm bowing down to him. Damn it. Damn it. Why wasn't I in the car? I feel like I'm about to climax. That was so exciting. These cool stunt racing skills are usually only seen in exhibition races, and those who dare to perform such high-difficulty driving skills in competitions are definitely the best of the best. Not only must one have excellent driving skills, but also a very strong mental fortitude. Otherwise, a slight mishap could result in a car crash and fatalities. Everyone present felt their blood boil, and their skin crawled with goosebumps. At that moment, the Porsche 911 driver's mind went blank. Instinct told him that he had to brake, otherwise it would definitely lead to a major accident. He only agreed to Liang Zhixin's request to stop Xingtian, but he didn't say he would risk his life. The next moment, the driver quickly applied the brakes, forcing the car to slow down. Xingtian maintained a 45-degree angle while driving until it had traveled 2 kilometers before landing with a thud and continuing at full speed. They quickly pulled away from the 2 race cars behind them. The 2 cars slowly pulled up to a stop on the side of the road. The Porsche 911 door opened, and a blonde-haired driver tumbled and crawled out of the car, then collapsed onto the roadside median and vomited violently. Yes, he was so scared he threw up. After all these years of racing, this was the first time he felt death was so close to him. Damn, this is what a professional-level race car driver is like. It's terrifying. This isn't racing, this is playing with fire. The other driver is also in very poor condition. The pretty boy turned pale. As expected, he wasn't just bragging. Now I'm convinced. The 2 of them slid down to the ground, like 2 puddles of mud, leaning against the guardrail. Full tank, turn left. There's a steep slope below. Within the day of victory. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Moyan simply recited the route map for Chen Xing. Chen Xing was not familiar with the road conditions on Zijin Mountain, so with her reviewing the route beforehand, he was able to perform at his best. As Li Moyan recited the route book, the road conditions of Zijin Mountain quickly formed a 3D model library in Chen Xing's mind. It's much easier to drive now. Damn it. Meanwhile, Liang Zhixin, who had been maintaining a lead, completely lost his composure when he saw Xingtian closing in like a black whirlwind. Those 2 good-for-nothings, 2 against 1, and they still managed to escape. They should just go eat shit. Fuck. Qianxue had been keeping a close eye on what was happening behind her, and when she saw Xingtian overtake the vehicle that was sniping him in an almost impossible way, her heart skipped a beat. Qianxue, don't worry, I won't let him surpass me. I've run this section of Zijin Mountain at least 80 or 100 times, but it's his first time running it, so he doesn't know the road conditions as well as I do. You think you can beat me? Not so easy. A slight smile curved the corners of Liang Zhixin's lips. 3 kilometers ahead is a U-turn, and beyond that U-turn lies a 3-kilometer stretch of pitch-black road. Nolan is unfamiliar with this section of the road, and when his vision enters the blind spot, that will be the moment he completely shakes off his opponent.